ไปรับชมการแข่งขันกันแล้วถ้าพร้อมกันแล้วเราจะขออนุญาตส่งเวทีนี้ต่อให้กับชาวแคสเตอร์
The competitive scene right here is really intense since this is the second couple that we are right now. Yeah, so I can totally feel the heat. So, Shoutcaster, it's your time now.
Welcome back, survivors, to the hidden mic village. As you guys witnessed at the Valley of the End, a showdown between two big regions, Indonesia and Vietnam, in this Free Fire All-Star Ninja Clash Squad tournament. It's me, Husky, alongside gentleman Neptune Garcia. We are getting ready to head into this best of 3, and I think the atmosphere is already getting pretty tense. You know, you can feel the rivalry between the two teams, even though this is just their KOLs.
Yeah, it's just the KOLs, but the region has brought in a lot of rivalry overall from the past. And this is where we want to see more of an even matchup. We were expecting that in the previous one, but we know how Thailand is in terms of playing Free Fire. So let's see if these two teams, though they are influencers, but they also have teams. So from Vietnam, that's Team Aimfob, if I got that correct. And we have Dominator Esports from Indonesia. So one has won a battle or went into Battle of Stars Season 3. The other one is also part of the 33rd SEA Games Vietnam qualifiers. So let's see if this is the spicier KOL matchup that we're going to watch up. You did mention that they can bring it all through the end of a best of 3 as well as of those 11 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, we call them, you know, we say that these are just, you know, key opinion leaders, you know, big influencers, content creators, but they do have their accolades, right? Again, to be in, for example, the 33rd SEA Game Vietnam qualifier, that is not an easy feat, you know, especially when we look at these tournaments that, you know, that's, for example, SEA Games or ASEAN Games, you would think that they would take the best of the best from the pro teams, but sometimes you have hidden gems like this. And this is the chance for them to prove that maybe, you know, for a region like Vietnam, who had a very interesting, you know, journey, not being on the radar and coming onto the radar, being in the spotlight and then fading out in the past, you know, 6 to 9 months, now having a second chance again on the main stage.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that is, well, a story that we don't want to see, but you know how it is. Some teams can really pop off and just overshadow an entire region or entire, some teams from that region. So this is where they are bound to make a comeback if they can bring it on. Again, the same rules applies. It's M1887, a level 4 on the helmet as well as the armor, and unlimited glue walls. And we just saw how chaotic that can be in a match. It's so tough to really play it out, especially if, like, for instance, a player like me, I want to go in a long range, but I couldn't. I don't have that match accuracy compared to what we've seen that these players has, but this is something that they have to deal with. And we are seeing Naruto and Sakura as well in the crowd.
That we have some cosplayers in the house, and this is one of those few, you know, canon events that I think a lot of people wish would have happened in the actual anime when Naruto and Sakura got together. Last that didn't happen. Do you know that the voice actor, an actress for Naruto, is actually a lady? And I really enjoy her voice acting. Right? I think a lot of people didn't know that. I certainly didn't know that when I was a kid. I thought it's, you know, some young voice actor with a raspy voice, but no, actually, it is a very experienced voice actress.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing though. What I love about anime is the opportunity as well to be in a different role, a different persona overall. And that's not the first. Like, even in other animes, even other characters in Naruto, there's a few that would surprise you once you find out who they are voicing out with. But this is something else that the collaboration is showing us. Not only the collaboration, but also the theme on the stage right now. This is Chapter 2 of the Ninja Wars, and this is the protagonist, or antagonist rather. Antagonist Rain at this point. Akatsuki clan is now showing up not only in a game, but also on the stage.
and plenty of things to kind of go around, right? Like if this is, I think this is one of the biggest collaboration Free Fire has had in quite a while, of this scale at least, right? Like the depth of content that we have, then the amount of attention to detail, the willingness to explore and incorporate the elements of the collaborations in the subjects Naruto into the game itself. I don't think I've seen it anywhere else, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, most of it is just character skins. Like it's more of character skills, or if the character and because of the number of active skill and active and passive skill that we have in Free Fire, there's a lot of potential. To be honest, every time I see some of the skills, it reminds me of some of the talents as well. It reminds me of some of the talents as well. And this is, it was, or I thought about this when I looked at Paloma. It reminds me of Carol Bombshell. and that's one thing. I mean, it can be someone who's already in Free Fire or someone who can be in Free Fire.
Yeah, we started off with one of the biggest ones. We have DJ Alok. That was literally one of the OG highlight collaborations, right? A literal, mega star from the Brazil. And I remember on that big stage, that's why Corinthians lifted the trophy. And then we had J Beeps. And then we have C Ronaldo. I don't think I've seen any other titles out there or anything that I've worked on that has something of this scale, and I think that's still relevant until today. Every now and then, JB was back in the meta. C Ronaldo is now back with the time turner on that chrono. I think DJ Alok is probably the one that still gonna needs a bit of
that really features a lot of those active and passive skills. So I guess there's still Alok is still in the mix, and I'm not talking about the music mix. But anyways, we are prepping up right now for the second series of our KOL Clash Squad Elite Battle, and this is a Free Fire and Naruto Shippuden collaboration, the Ninja Wars Chapter 2. Everyone's excited right now to be part of this event, not only for those on the venue but also in the chat. So really appreciate those who are hanging back with us whilst we are waiting for the match to begin.
Yeah, and especially those that have stuck with Free Fire since the beginning. I know, especially those from the regions that are waiting for the circuit to be launched or reactivated. The Bangladeshis, for example, those from Sri Lanka, Nepal, Pakistan. They've been with us for a long time, and with the recent emergence and recent attendance of Red Hawks at DWC, at least we are seeing the region slowly get revived. I've been getting some texts. I know some people ask me when is our region going to be brought up. I have no idea, but I would say at least that is an eventuality. It's inevitable. We just have to be patient and wait for it. We had Sri Lanka in FF. Is it called FFWS or FFMC? I don't remember. MCPS, yes. MCPS, 2022, I believe. Like for one season, we have like Revenant E-sports from India playing, and that was quite an experience.
Definitely. I mean, once like India is back on its feet in Free Fire, there's really a huge chance that things will be popping off. Again, I did mention about FFMIC, so it's a continuation of the India Cup that is currently happening, and I really love to see how that's going on. Who would be the champions in there? There's a lot of things that is happening at a global scale in terms of Free Fire. So as Husky did mention, if you're in a country, in a region that hasn't experienced or in a while hasn't experienced a tournament just yet, it might not happen this year. It might be for next year, but don't take our word for it. There's a lot that is happening, and how it is popping off right now. This is just the beginning. 2025 is just the beginning of that global movement, of that global Free Fire revolution.
Yeah, we're gonna put the whole globe under the infinite Tsukuyomi if we can, to make sure that this is our time to see good energy in the mall, you know. And another thing is, like, we look at the schedule, we know that this is going to be a long and eventful day for sure. We haven't even gotten into the main course, right? This is just the appetizer. We haven't even seen the pro teams on the stage duking it out, and who knows how long those games are going to get, how interesting those games are going to get. And now my question is, we got a full house before the event even started. Are we going to have that by the end of the day? Because I sure hope that the crowd does not leave until we turn off the lights at the mall.
I don't think so. I don't think they will be leaving because there's a lot of things that is happening. And it's already heated in this KOL CS Elite Squad matchup, and it's getting even more hotter once we get in onto that final battle. We are going to start that round 1 of the pro teams Clash Squad battle, but before we go there, we're going to go for the start of the second series. It's Indonesia going against Vietnam. Who's going to win? We still have to find out, and let's go.
Right off the bat, you see Indonesia very aggressive. The dual placements very far in front. Again, it's not about taking space as always. I mean, for the Vietnamese KOLs, Zeus will kind of take a back seat. An attempted wraparound from FLUXO. That one didn't bear any fruits. He's going to go the other way around. The rest of the team is going to buy time for him, and this might work out if Gaisen stays alive, and that would be the case for now. They did box off the side of the map, and he smells something in the air.
Oh, he smells something cooking right now, and let's see if he can throw those thunders in, lightlings in against FLUXO. But as you can see, one takedown already against Haaland, and the recovery as quickly as that. But no, there goes the shot. DMT being dominated at this point. It's a 1-to-1 trade. Gaisen has been picked up, but the potential of still turning things around is an possibility.
Very, very aggressive start. Haaland with another knock. This one to Camille. Fortunately, can't bring him back. Haaland with the confirmation. Indonesia down to just 2 DMT on the ropes right now. Both FLUXO and Gaisen are able to stick together, thankfully. FLUXO rocking the Paintendo skin, cosmetic. Zeus trying to break through this labyrinth of the blue wall that everyone has somehow set out. A double arm from the corner. Zeus wins that out in a 2v1 and makes his way to safety. And just like that, AMF with round 1.
AMF Team Aim Fob round 1. It's only one casualty, Cena. He's not John Doe. He has been seen and he has been taken down. But let's see if Indonesia can turn things around. Again, Vietnam is showing up a little too passive and aggressive, especially in round number 1. But later on, once everything gets heated up, I'm expecting to see what we saw from Thailand earlier. Everyone will just be rushing it.
So Indonesia, DMT tried to rush it early on, but it didn't really work out the way that they wanted, right? This time they are taking a lot of precaution to check the flank. FLUXO probably heard all of that footsteps and Camille, he's going to be receiving flank. That's why he just straight up backing off. AMF though, not slowing down. Roxy ends up taking the punishment. They box in Haaland, Gaisen with the knock. Vietnam getting ambushed from behind. They play ring around the rosy and they somehow ran into their own trap. Zeus with another knockdown and a confirmation, and he is the one that comes alive.
Yeah, let's see if Cena will be able to recover, but I don't think so. Emil's already guarding him, and the chase on to FLUXO. He will be flat, and he will be taken out. Only a few HP remaining, and they're still trying to recover. Still alive and clicking with Zeus right now. With B onto the other side as well with John Min. FLUXO will be down. It is a 1v2 situation as Zeus will try and will need to recover. Kamiel fires those shots, but doesn't make it. The glue wall saves Zeus at this point.
Double kill.
Maneuver his way out of that this time. Unsuccessful as DMT finds the quick equalizer in that round. Pretty messy. Contrary to the first series that we have, these two teams are the gladiatorial blood. They are out for action. They are full steam ahead. You know, the gate swing open. They just run at each other with no regards at all.
No regards to human HP. No regards to HP, I would say at this point. But again, Vietnam is just rushing in, similar to what we've seen earlier, and DNT just staying in one place. But the glue wall did save them, and it's still the ring around the rose being done by Vietnam, and this is where they lost that game earlier. So let's see if Indonesia and Split will be able to barricade them in and probably take them down one at a time. But again, you did mention it is scrappy from the beginning up until this time. There's no slowing down, so I think it's a reverse of what we've seen earlier from the earlier KOL match.
Of course, we also have, and I think, for the Vietnam, AMF decides to take the perimeter of this building, get a couple of good checkpoints set up, good enough for a boost, but also prevents Indonesia from really doing damage to them. I think the X factor is where the circle is going to move after this.
Let's see though. I mean, the circle definitely changed the pace of the game, and that's what they're waiting for. The closure of this first phase would prompt everyone to get in position once that direction is shown on the minimap. So everyone is just showing some aggressive glue wall action, I would say. Aggressive glue wall action until that time comes. But Vietnam a little bit too far on the outside. Raxi is just waiting for their movement. Good thing they have a little bit of space to work with, but they need to break through, otherwise they will be stuck, and Geisen would be the first target that they have.
Some contact made Geisen, and just taking minor chip damages, but right off the bat, FLUXO getting knocked down by Cena as he comes out of nowhere. You can't see him, unfortunately. KML getting knocked down too. Geisen finds a response onto Cena, but it's two members of Indonesia getting knocked down and wiped out right away. Vietnam paying for the price of one. Geisen next on the chopping block. Zeus with the pump to the chest, and Roxy now left all alone. It's Uriah that comes out on top. Vietnam AMF 2-1.
Zeus really bringing that on, and that's a good play definitely for him. He did manage to get 7 elimination already. Final 2 was from that play. The glue wall was just a millisecond delay, thus he managed to push it through and take down one of the players from DMT, and that gave Vietnam that advantage.
No slowing down, still running at each other, and seeing some interactions, even I think on ground. Zeus pretty much locked in on his camp, just ferociously communicating with the rest of his team. And Indonesia, sometimes they look over the eye of the stage to see how the opponents are reacting to the state of the game. But it's fair to say that they are willing to fight and draw to the death. Oh, that glue wall actually gets brought down. I thought that would be the contact between AMF and DMT, and indeed there is Cena again with the first blood.
Cena right now, but that's most of the time where he fails. But no, not this time around. Still managed to take down Raxi. And another one for Vietnam will be going down, though. Howland, the only one remaining at this point. No confirmation for those who've been knocked down. So chance that they can still retain those weapons as well as armor they have earlier. But it's already 2-2, and I am loving the trade back in points right here. It might not be back and forth, but as long as they can fight back, as long as they can bring it on for each round, it would be a longer match and anyone can win.
I gotta say, I'm very entertained just by looking at the player cams of AMF. They are in the expression, right? The seriousness that they put into this. This feels like to them probably a grand finals level of match.
Yeah.
How they are really, taking it as if it's the most important match of their life.
And that's what we call for every game, even in the pro scene. Hopefully everyone will leave, will really put in everything and treat it as if it is the grand finals overall. And that is what MF is bringing right now. And let's see, though, if they can do it once again. Zeus did feel a little bit of wrath right there, but Kamiel will be shot with only a few HP remaining. Recovery will be tight, though, with the glue wall, the barricade right here being done by both teams as the blue closes in. AMF, though, for the flank.
There's going to be a big flank and gives enough time for DMT to recognize this. Surely, right? Surely they don't, right? No way, AMF just snuck in from the back door like that. Haaland catching Roxy completely off guard. This is the best opportunity for Vietnam to score a third. Forward with Zeus finding a second knockdown and elimination. FLUXO and Geisen on the run, but they are split apart from one another. FLUXO getting surrounded by Haaland and Zeus chasing him down. Pain must be felt, and Cena will chase them down. Zeus with FLUXO knocked down. Geisen is gone, and Vietnam with a massive backstab to get the third.
Oh, definitely a backstab overall, and they put up their barricade thinking that they will just break through it, but no, they didn't expect it. Geisen was a casualty at that point, or was it Araxi, and who was just standing in one corner of that barricade. But again, 3-2, and I think DMT Dominators will do their best to get back another point. They would be mad if they don't, especially what would happen in that game, the failure that happened that game.
That's gonna be a punch to the gut. But luckily, it's not a, not a match-winning round, right? It is.
Yeah.
The trick can only work once. Let's see if Indonesia has adapted to it. Definitely not gonna take that lying down. Dirty tricks from their opponents, but still, they just place fair and honest and sketch first blood anyways onto Geisen. Indonesia down one man once more. Zeus now surrounded by Roxy. Still somehow managed to outmaneuver two members of DMT. Tried to heal back up. Doesn't find the time to do so. The glue walls put him just in time to protect himself.
Yeah, I mean, Zeus right now, he's like an eel. He's like a falcon just moving up and down. Raxi will be taken out. It's now left to FLUXO at this point. And FLUXO, no chance. A final hit from Cena. And 10, he gets that point.
Insane. Zeus has 10 eliminations. What was the top eliminations we had from the previous series? 10? Well, Zeus about to break that record. He is 10-2. 6 rounds in.
Whew. I mean, Zay is just doing his part. Rotation overall, he's just rushing in. But the survivability from this guy, even in a 1v2 situation, and it's not so much a pressure being brought in by DMT as well. So let's see if there's something that they can work on and as we continue this game. So apologies of just giving a brief pause. We want to give the players a little bit of breathing space as they go in for that battle. And here we are back. Vietnam still lead on 4-2, but no one's being taken out just yet. So let's see if Indonesia can take back a point.
Haaland with an insane boost. He sees so many things happening. Info is going to be relayed for sure. We'll see if Vietnam can capitalize on that. AMF have plenty of intel to work with. Indonesia is feeling lost. Roxy somehow sneaks close to Haaland. Not getting any conversion yet. Came in on his contact. Haaland now in the low and somehow survives. But they do get Zeus. So that's what DMT needs.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Zeus out of the picture. DMT can take over this, but the tower of blue walls being put up and no one's breaking through. It's DMT making that work, but Haaland managed to squeeze through one shot onto FLUXO, but the reversal has been done onto Haaland. Now it's still a 3v2 situation and AMF is in trouble. Haaland was picked up, but is there time for him to recover? Even Xena has trouble recovering and getting away as well, but Swell managed to do so despite of all the pressure.
And Kamiao, he's trying to chase from behind and finally gets the takedown. But I mean, AMF, they bought so much time for themselves. This round should have been won by DMT long ago. Yeah. And somehow we end up in the spot 2v2. Both teams having time to heal back up, but DMT is backed against the wall for them. Fortunately, Vietnam's are the one that have control of the circle. They're not afraid to just take up the space and try to block off Indonesia as much as they can. Kamiao and FLUXO splitting up. They're gonna run into a double stack. Cena takes the fight onto Kamiao, blocks it over the glue wall. No boost for you on top of the container, sir. And FLUXO finds an entry in, but again the glue wall from Haaland is just perfect. And now they make contact. Cena around the corner. Haaland now sees Kamiao somehow. No one from DMT damage.
Oh, there goes Haaland going down, but Kamiao in trouble because of blue. But Xena right now is in way to take down FLUXO at this point. glue wall after glue wall, but the blues closing in, and
Triple
all
kill.
DMT is waiting is for that extra damage to come in that gives them another point. It's now 1 point in difference as Vietnam is 2 points away from winning the game.
Extremely scrappy round where, sure, Indonesia, DMT still ended up winning the round, but it could have been so much cleaner.
Oh yeah.
But that's the spirit that we like from these two rivals. A rivalry that extends beyond just the pro teams. Vietnam, see if they can recover. I think statistically, at least from what we've seen so far, AMF still has an overall more solid performance in these late rounds, this mid to late rounds.
Yeah.
Even in terms of just surviving itself, like individually, they have been able to hold their ground pretty well. Four-man rush from DMT straight into the face of Vietnam.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, survivability overall, AMF has it. When Cena as well as Helen surviving at only a few HP, they manage to get away. But DMT right now, it's still scrappy at this point. The position is questionable. Not quite sure why they're still stacking up all those blue walls a little bit far from the border of this team because they don't have a long-range weapon. So probably it's just getting information. But Haaland will try to push through onto the other side. But the same goes with a DMT at this point. So they're just barricading Indonesia onto the outer side of the blue until it closes in. And I guess it's a plan of Vietnam right now.
Look at guys, and it's probably the highest APM in the lobby right now. Just multiple actions at once. Even FLUXO actually was quite close to Zeus and Gamin. Still not able to find much contact, but they get to slowly corral AMF into a very tight spot. But I think if AMF, they want to make a move, it's going to be right now. You got to get rid of the glue walls, maybe start running at some of the DMT members.
Let's see though, I mean, the blue shift or the circle shift would be favoring them, and DMT would just be running in their crosshairs. If Cena can get into that rooftop, he can put a drop into any players. Camiel is one example with only a few HP, but with that Alok being pulled out, it is working for the recovery, and he is still back in play. Zeus, though, it's a different story. He needs to recover that quickly, but Camiel as well as Raxi is very close. A good thing that Haaland and Cena as well as Jiaming is pulling them to that area to give space for ZUs to recover. So that is still a good play for Vietnam, but no one's going down and the blues closing in.
Most of them able to hold back the onslaught for now. Now the circle closing in. Gamin making first contact. Instant 1-for-1 trade as pandemonium ensues. Gamin gets knocked down. It's Zeus in the 1v2. Not able to hold on. Cameo with the clutch at the very end with a sliver of health. Indonesia ties it up.
Yeah, I mean, that was like a scrappy beginning, but a solid ending for Indonesia. The way they positioned themselves was take that high ground to stay in the middle of the blue. And they didn't need it at that point, but that is a good backup plan if in case all those engagement fails. But tied up right now and one chance for either team to get a match point. We'll have to see if Peak gives them that problem, because we are seeing a lot of questionable calls that is probably not working for them in each phases of this rounds.
The closest we get to an urban warfare until the circle forces us out into the open. We are going to have to be working with this for now. But right off the bat, again, AMF, they're going to wall off key entry points. We see an attempted flank from DMT, Cameo. Oh, that one gets walled off. Timing could not have been more perfect, but there is a gap that Cameo can slip through. And he does see a couple of members. He sees Zeus. Is this one of them? I think Haaland also was spotted as well. When does Indonesia pull the trigger?
Let's see though, backstab is potential at this point, but the moment he pulls the trigger, Camiel will be going down, but FLUXO is the one who goes down first. Haaland tries to go for the follow-up onto Ryzen and manage to get the confirmation onto FLUXO. Now, it's a 3v4 situation. Again, still scrappy play. We don't know how they are going to turn things around because DMP is failing miserably at this point. AMF looks like so prime, but Geisen managed to take down Haaland, and Raxi will be traded. A 3v2 situation. Jamming, though, being failed to be taken down.
Another 1-for-1 trade. So it's just Geisen left up against Yamin and Stina. With Zeus still having a chance of being picked back up, this could turn into 3v1 pretty quickly, and that will be the case for now. Geisen either deal with the gun barrels of AMF or the blue, and they choose death by shotgun. So Vietnam up to match point.
Match point indeed, and up to Clock Tower. So similar tactics might be happening, but they don't have that much open space in that building. So they might pull like a good flank and the lower ground close to that compound, or just go straight ahead for both teams and then battle around where the face of the circle will be shifting, because that's what we've seen in the past 3 rounds of this first game.
Yeah, it's I think for DMT, Clock Tower, I think the goal is still going to be the same as what they have done in the winning rounds. Zeus is less of a threat right now, right? In this late round, I think Indonesia, they have adapted to it for sure, but the main struggle is still in these tight moments when Vietnam was able to clutch it out with just pure survivability. It's not that they're outgunning Indonesia by a mile, but they were definitely surviving long enough to have their numbers make a difference.
Yeah, they know what to when to rotate in that perfect timing, just to make sure that they have plenty of time recovering. But Zeus will be taken down, and I don't think there's any waiting for them. DMT just bring it on as quickly as that, tying it up to 5, and it's anyone's game at this point as we head into Nurek Dam. Even tidier space for them to work with, and again, this is anyone's gameplay. This was almost the end of the previous series, but let's see if this is the end of this one.
And that's the perfect time to get a wipeout like that, right? To give yourself that morale boost heading into the last round. And if Indonesia wins this, that is going to be a big boon going into the second match. But if they drop this, it is going to swing that pendulum over to AMF in a blink of an eye. So emotional stakes could not be any higher, and we started off with Haaland taking some chip damage, and that's already not what you want. Indonesia, the ground that they covered, they got that small bridge that Kamia is holding, and that is going to give them enough room to work with, just enough to edge out and start chipping away at Vietnam's health bar. And Roxy attempts a breakthrough, not able to find it, but they are doing enough just to push AMF back.
Yeah, IMF is being pushed back. Zeus, like, no opening for him. He can't even go in onto the other side to go for the backstab. And I don't think that is, I think that is a questionable play if you try to go around. But Geisen will try to do that and probably get an opening at this point. But he's backing away together with the rest of the teams. They don't want to pull away from the group. They just want to go heads bashing against these teams. So we'll have to find out where they will be going once this next circle shows up.
You see this getting a bit too tight for comfort for AMF. Look at, they barely have space to work with.
Oh yeah.
4 members sleeping in a small dorm room with double bunk, 2 double-decker base, and Cameo is going to take advantage of that lack of space. Zeus gets knocked down instantly, but Haaland responds in time. Roxy is the victim, but Gamin gets traded back. Indonesia losing health bars, but not members. Vietnam, they are the ones on the back foot. Roxy finally leads out, but Gamin and Zeus, they both get eliminated at the same time. It's down to Sina. Can they see him in this mess? And they will. Recovery for Indonesia, and DMT scores the first point.
Yeah, DMT, the Dominators, dominating this game, and it was a great comeback, a great turnaround being done by Indonesia. Though Vietnam looks a little, I would say, a little stronger from the beginning, but that slowdown coming from Zeus, that really slowed down the rest of the team. So let's see though if they can turn things around. It's just the first round of the series. Still have another to show up, Husky.
Yeah, you know what they say, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. Zeus got off what? He was it was 10 and 2 6 rounds in, but when the series ended, he was what, 11 and 5, 11-6. So again, fortunately not the ending that Vietnam needed. We talk about the morale boost that DMT got in round number 10, that full instant wipeout, just enough to push them over the edge and get the first match of the series.
Yeah, I mean, like Zeus, if he still managed to break that record, but the rest of the teams really needs a lot of adjusting. Zeus right now just slowed down, probably a lot too much of gas in that beginning of that first round. So let's see on how they're going to work it. There's not so much of difference in terms of terrain though. We're still going back to Bermuda. It's just dependent if they can outsmart DMT once again, or probably survivability would be their main factor, because we've seen that from Cena as well as Haaland for several instances, but not just for the final round, wherein they could have survived and probably turned things around to their favor.
Yeah, and even you look at this scoreboard, right? In the end, it is a Cameo that have like a 10-5 scoreline. Yeah, Zeus 11-6. Underperformers definitely Gamin in this case, not really able to do too much, you know, for the overall scheme of things. I think a lot of it, like you said, was Zeus having a lot of gas coming into the series, but you know, not able to really pull them over the finishing line. So 6-5 scoreline is going to be the case with ID taking match number 1.
Yeah. I guess this is just the beginning of what you called before this match. They're stretching it to 11 rounds. How close it is? Very close. And I think Vietnam would or might take it on the next round. But let's bring it over to our match MVP, DMT Kamiel from Indonesia. 10 elimination from and 39-51 in damage, and I believe this is quite similar to what we've seen earlier from the MVP. But again, let's not take it away from Zeus, because he did break the record of the highest elimination from this day. So can anyone take that out or can bring that back? Let's see if Zeus can take it again, as well as the rest of the team.
It's going to be a tall mountain to climb. Now that, you know, Indonesia, they have the leverage, you know, they got the morale boost already after that match 1. Going to match 2, it's time for Team Vietnam to start adjusting, right? We go back to the same map Bermuda, we play the same rounds, same loadout, same rule set, but mentality is going to be a bit different for both teams.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, one managed to win, the other one would be hungrier. So let's see who will take this next round. Round number 2 of the series between Vietnam and Indonesia. But again, still locked in overall compared to what we've seen on Dominators. And this like brings a question, like which one is a more pressured or less pressured, I would say? Is it Dominators? Is it Indonesia, who is just looking at their teammates, like communicating with their teammates, not really locked into their screen, or the ones who really are in the zone, which is Vietnam?
I don't know, I mean, they look pretty in the zone. They definitely look in the zone. A lot more than they were when game 1 started. And I think that was just off of the intro, right? Like when we had to do the handshake, you can feel the friendly animosity. I don't know if that's even the right word to describe it, but it definitely felt different, right? Lesser smiles and laughter between the rivals, and even amongst them. AMF starting to feel the pressure a little bit. Round 1 of match number 2 now kicks off.
See now, I mean, Flado and Roxy already hitting in straight in the middle of the map. Flado will be left out as Gaizen groups in with Roxy, but they are just trying to isolate one of the players, which is Cena. So 1v2 is bound to happen at this point, but they might just be reeled into the rest of the team. Roxy right now, and there goes Cena! Not seen, but managed to go for the takedown. But a trade is potential, but no, it doesn't work for DMT. It's a 3v4 situation now.
Yep. Unseen, unfortunately. Vietnam, see if they can... alive, and KML tries to track him down, but backup comes through pretty quickly. Haaland catches FLUXO off screen. Dyson now also in the red. Zeus with the takedown, and Vietnam, just like match number 1, starts off pretty hot. Camia not able to provide any backup. Will be stuck in the 1v4, and it should be a round 1 win again for Vietnam. Off to a good start. And emotions are flaring on the Indonesian side. Camia clearly not happy with how that round turned out.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it seems like from that specific round, from that specific engagement, the moment they got that knockdown, like DMT just slowed down, and that's where AMF managed to take 2 of their players. They were expecting that that would slow AMF down as well, but it didn't happen. Thus, take advantage of that situation was AMF. So let's see if that's something that they can learn from. But DMT again heading straight on, as Cena will not be seen at this point and go for the backstab.
And once again, Cena tries to make the long wrap around. Doesn't find anything in this case. FLUXO will do the same. In fact, this late rotation, if FLUXO somehow able to avoid detection by Cena, he could make something happen. But I think they would make contact eventually. Cameo now coming under fire very, very quickly. Forced the heal back up as AMF, a fortified to position. Roxy takes a shot in the back. Some shrapnel from Haaland. Nothing significant just yet. Vietnam decides to fall back and regroup.
Cena on Vietnam is a 3-1 split. Cena still behind, but Camille can be taken down, especially with the glue walls and the time spent for DM2 to regroup. But FLUXO already taking the second floor of this container, as Haaland has been spotted. But Haaland right now tries to shoot at Roxy. No one's going down just yet. The Blues closing in, and Cena might be our first casualty being stuck. The same goes with Zeus.
Starting to really feel claustrophobic for Vietnam. When we saw this in the final round of match number 1, where space was a major problem, and came out trying to keep them caged in as long as possible for the Blue to close in. It's going to start moving, I believe, in the favor of Vietnam instead. A saving grace for AMF.
Talk about luck at this point. AMF was almost being taken out, but I guess they timed that quickly that they can still have space to move in. And they're still in a group, but DMT is still trying to go for a quick flank, make sure that AMF doesn't have that opening. So Cena and Kamiel might go in a 1v1 as quickly as this, and the glue wall's just stopping them from doing so. But a 1v2 is potential to happen, as one of the players though from Indonesia backs away. It's Gaisen, because they spot Haaland, but they haven't taken him out just yet. Again, survivability from Vietnam is just prime.
Same for Cameo. He doesn't have time to really regenerate his health at all, but he's able to hold back Vietnam. We might come down to the circle to end it all. Roxy with the first knockdown onto Zeus, and that's the numbers advantage that Indonesia has been looking for. A quick wipeout onto the entirety of AMF. Indonesia runs on the clock and gets the second round.
I love the boost and the jump shot that is being done by DMT. That's something that we don't see often at this point. But this is one way to really make it work. No one's going down, so what you need to do is to go in from above, and it's just less time to really respond if the Blues closing in. So much pressure is happening, not only from the zone, but also for the rest of DMT, that really threw AMF off guard. But AMF right now, no more flank. They are just heading straight on, and compared to the previous map, there's not so much of there's not so much of a closed area to work with. There's so much open area, open field, that they can isolate Kamiel that easily. But Cena goes in a little bit too late, and that pulls in the rest of the team to regroup, and DMT is back in play.
If anything that's commendable about Vietnam is how fast they make the call to back off and regroup. Although Gaisen, he is so far out, somehow separated from the rest of his team. So it's a price that they have to pay. Roxy and FLUXO not looking too good either. Miana comes under fire. Vietnam attacking from multiple different angles. This should be a round secured unless Indonesia punches it out again. Haaland having time to heal back up, but Miao gets knocked down by Zeus for the second time. FLUXO by his side needs to bring it back up, but not able to do so. Roxy though does find Cena down to a 2v2. Haaland chasing after the Roxy. Zeus comes in the backing mount. Roxy somehow boxing himself in. The glue wall placement is just perfect. Roxy comes up, pops up from the shadow, takes out Haaland, and it's just Zeus left once more in the 1v3.
Yeah, 1v3 situation, but makes that a 2v2 as Haaland has been picked up but needs to recover. The Blues closing in, and Vlado might lose a few more of the HP as aggressive Zeus is now moving in onto the flank. Vlado spots Haaland, and Zeus has been taken down. Haaland, despite of the time that he can recover, he didn't do so because he doesn't have all those meds on him. And it's now a 1v2. Only a few HP remaining, and the blue closing in. It might be another point for DMT unless miracle happens.
This time Haaland doesn't have the blue on the side too, just to run straight into DMT. Kaimiao chases him down. And almost does a full version pop-off. He almost stood up from his chair, but the morale again, an all-time high for DMT. Emotional driven to a certain extent. But that's just kind of the motivation you need in situations like this when you are already in control and now you get more control. And for AMF, it's back to the drawing board.
Yeah, I mean, one thing about AMF is they have that aggression to really finish the game a little bit early, but they, at some point, they slow down the moment that they lose that opportunity for a takedown. They just back away. Thus, they lost that game as well. If they manage to take them out a little bit early, there's no worry about Meds losing out. All you have to do is just recover afterwards. And this 1-3 split with Cena from above might be their advantage, but Roxy will not be taken down. Vlado almost, though, but managed to get away.
Needs time to recuperate. Oh, as much as his name is Pain, he can still feel pain. Those chakra rods, they do share the sensation. For Vietnam, again, another situation where it is slowed down, but what's the next move? I think contrary to the first series between Thailand and Laos, it feels like just sometimes they are just spamming the blue walls, but first blood has come through for Indonesia, and that's already a bad sign for Vietnam. Kaimiao drawing attention away from Haaland, and could end up drawing Haaland into Vlado too. Exactly, that's what happens. The glue wall drops and Vlado catches Haaland off guard. Roxy does get knocked down, but Vietnam have lost control of this round completely. Zeus, third one on the list, and Gamin, we needed him to step up, but in the situation, it seems like that's an impossible feat. Indonesia up 3-1.
Yeah, up 3-1 and close to closing the game. We'll have to see though if Vietnam will be able to get back in play. Again, Zeus has been nerfed at this point. Xena is most of the time being the first casualty in this game. So those two things need some work for them to recover. But for DMT, I guess this is how it is for Indonesia. As the mastermind, which is RRQ, they know how to make those plans of adjustment, and they're doing it right now.
Yeah, and for Vietnam, again, the main struggle that they've been running into so far is just space, right? The control of the space that they've not been able to get for themselves. And we saw that even from the opening round of match 1, where Indonesia, the way that they place the blue walls is not right in front of them, it's miles ahead of them. Knowing that Vietnam is not contesting for it. They were testing the waters, and that litmus test came up with a positive result. And Vlado trying to make contact. Plenty of windfall. Here comes the drop down. Gamin able to find Roxy, and a punish comes through, but Vlado instantly responds. So still a 1-for-1 trade. Boxes himself away. Gaisen gets picked up by Haaland off screen, and Vietnam strikes back with Cena from behind, and K-Mail left to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, I mean, K-Mail will be taken down. Cena will go for 2. And that is another point being taken by Vietnam after 2 points being grabbed by Indonesia. Now, this is, I guess, what they have been waiting for. A good chance to really bring back up or tie it up against Indonesia. And they're just doing it a little quicker. Not waiting for the next phase to show up or to shift, because I guess they read the situation, as I did mention. Indonesia is just putting out glue walls to box AMF out, and they don't want to play that game. They just want to go and rotate and probably take one down out, and then that's where they steamroll once again.
it was a necessary risk. Like I think that Indonesia didn't really do anything wrong. It's just unlucky, right? They're not got the perfect response to what they wanted to pull off with that drop. Because Flado again that not really boxing off the entrance as much, but thankfully there was no members of AMF around the corner.
Yeah, there was still a risk though for Flado at that point, because the moment he get that elimination or knockdown, there's like 2 other players that has been knocked down as well. If he was not in a safe space to go for the pickup, then that could have done, or that could have been taken by that could have been taken otherwise. But DMT right now boxing themselves in this time around, and not just AMF being pushed away from the safety of the circle. With Flado for the flank in to the midst of it and managed to take down Zeus, but the trade-off is just pristine. But DMT still in the lead, but Roxy needs to recover.
Wait, they forced Haaland out of the building. And Haaland couldn't provide any support until it was too late. Indonesia making it work out again. Haaland 1v4, impossible situation to be in. Indonesia, brilliance in that round. I thought that they wanted to take control of the stairwell because that would give them a bit of a leverage to work with, which they weren't able to do so, but it paid off in the end with how they were able to box off Haaland from the rest of AMF.
And that's one thing though, I mean, usually isolation is isolate one from the rest in the beginning. But what they did is they isolate the 3, leaving Haaland behind while they take them out, and then Haaland's the only survivor just to secure, to make sure that they secure that win. So let's see though, it's a 4-2 on the points right now, and Indonesia is still on the roll. And AMF will need some sort of a plan to catch up with the point, but KML a little bit too aggressive, but Roxy might be able to go for the backstab. Jamin is first one who goes down from the hands of Dyson, and this pulls everyone in.
This round already looking worse for wear unless Cena can pull a rabbit out of the hat. It's Roxy down, but they need confirmation. The guys instantly calls for help, brings Roxy back up, and Vietnam once more on the back foot. Health bar not looking too good for 2 of the Indonesian members, but you can say the same for Vietnam, who all needs time to to get themselves back up. Zeus, good knockdown to Geisen, but still, no confirmation means that Zeus gets traded back by Kamiao, who has been incredibly vocal on the team of DMT, and it is really starting to spill over to the rest of the round. And Roxy finds another knockdown. Vietnam left with just Cena, and this time they sure as hell can see him. Indonesia for 5 on the board, and it is pretty much confirmed.
Yeah, it's pretty much confirmed, and there you have it. Match point for Indonesia. Managed to see Cena. That is something else. But again, AMF strong at the start, slow in towards the end, and it's not looking good. Now, AMF, not so much a space to work with, and hopefully isolation, those isolation play is something that AMF can play out of, break through away, because the DMT is just doing it quite perfectly. They know how to time their glue walls to make sure that 1 or 2 players will be left outside from where the rest is targeting.
Back to this rig again. Seems very poetic, and almost every series ending round we ended up here. That was the case. So previous Vlado almost went for a swim there. That could have been disastrous for their chances. But they have 3 rounds to work with, and Vlado, wait, was he not aware?
I mean, the man that can't be moved.
Grin on the side of his face, he's like, okay, he got me, right? That one, props to AMF. But there's plenty of rounds to work with, even if this round doesn't go well.
Yeah, let's see though, AMF. The catch up will be quite long for them, but KML, I guess they are slowly giving them that breathing space just to make sure that they have a longer game, or probably there's a tactic, there's a plan out here for DMT. So no takedown just yet after Vlado, and Roxy would be the first one to go after a while, and DMT is losing out this game.
This round pretty much done and dusted. Kamiao and Geisen back against the wall. Geisen splits away from Kamiao. Cena somehow not able to get the knockdown. Kamiao able to wrap around, but yeah, Cena eventually finds it. The blue is going to be his undoing anyways. should be a
Triple kill.
closeout very quickly from Vietnam. Started off with a very awkward pick onto Flado, who were just unfazed after getting shot multiple times. So round 9 it is at Rimnam Village. Still match point for Indonesia.
Yeah. Only one more point, and Indonesia grabs this win. Now, Rimnam Village, not so much of moving can be done, similar to what we see in Durkdam. And this looks like a good playground for AMF, similar if that is the same story. But I guess Flado would be moving with the rest of the teams right now, and they have a plan of leaving Flado going for that flank.
With the Rimnam Village, it gets a lot more interesting. The seafood restaurant is actually a very important point to hold. At least in this case, right? Usually you would hold the other huts if you have long-range weapons. But with how aggressive these two teams have been, literally in each other's face. Cena gets Geisen making contact in the low ground, but again, Geisen comes out worse for wear in terms of health bar. Another full retreat called by both teams.
Yeah, I mean, they take both sides of this compound, this area, this dock, I would say. And Zeus is just going in, trying to go in for the other flank as Jamin is working his way onto the left. But Roxy is already waiting for that movement. And not so much of damage being done, even trying to get that elevation is not working for him. But I guess this might be it. This might be a chance. This might be the time that they're waiting for. Jamin will be jamming at this point, but Flado goes down and he takes that jam.
Yeah, and Vietnam now is going to try and push on forward a bit more. Again,
First
confirmation is imperative. Vietnam will finally get it. Flado eliminated from the equation. The guy holding the most eliminations on DMT this series so far, 8 and 4. Tina taking fire, able to duck away, draws attention to his wounded teammates, but at least Indonesia not able to push the envelope. Geisen ends up showing himself, but the corners are covered, so Vietnam in a very powerful position.
Yeah, powerful indeed, because the shift would be, despite of not favoring them, they have elevation to see where DMT will be moving. And the isolation is already being done. Geisen on one side, as well as 2 on the other. Camiel tried to fight back, but Jamin has been missed, and he goes in for a shot. Geisen with only a few HP, and there goes 1 point difference being reduced by Vietnam.
And we are getting closer and closer to the equalizer. Vietnam pulling it back from the brink. Indonesia is trying to feel feeling the heat. They have blue 2 chances. 1 more and we go down to deathmatch. And for Indonesia, you would be sweating a little bit.
Sweating or shouting a little bit more, because that didn't work in the previous round. All those shouting, all those like relieving the pressure did make that win. But let's see if this is something that they can turn around as quickly. No, they don't have the momentum, but it doesn't like give them any advantage because they have economy for both sides, and it's just left mechanical skills as well as strategy. So Flado getting information, seeing 3 already, but there's no movement, there's no way for them to squeeze themselves outside of those blue walls.
Yeah, a slow burn this time. It's been quite a barn burner of a series. We've maxed out match 1. We're 1 round away from maxing out match 2 too. Again, it's just the appetizer. I think a lot of our survivors who tune in, they thought that we are deep, you know, into the tournament, but no, this is it's not even the entrees yet. We haven't even brought out the actual pro teams that we saw on the silver screens. But this is the slowest this entire series has been between these 2 squads.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they are slowing down. I guess this is one thing the AMF has been waiting for DMT to try and move onto them, and that's where they take advantage because they have isolated Camiel already, but Cena, as well as the rest of the team, is going in for the flank. It's a little risky because they're still outside of the zone, and once it closes in, that would spell trouble for them. But no, they have advantage of the shift of the circle, and both sides has been covered. AMF right now doing the impossible in surviving against ZMT just because of the blue. And let's see if this final clash will ensue in a few seconds.
Inevitable, for sure. Looking at the Indonesian squad, feels like it is by their own volition to slow things down. Vado tries to attempt a crossover with the amount of boost. He's hoping for AMF to lose track of him, but they've been keeping track very well. In fact, the circle, if this is going to be how the game ends, Vietnam better pray that they play this perfectly. Cena jumps through and forward. Okay, mid-contact with Vlado first. Here comes the glue wall now. It is just a hot mess. Vlado and K-Meow getting the first blood, and this is not looking good for Vietnam. They will try to stand. And a tie-out, a blowout. Somehow, Gaizen with just a sliver of health survives the end game, and Indonesia wins 6-4 and a 2-0 over Vietnam.
Yeah, I mean, they just ended that with, I would say, precision. That precision of taking that middle of the final circle, making sure that they have more time to spare before the rest of the teams of Vietnam pushes through against them. And, well, there we have it. Vietnam would be the ones being eliminated, and Indonesia pushes through to another region rivalry against Thailand.
Yeah, the Dominators, I wouldn't say they dominated that series, but they sure as heck made it entertaining. 6-5 in match 1, 6-4 in match 2. And, well, what do you know, both match ending round came down to the circle closing in completely on both teams. But Vietnam, they put up a pretty good fight. It's just for match number 1, they gassed out at the end. Match number 2, they came online too late. That sadly wasn't any in between.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough though. Not quite sure what happened, if there's any breakdown in communication, probably strategy, or is like Indonesia just that great in adapting into the gameplay, because we've seen them try so many tactics, techniques, and some of it fail, but they don't stop in trying it again. And that's where we see the dominance of masterful gameplay coming from Indonesia once again. It's not coming from the usual pro teams, but this KOL match really is exciting.
Yeah, and that's how entertaining this is, right? I mean, again, just a show match, but the rivalry is going to continue. Indonesia and Thailand, they got a best of 5 tomorrow, but I'm pretty sure they will stick around and enjoy the festivities over at the venue right now. What was the last show match we had that has such a big collaboration? I don't remember exactly, but this is definitely one of a kind at Central World. Once more, congratulations to Team Indonesia on the Dominators with this Booyah. We're heading to the grand finals tomorrow, and that concludes our, at least, nation show match for today. We still have KOL show match coming up in between the official matches, but I think at least for now, we are almost ready to bring out the entrees in just a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in where everyone, or the part where everyone has been waiting for. Before we head there, let's take a look at some of the stats right here. Vlado would be, I would say, our MVP at this point, especially with how well he did it from that second round. He was, most of the time, for the first round of match, the first one who goes down, because he's just flanking in and like flanking blind, and he goes down. But it's just the rest of the team's adjustment that made it work for them. But in terms of elimination, it's also quite balanced between them. It's just the closure that has been done by Indonesia that well.
Yeah, and I think that's what separates them from Vietnam, and that kind of is a statement in the overarching growth of Indonesia as a region. They've been getting better and better at this close quarter combat. They've been able to incorporate the fundamentals, the foundations set by RRQ back in the days during the good old Legal of Empire. And right now they are having a heck of a year. All 3 tournaments so far have been won by Indonesian teams in 2025. Pre-season by RRQ, spring season by Onyx Olympus, and then EWC by EVOS Divine. And it doesn't seem like it is stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, there's a lot of promise really that is being done right now. But again, Vlado from DMT, damage-wise, it's like not even, well, it's very close, but not even topping what we've seen earlier, as well as elimination. But Vlado really made that play, to like that game, to really make sure that Indonesia gets those wins. So there you have it, the second series of our KOL Clash Squad Elite Showdown is done, and we have the teams that will be going into the finals best of 5 for tomorrow.
Thailand against Indonesia, a tale as old as time. Even historically, it took Indonesia 6 years to finally beat Thailand again on one of the biggest tournaments in the world. I think the funniest thing was that it is the same organization that Thailand dominated the world stage with 6 years ago. How poetic it can be, and that's how it is. EVOS, a home state name, and they will be taking center stage later on in one of our series they are going to be playing. I think the first series is actually WAG and MOVISTAR R7. WAG missing out, EWC, but MOVISTAR R7 they had quite a run, but they faltered in the grand finals.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, MOVISTAR R7 has great potential, but there's a lot of changes, a lot of adjustment that needs to be done, especially when they jump into Clash Squad. But we've seen so much promise from MOVISTAR R7 as well as WAG from the previous season that we've seen them in Clash Squad. They almost managed to get into the finals, but they was just denied. It was a little bit too late though when they recovered into those points, and they were left out and not qualifying for the grand final. So MOVISTAR R7, we don't have that much info in terms of Clash Squad domination, but we know that they can go in on a 4v4 when it comes to Battle Royale, and that's just what it is. It's a reduced part of BR, which is Clash Squad, that also involves economy.
Yeah, and I think that's the fun part of it, right? It's like a fun mini game, a side quest, and obviously in this case, the storyline from the Battle Royale doesn't fully translate into Clash Squad, but it does give us a good indicator of how these teams manage themselves when push comes to shove. And I think for Clash Squad, WAG is going to have a pretty good chance. I mean, again, they've shown moments of brilliance, but this is the first time that I think we include teams outside of SEA in this Clash Squad format, and we get kind of see the play together. So it will be very interesting to see what the MOVISTAR R7 is going to bring to the table later on.
Yeah, I mean, team from Latam right here in our next match, going against the usual team that we see in Southeast Asia. And we do know for a fact that even from the other regions, they don't adapt the Clash Squad battle, the Clash Squad mode in our tournament. So I guess that's something. This is something as well that would work in terms of, I would say, gameplay if they go in a different format once we get into the global finals or other major tournament that Clash Squad is involved.
Yeah, I hope that one day we will get that onto the global stage, right? And it becomes a universal thing, and that will be the next era. I think we're slowly getting towards there. SCA, we are pretty blessed to have both Clash Squad and Battle Royale in a single split, and it gives these teams an extra incentive to play for. But obviously, the workload for the players also increases, right? You got more prep that you need to do, you got more tournament days you need to play, longer scrim hours, like you name it. But at least for the Brazilians, those from Latin America, it is an exciting time for them to finally be a part of this ecosystem.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a good chance really to make those adjustments, as well as mentioned, be part of this ecosystem in terms of Clash Squad. But in a bit, we're going to go in for the interview, and we're going to listen to what the team has to say after that second match in that CS Elite Squad. Again, they are just waiting for that to happen, and we're going to jump in right now on the stage. So let's bring it over to Yuki and Yunsul.
พี่กิกกำลังอยู่กับทีมจากอินโดนีเซียเพราะฉะนั้นก็ต้องสลามัสซาเลall of Indonesian นะคะแฟนนะคะ I miss you guys โอเคค่ะ ตอนนี้เดี๋ยวเราจะมาอินเทอร์วิวกันแล้วนะคะคำถามแรกเลยแล้วกันนะ อยากรู้มากเลยว่าในเมื่อเขาเป็นตัวแทนของทีมอินโดนีเซีย แล้วก็จะเข้าไปชิงแชมป์กันแล้ว แน่นอนว่าเขาต้องเจอกับทีมไทย รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะ
Jadi dia tanya perasaannya kalau sekarang kita menang itu harus pasti apa namanya menghadapi dengan Thailand. Bagaimana perasaannya?
Bahasa Indonesia aja. Perasaannya sih senang banget, apalagi kita juga belum pernah lawan Thailand kan ya. Jadi ya semoga aja besok menjadi match yang meriah gitu melawan Thailand.
ก็คือเขาบอกว่าเขาก็รู้สึกยินดีเป็นอย่างยิ่งครับเขาตื่นเต้นมากเพราะว่าเป็นครั้งแรกที่เขาจะต้องเจอกับทีมไทยแล้วก็ต้องสู้กันในเกม ก็หวังว่าการแข่งขันในวันพรุ่งนี้เนี่ยจะเป็นการแข่งขันที่น่าสนุกแล้วก็เร้าใจครับ
He hopefully that tomorrow competition will be like a colorful competitions and hope for good and this is very excited for them because it is the first time for them to meet Thai team.
So this is the first time like Indonesia can meet Thai and even more. This is your hometown, right?
Yeah.
So like fighting in the hometown is very stressful. But I think that tomorrow we're gonna be witness a very, how do I say, a very big match between Indonesia and Thailand. So before that, let's jump into our next questions.
Yes.
Okay, so could you guys show us a victory moment? Like since you guys win the game, right?
Some point, right?
Some posture,
Okay.
gesture of the victory.
ง่ายๆเลยจ้ะไหนๆก็ชนะแล้วขอสักหนึ่งโพสต์ฉลองชัยหน่อยเป็นไง
Jadi mereka minta postingnya setelah menang. Jadi sebagai untuk apa namanya perayaan kemenangannya itu harus menunjukkan satu postingnya sebagai tanda kemenangan. Gitu. Satu posting.
โอเค in 3 2 1 right
Jadi
Okay.
kita akan hitung mundur. 3, 2, tuh. Ya poster.
in 3
3, 2, 1. Bebas.
One.
poster
Okay.
Okay. mantap guys mantap
Very cool.
mantap
Cool and like really confident. I think
Yeah.
they are very confident actually.
Actually, I think that among of all teams in our regions, Indonesian team is very like how to say? They are not
Energetic.
shy. Yeah, energetic.
Full of energy.
Full of energy.
Jadi di antara semua tim-tim dari ASEAN, Indonesia itu adalah salah satu yang energinya paling tinggi itu.
พี่กิบอกเลยค่ะว่าในบรรดาลีเจียนทั้งหมดทั้งมวลเนี้ยทีมอินโดคือทีมที่พลังงานล้นที่สุด แล้วก็ล่าเริงแบบสุดๆด้วย เด็กไทยอ่ะยังขี้อายบ้าง
Jadi nampaknya gembira karena orang Thailand itu
ทีมเวียดนามก็ยัง
kayak orang
แบบว่า
pemalu gitu,
ขี้
malu-malu kucing.
อายใช้บ้างอะไรแบบนี้แต่ไม่เลยสำหรับทีมอินโดค่ะ ก็หวังว่าจะโชคดีแล้วก็หวังว่าจะเจอแมตช์ที่เดือดขึ้นไปอีกในวันพรุ่งนี้นะคะ
Jadi dia harap itu besok itu adalah hal yang beruntung untuk Indonesia dan semoga dapat kemenangannya.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very
Alright
much.
then, thank you so much and again congratulations to you winning and we hope to see you guys again in tomorrow.
Jadi,
Well,
terima kasih
that
ya,
is the
dan-
end of our interview and now let's come to a little break before we start our real match between like professional players.
ค่ะ เดี๋ยวเราไปพักกันสักครู่หนึ่งแล้วเดี๋ยวกลับมาค่ะ เจอกับโปรเพลเยอร์ไฟท์กันดีกว่า ไปพักเลยจ้า
Thank you very much, Yuki and Yunsul. And there you have it, Dominators really dominating that game, and they're looking forward to what tomorrow will happen. Now we are just waiting for the grand, I would say the main event at this point for the pro to go against a pro. We're going to go for a quick break. When we return, that is what's going to happen. So don't go away. Keep on liking the stream because we'll be right back.
right next to us is our very festive day one of the Ninja Clash Free Fire All-Star Tournament. Okay, so right in front of us, as you can see, so many standees, and I wonder like who's your favorite characters here? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So it's a very fun part for everyone who likes to take pictures or something like that. You can sit here. Oh,
Yeah. We can take a picture in this food and get the photo.
okay. So we can try it. Oh,
Wow.
oh, so cute.
It's so cute.
Next food is claybirds.
Yes.
So you can see that there are many clays here. So if you are a fan of art, definitely we can provide you some clay here to make the toys that you want to. Alright, next booth, Madara weapon. So right behind us is a Madara. Hold this Madara and try to hunt down 3 targets. Woo! Okay, painting kunai on scroll. As you can see on Meg's hands, there will be a kunai, and you can freely like express yourself, drawing colors, making your own design. We will scan for you, and your kunai will show on the screen like this. And welcome to Free Fire Landing. You guys play the games already, right? Free Fire. So we will jump somewhere.
Oh.
Wait, is that safe?
Yeah. It is.
All right.
Safe.
Okay, so both of. Hi everyone, I'm Yoso and this is Meg. Right next to us is our very festive day one of the Ninja Clash Free Fire All-Star Tournament. Okay, so right in front of us, as you can see, so many standees, and I wonder like who's your favorite characters here? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So it's a very fun part for everyone who likes to take pictures or something like that. You can sit here. Oh,
Yeah. We can take a picture in this food and get the photo.
okay. So we can try it. Oh,
Wow.
oh, so cute.
It's so cute.
Next food is claybirds.
Yes.
So you can see that there are many clays here. So if you are a fan of art, definitely we can provide you some.
I will go straight down to the BSK. Blue will be closing in soon. There's no shift anymore. It's magic here. Bumping up the road. Limit gets the knock up to Wasana as well. Won't see the final. Blue won't go down. For the stop is going to bring it home. Only one remains.
The Free Fire Ninja Clash Squad Tournament begins
เวทีนี้กับ Ninja Clash Freefire All Star ค่ะ และในตอนนี้ได้เวลาเจอการแข่งขันในระดับโปรเพลเยอร์กันแล้ว และนี่จะเป็นการพบกันของทีม MOVISTAR R7 เจอกับ WAG จากเวียดนาม
Welcome back to the Ninja Clash Freefire All-Star Tournament, and this is the part that I think everyone has been waiting for because it is for professional players.
Yeah.
And it is also one of my favorite match is because the only team of my bringing the color of my flag here.
Yeah, but WAG is in the house, you know.
Yeah, of
And
course.
WAG is the prize of Vietnam.
It is. They are the pride of Vietnam. So, welcome to the match between WAG and MOVISTAR R7.
เพราะฉะนั้นค่ะ ขอให้ทุกคนต้อนรับทีมแชมป์จากรายการ Freefire World Series รัตินอเมริกา 2025 EWC Qualifier และนี่คือทีม MOVISTAR R7 ค่ะ
Please welcome Team MOVISTAR R7, the champions of Freefire World Series Latin America 2025 EWC Qualifier.
และนี่คือแชมป์จากประเทศเวียดนาม กับรายการ Freefire World Series เวียดนาม 2025 4และนี่คือ WAG
And please welcome WAG, champions of Freefire World Series Vietnam 2025 Fall.
My goodness They're coming with a ninja running pose ไม่น่าเชื่อเลยค่ะ เป็นการเปิดตัวที่เรียกได้ว่ามาถึงปุ๊บก็ว้าวเลย
Wow.
นินจา running ทำอย่างนี้ได้ยังไงคะทุกคนคะ เปิดมายังสีสันขนาดนี้ energy พวกเขามาเต็มมากๆ และแน่นอนค่ะทุกคนคะ ได้เวลาให้ทั้งสองทีมเช็คแฮนด์กันหน่อยดีกว่า แล้วค่อยประจำ position กันค่ะ เชิญค่ะ
Yes, for today, our ninja teams and MOVISTAR R7, please kind of shake your hands and get ready for your first match.
ทุกคนคะพร้อมหรือยังสำหรับแมตช์สนุกๆต่อไป และเรียกได้ว่านี่คือการแข่งแมตช์แบบโปรเพลเยอร์คู่แรกถ้าพร้อมกันแล้วไม่ต้องรอช้าดิคะเราไปเจอกับชาวแคสเตอร์กันเลยดีกว่า ไปจ้า
Or then like a team, they fly like half of the continent just to be here, and Vietnam is kind of close. So I think there's gonna be a different thinking for MOVISTAR R7. But I think today they just can, gonna handle it, gonna play their best, right?
They are
Because
the best of the best. Can you feel the heat?
I already feel the heat, and I hope you guys also feel like us. Now, let's go back to our caster and let the game started.
Thank you once again, Yuki and Yoonsul. And again, this is Neptune, the gentleman Garcia, together with Husky. We are your casters for today, as up until the end of this tournament. And really, this is something else that everyone has been waiting for, and as well as I am. I think this is the first time that these teams will be going in, meeting each other. There might be some instances in Battle Royale, but Clash Squad, this is the first time we are going to see MOVISTAR R7 play. So hopefully they learned a lot from watching the VODs from Southeast Asia, because that's where it started. From preseason up until the previous spring season, they are already bringing in the Clash Squad into play.
Yeah, we have been funnily enough, experimenting it with Southeast Asia way before it was implemented into the official circuit, right? Even
Yeah.
previous years, past years when we had show matches. I remember when the Chinese Taipei was still part of the equation. LGDS, who remembers these heroes from across the world? We had these Clash Squad show matches, and every single time SCA has been a part of it. So to a certain degree, SCA teams, we got a head start, but we cannot count out teams like MOVISTAR R7 who have proven their mettle. Sure, the economy system, takes a while to get used to. It's not like Battle Royale where you have infinite resources from looting, corpses. But at least in terms of the gunfights, in terms of how we strategize around things, it's almost the same as long as you remember that there are no revives in Clash Squad.
Exactly, no revives, only pickups just in case you get knocked down, and that's one thing that they need to play with. Also is the ban and pick system that the teams will need to deal with. What meta are they going to take out of the board in case of using those unique active skill? And I think the same still applies though. They are going to have unique active skill, and the passives would help them make all those works. And you did mention about economy, so those pistol not pistol rounds anymore. It's shuriken rounds at this point because of the update that we have for this collaboration. The shuriken rounds would be a difference, especially with their accuracy as well as the range that they have to fight in to get all those cash to buy more of the weapon that they need up towards the end of the game.
Yeah, I think that's very important too, right? We also have the event exclusive, mechanics. I would assume that we are gonna see the flying Raijin Jutsu, all the what do you call it, the keepsakes for this Clash Squad mode. But of course there is stakes, just like every great ninja war, there's a stake. It's not just peaceful. For your hidden village is also 40 grand US dollars for the champions, and a half of that for second place, 10,000 for third and fourth, and then all the way down to 4,000 for fifth to eighth. And if you are the grand final MVP, you get an extra 3 grand to your name.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is something else to really look forward to. Moment you move up into the leaderboard, into that round, you are getting a bigger piece of the pie. And even if a Grand Finals MVP adds more to that, but you need to get into Grand Finals, you need to survive a little bit longer, not lose out on 2 matches, because that is the elimination factor that we have on this Clash Squad mode. You will need to go against, for round number 1, against a different region, and you will need to increase your number of wins to be able to get into the semifinals as well as the grand finals. This is a tournament timeline. It is happening today. The first round between the 8 teams, and then those who had the first wins before that will be our finale for the day.
It's in of itself, from today onwards, we already will find out which 2 teams are going to make it to the playoffs, right? Who gets the fast track ticket to playoffs. But of course, just like them two mentioned earlier on, 1 unique active skill per player. They cannot have duplicates. Every player in the team needs to use a different active skill, and they have to use an active skill. So no double Riptide Rhythm, no double Chrono, no those shenanigans that we've seen 2 years ago. Everyone has to have their own unique playstyle.
Yeah, I'm real excited on what the teams are going to bring in the active skill department, because we do have a few updates in some of the characters right here. So we'll have to see if that is something that they can adjust to, or they've adjusted to. But before we move forward, we also have the Naruto Shippuden special gameplay, as did mentioned by Husky. A few of those changes because of the update. We have the Red Moon. If in case you get 3 airdrops, you activate the Red Moon. We also have the ninjutsus available. So those jutsus that is in game is also available in Clash Squad, and did mention about the shurikens as our shuriken mode in comparison to the pistol rounds that we have. And there's also difference. It's not the Warbringers anymore. It's the Hidden Leaf Village as well as Akatsuki going against each other. And these are the teams that is participating for this Clash Squad battle.
got Lost, RRQ KAZU, BURIRAM United E-sports, EVOS, FLUXO, FALCONS, WAG, and MOVISTAR R7. And funnily enough, you look at this list, only 3 of them were eligible to win EWC. And those 3 of them, surprise, surprise, does not include both our 2-time world champion, nor our defending EWC champions. But that's Battle Royale, right? When it comes to Clash Squad, I think it's much agreed upon that Team Falcons are a team to beat up to this point. We'll see if that's going to be the case. And for those who are not familiar with our format, we are playing in a Swiss round format. And the easiest way to put it is that you win 2 series, you go to playoffs. You lose 2 series, you are out of contention.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you will be eliminated and you will not be proceeding in tomorrow's matches. Thus, the first round would be very crucial to make sure that you will get that 1-0 and also end it to the final 2 series that we have for today. But you did mention about Team Falcon, who is, I would say, Clash WAD champion for Southeast Asia, but they're going against Lost at this point, and we know how Lost is. In Battle Royale, they have put in so much aggression, and how do they put in all those aggression, all those points, is with those CQCs, and this is the name of the game of Clash Squad, CQCs overall.
Yeah, CQC, if you can't hack it, you're out, right? You don't have a second chance to buy your teammates back, as you have to be able to man up and fight your way to the death. And that's what makes it interesting, right? Really puts the fundamentals to the test, right? Gone you don't have to think about rotations too much. It's all about how you handle yourself in the heat of battle. And thankfully, at least for this first course of the entree, we start off with a bit of a more light tasting dish, right? Our MOVISTAR R7 is WAG. WAG, of course, the only team in this entire Clash Squad tournament, a show match that has not made it to EWC, but has made enough impact in SEA and makes it interesting against R7.
Yeah, I mean, especially from the spring season we're in, I did mention this earlier, they almost got it against their opponents right there. And I think it's EVOS Divine who just took them out in contention, but there's still fire from them. MOVISTAR R7, though, we don't have any details that we can say, or in my record, about their performance in Clash Squad, but you did mention that they are part of EWC. They showed up, even was part of the grand finals, and is a good chance to really bring it on against the Vietnamese team. So let's see if the Latam region has what it takes right now. But Yunsul did point out a good point earlier, because they are far away from their region, from their country. So there's a like home ground disadvantage, or continent disadvantage, as well as jet lag in the mix.
Yeah, that probably all are going to start adding up. But you know what they say, sometimes you know, if you are closer, if your home is closer to where the tournament venue is, the pressure is also higher. You know, in this case, WAG's trip back home would be a hell lot easier if you know, R7 knocks them out. But let's see how this one is going to play out. Both teams obviously locked in on stage. R7, I think, coming into this, sure there's pressure, right? When there's prize pool, when there's stakes, there's going to be pressure. But I think at the end of the day, you also look at it from a point of view that this is the first time, it's an experience, right? It's not often that they get to play in an SCA territory. And I think more so for MOVISTAR R7 compared to teams like FLUXO or Lost, who at least FLUXO have stepped foot in SCA. But for the rest of the Latam or the Brazilian teams, it's very far and few in between. Map order this time, Bermuda, Kalahari, and Nextera, so we don't have 3 Bermudas in a row.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen so much of Bermuda already, but we are still going to see that for game number 1 between these 2 teams. And I would love to see which or what active skill they are going to take out, as well as use in this game. And that surprised me, the mentality of some of the teams, especially in this Clash Squad, even in Southeast Asia, how they choose their active skill can spell them winning this battle in, I would say, in multiple rounds. So that can also give a preview of what needs to be taken out on the next series. So that is something that they need to think about, and we are seeing some discussions as well between the players as well as their coaches, just to make sure they don't make a mistake in picking it out
And of course, for those who only saw the show match earlier on and don't are not really familiar with how the proper Clash Squad format is, we do have a draft. We do have abilities that people are going to band out. The draft, the compositions of the lineups that we are going to see. So a lot more depth is included. Then afterwards, we have the economy, the management. If you're bad at finances, this is where it's really gonna start to hurt. If you, all in all your chips at round 2 after losing, you get a heavy buy and then you end up losing again somehow. That is gonna bite you in the back. So I think that management is gonna be a lot more important for both squads. And the venue still continues to heat up. It's like what? Time is an hour behind us, right? So it is 4:20 p.m. there.
Still early though.
Still early, yeah.
Yeah, and you know how it is. It's a weekend though, so there's a lot more of survivors that will be joining them right there, and they're just in time. If in case they missed out the KOL match, they're just in time right here to watch the pro match. But we're seeing so much more, but let me take a peek on what WAG did use in the Sea Spring against Team Falcons the first round. They took out Steffi. They used Zane, Koda, Iris, and Homer into their active skills. So that's one thing that we might expect, especially, and that is same in Bermuda. There's a lot of usage of Iris at this point, especially for the sniper. Just make sure that you get all those information in against your opponent and just time their movement to be able to take them down as quickly as that from a distance.
Yeah. I remember like Steffi was a huge deal. Steffi and the Iris were a huge deal in Clash Squad, and there's a lot of emphasis. Santino also, I think, was introduced into the equation when he was released. Like, sniper players love that. I know Limit was a big fan of Santino in his debut day. Russia too, yeah. But I do wonder with Tatsuya now having that nerf, right? I wonder if people will still take him, or they will still go for Oscar and then have the Skylar in, because I can still see the application of getting that knockdown reset. We saw that, I believe, from Lost, from Rigby during EWC, where he still rocked the Tatsuya, and actually it paid off. And sure, it's like 1 out of 10 rounds, but you can see the theory behind it. And I do wonder if it will work better in Clash Squad, where there's no revives.
Yeah, there's no revives. There's really no chance of losing out. But that would depend though. If like accuracy, if that is the case for Rigby, he does have the accuracy. So if he rush in, get that knockdown, he still has the refresh. And that's the good thing about Tatsuya right now. If you get a knockdown, the Rebel Rush will refresh and you have a chance to like pull away or go in for the next target. But if you fail, especially with M590, the reload would be quite long. You might not be able to follow it up that quickly. So let's see if that combination specifically will be used at this point. For your point at Santino though, there's a change that has been done, adjustment that has been done. There's a limit on the distance, especially in the vertical distance, that Santino can be used. So I think it's 10 meters above ground that you won't be able to trigger that recall. So for those, especially for those guys, specifically in Solara, playing Santino in TV Tower, that is for you. Because you keep hitting me so much from above and they just go back.
Yeah, it's a necessary change for sure. I remember back then, like, people just send the clone and it's like, it goes so far away.
Oh yeah.
Of course, we also have our on-site commentators. Oh my goodness. Is that you, Madara?
Dude.
Don't destroy the venue, it's just day one. No almighty push, no almighty attraction, okay? Don't use any of that. No shenanigans this time. Be a good boy, Madara.
Wait until
No, Madara is
closing.
straight. It's Pain. What am I talking about? Yeah.
Pain, that's Pain. I mean,
Pain.
wait for the closing. At least he can take out, like, clear out the venue, clear out the mall.
He's gonna clear out the mall if we gotta find out which team he supports, and then we can avert disaster. Because I don't think the great sages will be there to help us this time.
the great stage and the great stage, I would say. Well, we're seeing a few more doing that, and a few fans. I love the emote booth. I mean, I would love seeing all of those people energized, because you know how it is. In a place just like this, there's a few games, but you don't see those energetic vibes, and that alone just gives you that vibe that everyone can catch up to. So, like emotes overall, especially if you know the emote and you will love to try it out, that's a place that you want to be.
Yeah, makes me feel young. Well, we had a good time at EWC. Though I wish that there was more time to explore around, because I realized that after I came back, after we left, and like I talked to my friends who were still there, and I realized how much I've been missing out in Riyadh. So hopefully you get more time next year. Hopefully.
Which part? Outside the boulevard or
No, like
the
even
boulevard?
within the boulevard itself, there's so many things that actually was happening. I didn't know that they had a full museum of all the evolution of gaming devices. So like your Atari into your like the whole museum, and there's so many things that was on display. But the crowd, I mean, this is like what? It's Saturday, right? It's the weekend.
It's Saturday.
Lively place in Thailand.
Yeah, definitely. And I guess we are set. I mean, fist bumps overall. They are ready. And there we have it. The bans. This is what we want to see. Which active skill do they want to take out, and who is getting the first ban? Because you know how it is in draft. Like, you go for a counter pick or counter ban based on your prerogative, and Sane will be taken out. So none of those buff, none of those extreme encounter that will be coming in, and A124 from the side of MOVISTAR R7.
Yeah. So no Sane. So not much difference from I think the last time. I know that Sane was also pretty popular. We get the A124 ban, and Oscar instantly picked up. Would have been Tatsuya pre-nerf. Right now it's going to be the Oscar. So we're going down to kind of the basics, right? We still have someone that can rush. Tatsuya gets picked up by MOVISTAR R7.
This is what we're talking about. The counter. the counter picks.
I wouldn't say it's a big surprise, but it definitely is something that I can see being an option, right? You need someone to match the quote-unquote aggression of Oscar, because back then people would open both Tatsuya and Cassie, and then they would see if you can win the gamble and get it on second pick. In this case, we get Oscar, Cassie, and then the Coda, which is also a huge commodity. But without Sane in the equation, those glue walls aren't as reinforced, and you're not taking down glue walls as fast, and you're not as tanky, which was a big deal back then when people were just first picking Zane and Cassie in the same rotation.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's one thing that would really help a team get a little bit tougher in those CQCs. But on the other side, Clue. So again, another counter to Coda. Coda with that information, Aurora Vision, wherein Clue has that tracing step. So both of them have a chance to get information of the location of their teammates. Chrono, though, with Time Turner, as you did mention, this is something that has been coming back, especially in Clash Squad, because of those CQZs. If you want to survive a little bit longer, especially if you're down on HP, you would pull out the Time Turner, and it gives you 10 seconds to recover, or probably target the opponents, or find a way to target the opponents before you head out.
Yeah. And we immediately are seeing one of the advantages that WAG have with this composition is that they have ways to destroy glue walls, right? We're talking about the Oscar Valiant Dash, but at the same time, you also have great intel gatherers with Coda, Iris to a certain degree, and you have that regeneration from the Cassie Electrotherapy. MOVISTAR R7, they have Clue to trace footsteps, sure. They have Santino and Tatsuya to kind of reposition. They have Chrono as a defensive mechanism. But taking down glue walls is going to be one of the struggles that they might have to brute force through. And a part of me is thinking that WAG, because we're going on to Bermuda, if we are starting off at peak or somewhere like on the shipping rig, they could pop a Coda, get the intel, and then have Cassie Oscar just go right in for attempted first blood.
Yeah, exactly. And well, Iris right there also with, I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is often for X4 because he's a sniper. But I did mention, we talked about this earlier, that X4 might be trying a different role at this point. So let's see if that was just a fluke from what we've seen in their skirmish from before this day. But usually the sniper is the one bearing that iris that gives him the advantage. So there we have it. It's PLS 1 right now. Who would be sniper, and surprise, surprise, Oscar will be used by X4. So I guess it is true.
Yeah, so it is true. And then we see Turbo coming in from Movistar R7. He was not feuded at EWC at all. So it's going to be the first time we see him for sure. Very interesting, right? Because we put X4 in one of the Hall of the Greats when it comes to sniper plays in SEA. I wonder if this is just a Clash Squad role change, it's a Clash Squad thing, or is it going to translate into the fall season? But either way, interesting development we've seen so far. I want to see if the experience that WAG has is going to be more than enough to take down Movistar R7, or maybe they came in with their own plans as well.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, these adjustments, especially in terms of role, we've seen this before. We've seen, well, not really role, but like adaptability. We've seen this from BURIRAM United. We've seen them just wear a sniper, use a sniper, even if they're a rusher. So it's quite a reverse right now for X4 because he has been the sniper overall, but he needs to go for survivability if he's stuck going solo. I guess this is a good way as well to use that, or good avenue to use that as a training ground to make sure that he can fight back even if he's not the sniper of the team.
Yeah. Of course, the WAG players probably spotting fans in the crowd. I like the vibe. You can see that big change. We just had monitors and PCs on the stage, and now they're all removed. We're just back to the good old Freefire, good old mobile phone gaming.
Imagine it's only a few minutes though. A few minutes break, and they just managed to take it out.
We've all witnessed teardowns before, or at least like changes in the equipments when you make some changes on stage. Events is such an interesting field to be in. I remember like being part of events even back in school, and then the amount of things you miss that goes on behind the scenes itself is it's pretty overwhelming. Like people moving stuff around, changing out decorations and all of that. You gotta really give respect to the staff. They are definitely giving it their all for this event.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, given the fact as well that they have not just those equipment, but also like everything in the scene that is, I would say, different. Like the LEDs, you need to be careful with those as well. But I mean, how they set it up, how they make sure that everything is set up overall, production design. I would say they've done so much in here. Kudos to the production design at this point for putting up this stage as well as clearing it out that quickly.
It's something that we have been repeating so many times. I think since 2021, since like MCP, like every season the graphic keeps getting better, the stage keeps getting more and more grand. They keep one-upping themselves, right? Like this it's pretty crazy how much work is being put in. I remember there was this show that I watched before, and they had performances in between, and something unfortunate happened. A dancer did a backflip and landed on an LCD TV. So that was quite quite a spectacle. But yeah, you gotta be really careful with these stage things.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if it was me, I'm already putting myself in their shoes. If it was me, I mean, I would need to do another job. But how can you get another job to pay for that job that you messed up? So that's one thing though. Make sure you don't make mistakes.
Yeah, even if you make mistakes, don't damage equipment. That's all I'm saying. Like the most you're allowed to do is trip over your headphone wires, right? Like you actually unplug it or something, and then sure, but you drop the mixer, you break an LED light. That's a completely different story.
Yeah, bring down the stage. not literally. Not literally. Just bring down the stage based on performance, but not literally bring down the stage.
That would be an extra. That would be like the least of your concern if the stage does go down. Let's see, like BRU on the scene too. They are going to be playing later on against RRQ. I wonder where all the pro players are. Let's, so we spotted BRU. We're missing RRQ. We're missing Lost Falcons. What's the last one? I feel like I'm forgetting someone. EVOS.
EVOS, yeah. EVOS. Well, I guess like for those in Thailand, I would say Falcons and BURIRAM United, they have most of the fans, especially in this venue. So, and again, for the others, they are just like probably just chilling because you know how it is. The prize pool is involved, your reputation is involved, your pride as well as a preview of what's going to happen into fall season is here as well. So I think they're taking their time focused, but for those who are confident, I would say EVOS is probably also roaming around because how confident they are, especially with the EWC championship that they had. So I guess they would also, there will be a lot of fans out there looking out for them. But, well, we are just waiting for the game to start. Love the setup out there. Again, it's quite different with all those LCDs. But the players are in their comfort zone, I would say, at this point. The stage doesn't bother them. The crowd doesn't bother them. You see all those smiles. And one thing, though, is not quite sure if this is something shared, but all the players have a heartbeat monitor.
Oh, we have to see that stat, right? We have to have an API that pulls up the heartbeat, right? And to see how they are controlling themselves. I can tell you, in heated moments in game, my heartbeat goes up. But I know there are some players that are incredibly stoic, like it doesn't faze them. Wow. We need to implement that. Maybe somewhere down the road. Maybe for global finals, right? Heartbeat monitors is the next on the checklist. And wow.
Yeah, we have that now. We have that now. We're going to see that in a bit.
That's going to be so exciting. Here we go.
Yeah, well, R7 right now already on the flank, and this is the usual movement, especially in this part of the map. For WAG, though, most of the time, like teams going in on this side of the map doesn't go all in, but they want to end it quite quickly. X4 with the triple shuriken takes down Turbo, and that's what I'm talking about accuracy of the sniper turn the Russian.
That is some insane stuff. Of course, WAG, they're representing Akatsuki. They're taking the Hidden Lift Village. There's Minato right in front of them. Joker loses out. Able to get a trade back. A nade in the hand. I didn't know that ninjas use grenades nowadays, but, you know, times have changed. Secure into PLS1. Joker also being able to collect it. So far, WAG up in numbers.
Yeah, up in numbers. Games King being hit by X4. Santino already being triggered just to make sure there's an escape plan for them. But they are rushing in against X4. It's a 1v1 situation, and there goes Santino being triggered to get away. But no, WAG just says, we'll take you down. Only one casualty, and they can retain all of their loots.
And this is why Sasuke hates Naruto, because the Santino bailed. He bailed on his teammate when they went in from a two-man rush. That is quite a funny start. But WAG getting the first round, Mini Uzi in hand. They finally bring out the big pistols, and Joker with a hero rifle.
Oh, let's see though. I mean, economy-wise, it's not really wise for Joker and Games King, but if they can give them that advantage, they will be able to use it at this point. Mini Uzi from the other side, PLS1 with the Deagle in his hand, and a Turbo already popping off with that chrono time turner. But let's see if this is something that they can use right now. T Kui almost being taken down and barricaded themselves in. The question is, will they be able to take R7 in this engagement? Because PLS1's a little bit too far.
Wow, they somehow were able to get Joker. Because of Cyrus, Turbo I think getting knocked down too. Games King needs to make use of the rifle that he got, and so far it hasn't been paying off. They lost Joker, so one of that hero rifle is already removed from the equation. Tikui, and then Uzi to the body of Della, and Games King left alone. Not an economic
Double kill.
investment.
Double
Did
kill.
not pay off at all. WAG up 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, WAG won the first round, but they went in for the 800 just to get those mini Uzis, and they still have a lot in their pocket. So they can really switch it up right now. Turbo with a P90, and, well, let's see if that would work for them. Same goes with Games King, and we have the Pyrofall on hands of Joker. Great on long distance, great damage as well, but this is, unless you flank onto those silos or onto the bridge, that's the only time that you can get that opening.
Well, at least they do set themselves back slightly with that forced buy. Whereas for WAG, they definitely put themselves in a more comfortable position. In the previous round, we see them use a lot of the clay bomb to try and force WAG into a rough spot. And for a moment, they did in the containers. But again, no capitalization on that was the undoing. The mini Uzi fire rate at close range was just a lot more effective than those rifles that that R7 brought out.
Yeah, I think I saw an AWM as well being pulled out or being seen. Well, let's see though if this is something. It's PLS1 with AWM. Not so much of range or opening for him to use it, but Joker already on that second floor, or on the rooftop rather, and Turbo on the flag. So R7 is securing the middle of the map, and WAG is just regrouping inside the compound, waiting for the blue to close in.
And remember, to summon the Red Moon, you need to get 3 of the drops. I think WAG already got 1 of them, as indicated by the red dot. Slow round for R7. They don't have the best guns. You see, mini Uzi is an assortment of guns. It's like a buffet that they have, but none of them are extremely effective. I think the silver lining is that, like you pointed out, Neptune, that this AWM doesn't really have. They have high ground too, in the form of Joker, but they can't really get intel indoors, and that's where WAG can take advantage of.
Well, let's see now, WAG can take advantage of the shift of the circle, but the rest of R7 is already waiting for them to move. So let's see if this is something that they can use. There goes a few of those Chutsugs being pulled out just to make sure that they have an opening, or they will not be rushed out quickly. Explorer ready for the flank. PLS1 might be in trouble as Joker jumps in on him, but no, they are still in a group, not even spreading around. There goes Oscar, and there goes a takedown by against Joker, and it is WAG losing out. Only 2 Tikoi remains, and will be going against Games King.
No, he is down in hell. Tikoi! What a clutch! Right in the center of the zone, just winning with position. And this man, we have sometimes casted doubts on him. He's been with WAG for quite a while, but now he is the top fragger. He's 5-0-3 on the team.
Yeah, that's the thing though. I mean, despite of having Rebel Rush, Games King doesn't have a chance against the blue. And I don't know, there's no way to really get in against Tikoi at that moment, but 3-0, that looks like WAG is in a row right now. But at peak, let's see if they'll be able to turn things around for R7.
And once more, WAG assumes control very quickly of key points. That's like a fireball jutsu in the face. Blue walls, they're gonna stand just enough. In fact, somehow Della finds himself outside of the building. Wants to regroup with Turbo, but WAG is not making it look easy. And every single step they move is going to be a bit chip damage. Ex-Bordo needs some time to heal back up. Both teams somehow ends up switching position. R7 outside of their own compound.
And there goes another fireball. Brought in by Games King. Does have the Groza in hand, but not so much of the opening to fire at them. And there goes a Coda being popped, or our vision to give information. And X4 right now, just waiting for that opportunity. Doesn't have that much of weapon, only a Deagle in hand, Desert Eagle in hand. Let's see if he will make all those headshots. It's just that WAG is saving up for the opportunity if in case they lose a fight, and I guess this is where that is the strength of WAG in terms of Clash Squad is.
Yeah, well, if R7 keeps track of cooldown, know that WAG has a window of weakness, but R7 isn't really pushing the envelope just yet, so that cooldown will come back up in just a bit. Irish just got popped as well by PLS1. No cigar right there, and now it comes to Rush. Cyrus getting a 1, but into the game can trace him down. X4 traded back, but thankfully for the side of R7, this time they recovered just as well. WAG not able to withstand the full rush of R7, and that is what they need.
Yeah, that's what they need. I mean, the pickup is quick, especially if you have a Thiva on you, and Turbo is just a little bit buff with that Andrew. So let's see if this is something that they can carry over, reduce the lead, and probably take over against Akatsuki or WAG at this point. But as you can see, economy would be something that WAG has already taken consideration of. They lose this game, but they still have a cash to use the weapon. And we are seeing PLS1 pull out that VSK-94, and he can take that second floor as an advantage. And I think he's the one putting damage on Turbo.
See, Games King once more having leverage. It's between him and PLS1, but PLS1 won't have vision of him. Another fireball jutsu. Santino swap. Switcheroo, that's there. The clone. They get the safety. Clone will be taken down very quickly by PLS1. Doesn't want to deal with any extra decoy that R7 have been stored.
Let's see though. I mean, Games King from above. This is a deadly position for, especially for this guy. The moment he jumps up, instant headshot might happen, especially with the P90. But the same goes with Tikui in that M1887. But as we can see right now, it is a standoff, a stalemate at this point, and PLS1 will need to move closer. But there's also one from R7 who's waiting for them on the other side.
Yeah, another slow round that might just end with the circle being the deciding factor. Once I believe the second drop has been claimed by WAG, we see 2 dots already on the screen. Joker taking some chip damage, and WAG so far hasn't really been putting much emphasis on taking the high ground. Maybe no need to do that as they continue to chip Joker's health bar away. X4 is the one that's making life hard. Joker is now pinned down. Here comes the full rush. Tikui getting punished by Games King. Was waiting for this moment his entire life on top of the roof. Cyrus also gets punished. The MOVISTAR R7 patience paying off. They lose 2 members in the process, but no confirmed knock just yet. Through the window, Della finds the knock and converts it to number 3. Tikui left alone to his own devices. MOVISTAR R7 recovers and finds the second round.
Again, Games King is deadly at this point. Accuracy overall, 8 elimination already, plus Adela on the backup. Both of them has a P90 in hand, and with this win, they can afford to buy a Groza X, especially for Games King. MP40 for Games King as well. Now up close and personal as well as for long range, this guy would be deadly, especially with Joker on the AWM already. So let's see if WAG can bring this in. Otherwise, it will be a catch-up and they can tie it on a 3.
We're seeing some similarities from when Falcons play in Clash Squad, right? Where you have Limit always posted up on the high ground, and you gain so much leverage just from that alone. So early on, Tikui taking some chip damage. Getting healed back up very, very quickly by the Cassie Electrotherapy. Again, they have a lot of Intel gathering tools, but it's also about timings. When you press the abilities, are you going to commit to it? Because there's a long downtime in between. Games Kings now is going to be under threat. They want to flush him out. X4 dashes forward, looking for Della. Was able to make his way around the corner to escape. Tikui holding the back. Games King somehow still alive.
Yeah, still alive. Games King doesn't have an opening right now. He needs to recover, and that time would be the downfall for Della. But Della slowly recovering from those damage, and R7 moves away. These fences will be saving them, and Tikui takes advantage of the high ground. Mag 7 in this high ground not really viable because you don't have that distance, you don't have that range capability. But X4 will be taken down by his kill, and Santino will be popped. Della and Turbo is gunned down, but Games King will be followed up by PLS1. It is now a 1v1 situation. Let's see if PLS1 can bring this on. It's a BSK against BSK.
battle of the snipers. It's Minato against Madara. Who's going to take this one? Of course, Joker does have a bit more health to work with. PLS finally getting to recover. And Joker retrieved Della. Decides to not go for it. Takes the fight straight on. Takes the initial shot. PLS with the outplay. 2 accurate shots to the chest is all it takes. WAG out 4-2.
That's one thing though. I mean, AWM up close and personal, you have the damage, but you like the reload is quite slow compared to VSK. That's what PLS has advantage of, and he's just using it like a shotgun, like an M590. And we know how it is with the snipers; they're quite accurate at that point. But with this Remnant Village, this is more of a sniper's venue, especially if Joker can flank in onto the other side. That would be an opening against WAG.
Certainly will be. But we've seen greatness from MOVISTAR R7, and even against the strongest on the global stage, they have put out quite a performance. X4 this time, so no chance.
First blood.
As they swarm him. You see even a fireball juice straight to his face. Not really sure if that was needed, but better be safe than sorry. As they bring the barbecue to the rest of Remnant Village, Cyrus needs time to recover, doesn't find it. Another fireball to the side of the building. Games King is pulling no punches.
Ooh, Games King for the hit, but he will be taken down by PLS1. But only one remains. The 1v2 situation. Decoy will be picked up, but I think Games King right now, who's up close. But no, Della managed to take down Decoy, and Joker brings PLS1. Now, a chance to tie it up once again, and I love how R7 is recovering at that point. When WAG is just getting 1 point, they just counter them with a different approach, a different tactics, just to make sure that up close and personal, they would win against WAG.
And the explosiveness from R7 too. I don't think WAG was ready to receive a hit that fast and direct. You see how disorientated they were when X4 suddenly just got removed from the fight before it even began. But they do have a lot more space at this factory. A big direct contact. FGL just to take out that glue wall, even actually no, the clay bomb, excuse me. Games King making contact. X4 losing out on the trade. That was a 1v3 by the way, and X4 somehow on the receiving end, and he is actually taking down the burn. Is it gonna be enough? No, X4 barely recovers.
I was holding my breath at that moment for X4. Only a few HP, still going down, but Joker right now, prime position, and PLS, I don't think he sees him from that angle. But Games King with that M1014 in hand, and Della will be going down though from Max 7 coming from Decoy, and WAG just steamrolling against R7. Only Joker remains, but what can you do? You might be able to use that. You might be able to use that clue to spot out your opponent, but once the blue closes in, you will be in trouble.
Yeah, R7 tried to do too many things at the same time. They divert resources everywhere across the map and ended up losing every single one of those trades. This is just going to try and run the clock. I don't think Joker has much that he can do. He could delay his demise and just talk about what they're going to do in round number 9. But for WAG, solid recovery. Decoy, 10 eliminations so far.
I mean, this guy has been aggressive at this point, and especially with how the rest of the teams is moving in for the backup or quick backup, I guess Decoy can bring on Scar in his hand, and it's level 3. So, you know, their fire rate is already good on that weapon, but the damage will increase as well. But Decoy, I think he is just showing up as a decoy at this point, just making sure that Joker peeks out, and an opening for X4, who got tired of being the rusher. He wants that AWM as well.
Yeah, all smiles on the faces of the WAG players. They know this round is pretty much settled.
Yeah, it's just a wait.
Come on, Joker. Come on, give it to them.
Nah.
Still got him with the explosive charm though.
It's tough though. I mean, that's And that is what we've pointed out from before, especially in Russia in Clash Squad. It's always quite far from the rest of the teams. Thus, when he is left alone, the rest of the team is already taken out. There's not so much that you can do. And snipers or Xbor is trying to change that script. He's going for a rusher role, but can also use a sniper so that he can always be with the rest of the teammates.
WAG this time. Gonna take it slow. They actually PLS1 posted very, very far up. Games King and Turbo doubling up. See the explosive kunai in hand. Throws it right at the blue wall. Tikui. And not even phased. They even swapped the decoy. The position of the decoy with Della. I'm not really sure if that was spotted out by WAG. Very early usage of that ability. So good chance that they already saw Della. They did a fake out afterwards.
There goes shots from afar, but Turbo, you won't be able to do any damage on that MP Booyah at that point from afar. But Joker right now, AWM, does have advantage from this high ground, but he needs to move away in a bit. Otherwise, it will be a repeat of what happened earlier.
That Turbo, Games King, and Della tripling up. Once more Joker on that roof. Last time that MOVISTAR R7 got the round win, it was off of the play of Joker and Games King on these high grounds. They've been taking turns, depending on the situation, but WAG have been a lot more aware, and potential rush Tikoi just pokes his head out a little bit. Doesn't have the weapon to fight at that range just yet. Coda cooldown not back up, but Xmore makes the call to at least establish some presence outside, but they still need the Coda.
Yeah, they need the Coda to get information, but what can they do? The R7 is already blocking their approach. They are already blocking their way and taking lead as well on the Chevy Circle. Turbo on the other side will need to wait on one area, and they might be able to take down Xboard. But no, Turbo pushes away and almost being taken down. But Joker would be the next target. Cyrus with that knockdown with the Groza. And Xboard with a UMP in hand. I don't think that rush can help them. And it is just WAG wanting to end this game that quick.
WAG will take match number 1 on Bermuda, 6-3 over MOVISTAR R7. High fives all around. I think MOVISTAR R7, they have a pretty decent idea on how to deal with WAG. You know, high ground control is one, but also taking advantage of the fact that the timings for WAG have to be precise. And one of the rounds that they won was just being able to run the WAG when they did not have the abilities online. But in rounds where WAG was able to slow it down and drag it out for the second rotation of their cooldowns, that's where time runs out for R7 and space runs out for R7. So the Akatsuki clan takes map 1.
Yeah, Akatsuki clan takes map 1, but I don't think this is the end for MOVISTAR R7. The adjustment, we are seeing a few of those adjustments, but it was a little bit too late. And WAG can also be countered later on, especially in the next rounds, bans and picks. So the draft would change. I'm quite sure though what they need to take out, because there's a lot that has a potential of a clutch potential for WAG that wins, or that made them win that game.
Yeah. Like Tikui, I definitely came online. You know, this guy was all gas, no brakes that game. PLS 1-2 putting out some incredible clutches. 1v1. We did see some pretty funny moments in the opening round where I feel like, MOVISTAR R7 could have had a decent round 1 and then they bailed on each other. But again, we saw the idea on how they could recover into the game. They just were not able to constantly pull it off. And maybe it's the understanding on the timings and all, but for first time, I think it's not too bad for a debut. They did put up a fight against WAG.
Definitely, I mean, especially with Games King putting in so much of elimination and damage as well, but it's just like still needs a little bit more of tweaking at this point. But there's still more chances because it's best of 3, similar to what we've seen in the KOL match earlier, but they need to make those changes real quick. And we do have a change of scenery at this point, because done with Bermuda, we're going to switch it to a different map. So hopefully this is the advantage that Movistar R7 is waiting for.
Yeah, and the map switch also, if if anything, these high ground controls are going to be a lot more important, right? I believe we're going to Kalahari next, and if my memory serves me right, it's going to be Kalahari. It means more open ground, more high ground control needed.
Yeah.
And that's where the tag team between Games King and Joker is going to pay off a lot more.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, Joker is doing so much more in identifying where the opponents are, but the clue is not, I would say, it's not his best active skill. So he could have switched over to a Santino. He could have saved him all of those like punishes in the final moment. But let's take a look at the scoreboard right now. And I guess our MVP would be Tikui with that 11 elimination. But looking at Games King, 13 elimination, and they didn't even put in like they had only half of the game in this series. So if in case they are giving that chance, I think Games King can bring a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, Games King has been really just hard carrying the team that game. Joker is the one that needed to step up. Joker and Turbo both not really contributing in the elimination department, but you can kind of see the playmaker that game, right? Games King was really hauling the weight of the team. In the first map, Bermuda 6-3 in favor of WAG, representing the Akatsuki clan. And we're gonna head to Kalahari and see if Movistar R7 can reel it back and bring us to a map 3.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that is one thing that they need right now, and hopefully this time, this break time, would help them really identify what needs to be worked on, because there's only 7 points in Kalahari that they can work with, and only some of those will be favorable for snipers. But PLS1, speaking of sniper, he will be the MVP, and it's not because of the elimination, it's because of the damage. He had helped so much more in those fights and managed to get 32-73 in the damage with only 4 elimination, always in the distance, and he is the bomber in title. But the way he played it, as well as skills, he is being the sniper of this team for that game.
Yeah, he definitely is. Like, just overall, the damage, sure, doesn't really translate into the eliminations that he has, but he is a great setup for the team, right? He's been able to make sure that he chips away at the resources and the health bars of Movistar R7 before the rest of his teammates swoops in. Leaderboard for eliminations, of course, Games King leads it for now, 13 eliminations, and then everyone else is Tikoi, Export, Della, and PLS1.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we do have this leaderboard that we are looking into, and this is something to really change the pace of the game. If you will be the ones in high contention of that leaderboard, there's a huge chance as well that your team will be winning, because as you can see, like you did mention that Tikui is the highest elimination for WAG, and it's only a Games King who brought in so much of those KDs in that fight. So it's very close though, very close between them, and it's just for the rest of the teams to really bring in so much of numbers. Also rotation wise, they should make it work, and it starts off with this next round. If R7 can bring this back, then they might be able to take it back to back and win this series.
Yeah, and some teams, they are more of a late bloomer, right? They get up to a slow start, but once they warm up their engines, they go and they don't look back. And of course, winning the series also has not just the implication of going into the 1-0 bracket and having the chance to qualify to playoffs immediately, but you also put yourselves in a situation where in a Swiss round format, for those who don't know, you only play with a team that goes 1-0 as well. So you eliminate 4 teams from the equation for your next match right off the bat. In this case, if you're WAG, if you beat R7, then you will only face the winners of their respective series in the upcoming matches.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, less games for you and already qualifying into the playoffs. That's one thing that WAG or like WAG is aiming for, especially with that one win against R7 at this point. And R7 is trying to do that in this next match. Again, it is Kalahari for our next game. Potential for where they will be fighting is, again, 7 points in the map. We have Shrines, Foundation, Command Post, Mammoth, Stone Ridge, as well as Santa Catarina, and finally Council Hall. And Council Hall is one thing that really stresses me out because of how small it is, and there's really like little movement that you can do because of like the elevation, the second floor. You will just need to bounce off either from those tires or take one stair, which is on the other side. So whatever you are, that's what you can take advantage, especially if you're a sniper. But once you move around that, it would be quite difficult. But I'm pretty sure these pro teams don't have that problem. They can move in and out of any situation. It's just up to the rest of the team's chemistry as well as survivability to make it work.
Yeah, and I think that's what makes Kalahari so unique. Whether it's Battle Royale or Clash Squad mode, I think it's just the design itself, right? It forces you to play a slightly different style and to face your fears of the open.
Yeah.
Oh, I think for R7, if they've shown us anything in map 1 is that the high ground control is paramount, right? They love to control the high ground, game scheme and Joker. They have someone to really juggle the responsibilities around. And Kalahari, there's certain areas where that is very pivotal to a round win.
Let's see though. That is going to start with this next phase of draft. And I guess who gets to pick first? So earlier it was WAG, so I guess this time around, unless it's a win.
EVOS bởi vì em đã thua họ ở mùa giải trước.
Dạ em nghĩ là FLUXO bởi vì bên Brazil họ không mạnh về mặt tự chiến ạ.
Em nghĩ đội dễ đánh bại nhất là RRQ bởi vì em không đánh giá cao tay tỉa của team RRQ. Map yêu thích nhất của em là map quân sự bởi vì em luyện tập cái map đấy trong buổi stream và bắn răng rất nhiều.
Dạ em rất tự tin về kỹ năng của mình. Em nghĩ là đội mình sẽ đứng top 1 và trở thành nhà vô địch ạ.
Chúng tôi tôn trọng EVOS vì thành tích của họ, qua đó cũng là động lực để chúng tôi cố gắng và vượt qua họ ở trận đấu sắp tới.
Họ mạnh thật, nhưng không thể bị hạ gục.
Tốt nhất các bạn đừng mắc sai lầm, vì mục đích của chúng tôi đến đây là để chiến thắng.
And for those just tuning in, you actually haven't really missed out too much. You know, we're just getting started. We got what, 5 more series, including one show match. So there's 6 more after this. 6 more best of 3s lined up. Into the draft we go. For Kalahari this time, it's all for the marbles. If you are MOVISTAR R7, A124 ban again.
Yeah, A124 will be taken out. They really don't want that A124 because of how it damages their potential of rushing, especially using those skills in the crucial moment. But on the other side, Oscar will be banned as well by WAG. And this was, if I'm not mistaken, this was their pick from the previous map. So I'm not quite sure what the ideation is, but Clue once again being picked by MOVISTAR R7 and Cassie on the other side. I believe it will be another Coda that will be picked up. No, it's a Zane. So they just traded off their bans with their pick.
Yeah, so they could double down on the Clue Coda for MOVISTAR R7. We have seen that before. But you do end up sacrificing, you know, a bit of that aggression, right? You're playing very util heavy. They take the Santino once more, which was what worked for them in the previous round. Tatsuya again. So interestingly enough, previously before Oscar was a thing, when Tatsuya wasn't available, people go for full util. They go for Coda, they go for Zane, Cassie, and then they add a Skylar, I guess, into the mix. Sometimes they put a Clue or Santino. So MOVISTAR R7 still wants to bank in on more of that aggressive ability. And this time the Homer comes out for WAG, and that is going to be a big problem for MOVISTAR.
Yeah, I mean, Sense's Shockwave, I mean, that drone that really gives you that pulse that disables you for a few seconds, you will really need to get away. So I guess the Steffi is also a saving grace for them. We won't be dealing with so much of the throwables, and it can save you that much. But it's pretty much the same of what we've seen earlier, apart from that Steffi being pulled in.
So to take Steffi, that's one way to deal with the utilities. Honestly, the only thing that it's okay, probably the grenades, you know, or the clay bombs and the Homer missiles. I think looking at WAG, they probably wouldn't be too bothered. I mean, this Zane Cassie is a bit of a pain in the butt to deal with.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you have someone who's like, who have an extreme state, will be able to shield up that quickly, and then you have someone who can back you up with that basic therapy as well as focus therapy later on. So Tikui and Cyrus, and well, no question that is Tikui on that Zane, because he did so much of the damage and elimination earlier that he needs to be buffed up a little bit. So I guess this is ideal at this point. X4 might be back into using that sniper unless it's still PLS who will be using that, and X4 will be the ones up front.
So we do get X4 this time on the Coda, really going to the support this time. I mean, taking out different roles. It's interesting. Look at that, we got Kakashi in the house. No, cover that eye. You can't just randomly Sharingan the whole place. It's because of pretty dangerous people in the house. Gotta be responsible with that ability. You know, Obito didn't give you his eye for nothing. Okay.
Yeah, I mean that's the reason. I mean, probably he's like, because of the travel, the effect has died down a little bit, or he used it so much already.
He got tired from the traveling.
He used it so much already against so many people is on the venue, and he can open it up at that moment. Yeah. All right, so there we have it. We have all those picks and bans, and we're just waiting for the team to be set up. Once again, MOVISTAR R7, they banned out A124, pick Clue, Santino, Tatsuya, as well as Steffi. And for WAG, they took out Oscar and picked Cassie, Zane, Coda, and Homer. This is interesting though, because well, for MOVISTAR R7, I think what they're looking for is not a change of skills or active skills, it's more of the change of rotation and strategy. That's why they're sticking with most of what they used earlier. But for WAG, they want to ensure that they get this next round so that they can secure their spot for that 1-0 series.
Yeah, and they get a longer, they get quite a break before the next one too, and obviously one step closer to playoffs. Is that the? I was like, is that the Eastern Ramen? Is that a ramen shop? Well, it certainly looks like it with the banners. So many fun activities. What is this? So we
This
saw
is a clay bird area.
Oh,
So
okay.
they have clays, and they're going to use it to make birds, and hopefully it doesn't explode in the venue though.
Yeah, I don't think it will. Right? The one that explodes are imbued with chakra from Deidara himself. So it should be safe. It should be safe play.
Let's see. We are just waiting for the game to begin. And for those of you in the chat right now, I'm pretty sure you're excited as well. But for those of you who have been playing Clash Squad, what do you think? Would this change of picks for WAG give them another win? Or with the retention of Movistar R7 everything in the venue, it's really difficult to top this off for the next one. So I feel bad for the organizers of the next one. Hopefully it's the same team though. At least it's them going against themselves.
Yeah. I think this has been the same team for quite a while. I'm not sure. Either way, with the fact that the bar keeps getting higher every event really shows the progressive growth, because we got a very friendly crowd at the venue. It's almost dinner time, but I'm pretty sure that I'm gonna stick around for a very, very long time. Hold on, is that? Wait, is the red moon activating already? We're not even nighttime yet.
Well, let's see though. Let's see. What we're waiting for is the game to be activated. Excited to see who's going to pop off this sign. If any of the tactics of Movistar R7 would work against WAG, or will WAG just be chill at this point? They're not really pressured in this game, because we want to see that. We want to see more of, I would say, counters being brought in by the LATAM teams, because this is a different story overall. Yes, Battle Royale, they champion their way into their region, but going against a different region, a different team in a different mode is a different story.
Yeah, it is. It's gonna take a couple of seasons for us to have a good Clash Squad narrative, but when the time comes, oh boy, we've got so much to cover. As if Battle Royale already doesn't have enough. We need someone to really start going through the archives, because I can't remember things that happened from 5 years ago, at least not all of them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have that good of memory, but that's why I go into data. That's why I stack it up on data. So we have that scrolls available to be looked into.
Yeah, and then, over time I start to appreciate data a lot more, for sure.
right, we have it. We have Movistar R7 just sharing their mind right now, and I love that that quote or that note to BURIRAM United. Por favor, BURIRAM. And I guess it is showing. BRU, yes, there were there's a lot of challenge that has been brought in by BRU, but I think they toned down a little bit. Even in EWC, we've seen that happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a low blow, you know, to pick on the crews. You know, you didn't play. Come on, pick on someone your own size, man. They still would have a chance to play against each other if they do meet. Seeing how things are going, they might have to wait for the 0-1 or the 1-1 bracket.
Oh yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see though. I mean, but I guess they take it that hard from the time that the crews really brought in the championship to their championship home, and they still couldn't forget it. So that's a huge, I would say, a huge punch that even after so many years, you can still remember that name. Even if he hasn't played, still remember that he's the one who made a trouble for us. But, well, let's see though. WAG right now is waiting, or we are just waiting for the battle between WAG as well as Movistar R7. And this just to make sure that everything is set. Because you know how it is in LAN events, in LAN setup, there will be some complication, and we are making sure that those complications is fixed before the actual battle. There's still some stakes involved, and that prize pool would be something that you would want to grab even in a show match like this.
Yeah, unfortunately, we gotta make sure that the devices isn't under some kind of genjutsu. We gotta free our technicians from that too, so we could get the show running. And now, I mean, it's pretty lively. The crowd also have a lot of activities to keep them occupied in case of a potential delay. And in this case, plenty of booths to check out on. Interact with the pro players. We just saw BRU, you know, at the venue not long ago. Gives the teams some time to also kind of reassess the situation, right? Reassess the situation, kind of, you know, plan the next move, you know, re-strategize a little bit, reset the morale. Although for WAG, it's all high spirits.
Yeah, I mean, all high spirits. They are in the groove right now, especially with the point that they grabbed in that first game between them and R7. But again, a different part, a different side of the venue right here. I guess that was the entrance before you head into the dark side. it's still sunny, I would say, but I would say otherwise from where I am. But again, this game, this matchup is I want to look forward to if the changes that has been done for WAG would still be effective against Movistar R7, because I did mention earlier in in the map. And I thought they did just went in for that shadow clone, but yeah, they just have the same skin.
Yeah, they do. And this is a score update for those who just tuned in. It's 1-0 in favor of MOVISTAR. Oh, actually, no, WAG. They did win map 1 6-3 on Bermuda. And MOVISTAR R7, they did come pretty close, but again, they not able to capitalize on the win conditions, I think, was kind of what led to the downfall. Though right now, I think for WAG, I definitely am liking this match 2 draft a lot more than match 1, simply because of I feel like MOVISTAR R7 they were responding to WAG's draft. The first pick clue was what I felt incredibly weird, because I feel like there were a lot more power picks that they could have gone for, like the Zane, for example, which was a prime first pick back then before Oscar and Tatsuya were a thing.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Zane is something that you would want, especially in a battle just like this, close quarter combat. But I guess speaking of close, we are close to beginning our round number 2 between these two teams. WAG from Vietnam and MOVISTAR R7 from Mexico, LATAM region. And we are off in Kalahari, and we'll see who's going to get the first point this game.
Whoever wins this will determine the state of the series. If WAG wins, they are going into the 1-0 bracket. If R7 wins, we go for game 3 on Nextera. Right off the bat again, shurikens in hand, triple for all of them. PS1 even to connect with the explosive. Joker, sharp one on the Cyrus, and a quick knockdown. Instantly the convergence on the side of the Hidden Lift Village Ninjas. Here comes MOVISTAR R7, X4 now. They're in trouble. Della cuts him down with a sight. And PRS1 plays unfair, pulls out a pistol, ends up losing the shurikens instead, and MOVISTAR R7 with the first point.
Yeah, I mean, the ones making all those points, the ones carrying the heavy shuriken, and 2 for Games King and 1 for Joker. For Della, though, it does have the triple shuriken or the light shuriken, and that is one thing that, I mean, I'm not a fan of. Most of the time, I go in for the triple or the heavy, similar to what we're seeing right now. And Games King is just this guy who can move around as quickly as that. As we get into the next round, we are down in Mammoth, and well, WAG is already moving in onto the spine. Games King is the one going against them, as well as 3 more players. So it's not looking good. Cyrus might be going down that quickly.
Yeah, not at all. Right off the bat, again, it's they can't reach the crate.
What a place to put a glue wall.
Never seen before.
Never seen before. I mean, that is a glue wall and the best balancing technique ever. Doesn't even fall down. And the only question is, will it fall later once that glue wall has been shot down? And that would be a disadvantage of who or where that airdrop will be going down as well. Games King, though, Kingfisher takedown against BLS, the sniper, not doing so much of a sniper battle, and it's now a 3v4.
And it's Games Kings with a 3rd pop in a row. This guy coming alive right then and there. Triple kill. Ace right now. Might as well give it a squad. Games King. Solid round 2 with the rifle.
Yeah, I mean, a rifle, Kingfisher being the king of that game. WAG, not quite sure what's happening right there. Position-wise, they are off. I read this already. Cyrus and Tikui will be going down because there's a lot of players in that bone structure, but I was expecting them to recover that quickly, but unfortunately for them, it is PLS1 who has been taken down and they have lost oversight. So Santa Catarina, this is also a field where a sniper will be very useful, especially in the between that crack on that ship. But Tikui as well as Cyrus already jumping in, and this might be a trap set by R7, 3 of which already waiting for them. And Tikui up close and personal. Mini Uzi has nothing to do on that MP5.
Tico is still bleeding out. Games King needs help as well. Turbo trying to recover. Tico and Cyrus down with the low. Somehow they force a kunai from Della, takes down Cyrus, but this time it's WAG. It has the advantage. Coming out on top. R7 Joker left all alone to pick up the pieces. The PLS1 finds the snipe. Quick recovery from WAG.
Yeah, it's a good thing that they managed to survive that onslaught on one side because it's a 2v3 situation and Tikui has been taken down. But X-Board just provides so much of cover just to make sure that they don't take advantage of that knockdown, and then they just went in for that slay. Now, back into the map. It is a 2-1 favoring R7, but utility-wise, WAG can get in all those weapons and probably fight back against R7 at this point.
See, I mean, this time we got a lot more buildings to work with. So MOVISTAR R7, they split out in the 2-2. Joker is so deep in enemy territory. Wow, Games King with the Deagle from that range. Buffalo must be incredibly proud of that performance. Game King and Turbo still ends up getting traded back despite the opening takeoff. As WAG finds a recovery, Della and Joker left. Especially Joker, we need him to step up to the occasion because Smash 1 wasn't really his best. But if there's any time to keep the lead within the control, it's going to be this one. But from a disadvantaged situation, Fireball used to use Decoy, sees Joker. Here comes the glue wall, the ice grenade. Joker tanking that damage. Glue wall gets taken down, forced to retreat.
Yeah, let's see if the retreat will be beneficial for them. Joker with only 1 HP still managed to survive though, but X-Board's already recovering. But I don't think Joker has any meds on him, and that will be it. TQE doesn't even have to shoot him straight. Mag 7 just graze him up and he'll be going down, but he does manage, or Della managed to take him down. But TQE quick scope, and it is now tied to 2.
And just like that, WAG have completely equalized. Look at this replay. I feel like for R7, they definitely missed some windows. Della tried, but just does not have the numbers.
It's tough though. It's tough right now. Now, Council Hall, again, my most hated in Kalahari. I don't want really to. It's tough really to go for a full rotation right here, because the open area in the middle just gives you so much space to be shut down. So let's see if this is something that will be taking advantage of the team. Turbo will be taken down, and Games King cannot do anything about it. A potential of backstab might be happening for X4, but Joker right now pulls away, and there goes X4 going down for the M18 say 87, but response would be that Mag 7 from Tikui.
And that, I mean, talk about a comeback. 3 quick rounds in a row. WAG pulls it back. And all that explosiveness from R7, just like the economy, got wiped out. This is going to be a reset for them. Another moment where it feels like Games King would be able to make use of some of the openings given, but these gunfights need to play out in R7's favor for it to translate into something, and it has not been the case.
Yeah, I mean, R7, I think their split is not working for them. The moment that they have a potential of a chase, one will be peeling away, that is Games King, and it leaves Della and Turbo out in the open. And even if Joker is a sniper, is just far away, some compounds, some areas doesn't have that much opening, so it's just leaving them out to be taken down. So, Tikui almost being taken down, quickly recovered, and Della for the chase. This is the bait that I was talking about, and it leaves other players to be taken out, and we're talking about Games King.
Going down again. Della now under fire. Somehow for WAG, they got so much control in this high ground. Not looking good for MOVISTAR R7. They are falling apart so fast. Joker with the hit of the X4, and now Joker is the only one alive. Forced to step up again.
Ooh.
With minimal help to work with, goes for the recovery. PLS1 sees that. The jump shot! What was that? PLS1 with another shutdown.
And they, like, no one has been eliminated at that point. They still remain. They still maintain their weaponry. They're still stronger, and they still have a lot to spare in terms of economy. So they can bring in a lot of glue walls, they can bring in a lot of throwables at this point, even buff up with some of the skills that is available in that shop. And Divine Tree still open up. Well, let's see if they have. I don't think the Red Moon has been triggered just yet. So they are more focused and eliminating the opponent instead of getting that Divine Tree. But I guess it's working for WAG. T-Koi right now backs behind 2 players, but a back up from X4 making it work. 1 and 2. Turbo is down. Only 1 remains, and jokes on you.
First blood.
That's what kind of goes back to what we talked about with the competition,
Triple
right? You didn't really like what MOVISTAR R7 has presented. Too many compensations, too many responses to a problem that isn't really solved at the end of the day. Like this lineup with WAG, they had everything. They had the recipe to win fight, they had the recipe to take on damage head on, and not to mention the economy in shambles for MOVISTAR R7. Games King completely just wandered out into the open. Not sure what the call was. 5 rounds in a row for WAG, and they could close it out cleanly with 6 rounds back to back to back to back to back, and send them into the 1-0 bracket.
Well, let's see though. I mean, Games King has more potential to take the high ground at this point, and I don't think he's using that. Joker right now already in the flank, 1-3 split, and T-Koi as well as Cyrus connected with that basic therapy might be able to take Joker down, or probably just get the airdrop, and there goes a fire jutsu just to push them away, but the deed has been done, and they managed to grab that airdrop. The next step would be to take down 1 player. Next Boar is in a mission to do it, but he's very close though, despite of having that AWM. It's a good thing he does have that M1887, but Joker is also working on a PLS1 who cannot get an opening in a snipe.
Yeah, PLS1, because he just instantly ducked away. Joker sees some of the hits of WAG, but oh, that shot needed to hit. Oh, that's the second miss. That is not good, Joker. You cannot miss shots like that.
There's one thing though, I mean, just you ducking in spite of the head open up doesn't give you that much of an opening, but I love the push coming from Games King. That's what I'm talking about. If Games King rush, make sure that there's enough support to back him out, and they can quickly steamroll against an opponent. Now, eyes already on them. PLS1 on one side, and there goes T-Koi taking out another. And we have a win from WAG. There goes the series, and Vietnam just bags both.
Oh man, they wiped out MOVISTAR R7 in the blaze. They Amaterasu them as they were all in the building. Just like the anime. When Itachi activated Mangekyou Sharingan, that's how he burned his enemies to a crisp. The MOVISTAR R7, they started off the second map 2-0, and WAG did a 6-round run it back. Send themselves into the 1-0 bracket of the Swiss stage. They still have to play later on, but for MOVISTAR R7, the good news is that they have a lot more break. You know, they play tomorrow, of course. The bad news is they're 1 series away from elimination. So, you know, give and take. But it is an eye-opener for this team from the Latam region who is participating in Clash Squad for the very first time. And of course, away from their comfort zone.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're also seeing some potential, potential growth that will be brought in, especially Games King leading the pack. But his adjustment, and that's one thing though. He's the one who adjusted to his teammates and not the other way around. If in case his teammates just adjusted to his gameplay, they could have grabbed this round. But it's not taken away. It is WAG grabbing the Booyah in this first series for the pro match after 2 KOL matches, and there's still a lot more to go.
Still plenty. We still have 3 more BO3 for the opening, you know, Swiss stage, and then we have 2 more of the 1-0 Swiss stage, and then we have another KOL match, your favorite influencers. So that's, again, we got 6 more BO3s coming up. The night is still young. If you're watching this, you know, just get your popcorns, get dinner, get coffee, get whatever you want, and be ready to stay up for the rest of the night because it's going to be exciting, right? We haven't had this is as the most Free Fire action we've had since EWC Grand Finals, and that was a barn burner. 10 games from evening to late night. So if you are a fan of Free Fire and Naruto, this is a double whammy for you.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, especially if you are in the venue, if you're still watching, if you're watching our broadcast, then make sure that you take advantage of all the fun stuff, all the fun happenings in the venue. And for those who's not, well, we just have to cry in a corner, look at them, but still celebrate Free Fire overall because there's a lot more that's happening. Hopefully, everyone right here is learning a lot, not only from these teams that we just witnessed. It's WAG as well as MOVISTAR R7, but there's a lot more of teams who will be bringing out so much difference. And OB50 update is something that not a lot has been adjusted to already. So why not learn from the pros and why not watch from here? This is where you really find out what you have to do in your CS ranked games.
Yeah, it might be labeled a show match, but again, still pride, prize money, and a whole lot of things to show for sure. So for those, again, if you're not familiar with Clash Squad and you want to get to dabble into it, you feel like Battle Royale is the battlefield is not for you, but you want to take on a 4v4, this is the perfect environment. And again, we are exposing more and more of the regions to Clash Squad. You know, that's why even in one of the pre-show clips you guys might have seen, I think Bobs was talking about it, that it's very exciting for them to never had it before. RRQ and BRU.
Yeah, well, let's see though. Let's see if this is something that we would see one-sided or probably a chase of that point in terms of points, and probably stretch it over towards the 3 series for this round number 1. So next would be RRQ, BURIRAM United. But before we go there, we're going to go for an interview to listen to what they have to say. So let's bring it over to the stage.
ค่ะเรียกได้ว่าเปิดมาแบบนี้ค่ะเวียดนามของเราออกนำไปก่อนแล้วนะคะก็ต้องยอมรับค่ะว่าซีรีส์ของเรามันไม่ธรรมดาค่ะเพราะฉะนั้นนะคะเดี๋ยวเรามาสัมภาษณ์เขากันหน่อยดีกว่าและแน่นอนค่ะเวียดนามมาแบบนี้เดี๋ยวจะให้ยืนเป็น translator ให้นะคะมาคำถามแรกเลยพี่กีอยากรู้ว่าตัวละครตัวไหนในนารูโตะที่ X กับ Free Fire แล้วพวกเขาชอบที่สุดค่ะ
Well, as we can see that the C region, whenever we play Clash Squad, will be a little bit better than other regions. So that's why WG can defeat MOVISTAR R7 a little bit easy. Okay, so let's jump into our questions first. Which Naruto character in Free Fire is your favorite? Nhân vật Naruto nào ở trong Free Fire là nhân vật yêu thích của các bạn?
Em thì em thích Naruto ạ.
Naruto. Còn e-sports?
Em thì em thích Itachi.
Itachi. Vậy tại sao các bạn thích những nhân vật đó vậy ạ?
Vì Naruto là nhân vật chính thôi.
Nhân vật chính.
Còn em thì Itachi là kiểu nó đẹp trai với nó hơi cool ngầu tí.
Đẹp trai với cool ngầu. So for the Wii, he likes Naruto because he is the main character of the Naruto.
ชอบตัวเมนนารูโตะเลย
Yes, and for Export, he said that his favorite character is Itachi. Yeah, because he looks really handsome and cool, you know, powerful.
มาสายเท่สายพี่ชายนี่
Yes.
What about the others?
Oh, okay. So còn những người còn lại thì các bạn nhân vật thích các bạn là cái gì?
Em thích nhân vật Obito ạ.
Obito. Về lợi một.
Em cũng Itachi luôn.
Itachi.
อีกแล้ว
Có lý do không?
I think Itachi is everyone's favorite.
Yeah, because he's really cool and he's strong as well.
What about yours?
Me?
Yeah.
Hinata.
For me it's the Hokage, the first Hokage.
Okay, I understand. They're all little kids and they're cute.
Okay. Go, let's move to the next
Yep,
question.
shall we?
Our second question. ใครในทีมคู่แข่งที่เรารู้สึกว่ารับมือยากที่สุด
Okay, so in the match that you guys just played, you guys defeated MOVISTAR R7. So did you find the most challenging to deal with the team or just simply no? ở cái trận đấu vừa rồi là các bạn đã có một trận thi đấu cùng với đội tuyển MOVISTAR R7 đến từ khu vực LATAM, thì không biết là các bạn có gặp phải khó khăn nào hay không, hay các bạn cảm thấy mình có thể vượt qua được dễ dàng vậy ạ?
Dạ, em thấy bắn như R7 khá là dễ, bắn như bắn boss vậy.
It's more.
Em thì em không đánh giá cao mấy khu vực khác ngoài Thái Lan về tự chiến, nên là em thấy bắn cũng bình thường.
User cũng đồng ý, tại vì có vẻ như là khu vực C chúng ta thì chơi tự chiến rất là nhiều, còn những khu vực còn lại thì có thể là họ cũng không có tập trung quá nhiều về tự chiến đâu. So for Tui, he feel like I feel like playing with R7 is kind of easy for us because like we practice a lot, so that's why we can defeat them easily. But for Export, he doesn't really highly rate other regions like Brazil or Latam, because like he only highly rated Thailand or Indonesia or just simply like C region, right? Because he feel like the C region focus a lot into Clash Squad, just like survival mode. Yeah, but for
maybe it's because we are close to each other.
yeah, it is. So that's why our play styles are very similar, right?
Yeah. ก็ตอนแรกนะคะเพลเยอร์คนแรกเนี่ยเขาก็บอกว่าคือต้องพูดว่าจริงๆอ่ะแอบรู้สึกว่าเล่นง่ายแต่ไม่ใช่เพราะว่าเขาไม่เก่งแต่เป็นเพราะว่ารู้สึกว่าทีมเวียดนามอ่ะฝึกมาเยอะเอามากๆเลยก็เลยทำให้รู้สึกเล่นง่ายส่วนเพลเยอร์คนที่สองเนี่ยเขาก็บอกว่าเอาจริงๆแล้วอ่ะคือไม่ค่อยคุ้นกับโมวิสตาร์เท่าไหร่เพราะปกติเวลาเราเจอกันเราจะเจอในกลุ่ม C Southeast Asia ด้วยกันแล้วเพลย์สไตล์เนี่ยมันก็คล้ายๆกันเลยถ้าเกิดจะถามว่าทีมไหนที่รับมือยากเอาเลยจริงๆเนี่ยเขากลับระวังทีมไทยหรือทีมอินโดนีเซียมากกว่านั่นเองค่ะและนี่ค่ะก็คือ WAG นั่นเอง congratulations for them ยินดีด้วยนะคะอ่ะเดี๋ยวเราพักกันสักครู่หนึ่งค่ะแล้วเดี๋ยวไปแจกของรางวัลกันต่อแถมใครเป็นแฟนปราสาทสายฟ้าและทีมอินโดนีเซียอย่าง RRQ บ้างเตรียมตัวรอชมกันได้เลยค่ะ
Okay, so again, congratulations for WAG, and we will hope to see you guys in another match with the next team. But now, let's moving on to our little break and
later on.
Cyril Dome, straight down to the BSK. Blue will be closing in soon. There's no shift anymore. Getting its magic here. Popping up the road. Limit gets the knock onto Wasana as well. We'll see the fight. The blue wall goes down. For the stop is going to bring it home. Only one remains.
บอกแล้วค่ะทุกคนว่าความมันของพวกคุณที่กำลังรออยู่ไม่ต้องรอนานค่ะได้เวลากลับมาแข่งขันกันอีกแล้ว และการแข่งขันในครู่นี้นะคะจะเป็นการพบกันระหว่าง RRQ KAZU กับ BURIRAM Unionized E-sports นั่นเองค่ะซึ่งพูดเลยว่าเมื่อกี้เจอพวกเขาด้านหลังเวที backstage so energetic.
Welcome back to Ninja Clash Freefire All-Star Tournament, and I think this is the battle that everyone here
Waiting
at the
for.
offline event waiting for it. This is RRQ KAZU versus BURIRAM United E-sports. I think so many people love BRU right here.
Because we are the god of the thunder.
I agree, and you guys also the king of Booyah in Free Fire. So let's welcome on the stage, shall we?
Shall we? และตอนนี้ขอต้อนรับทีม RRQ KAZU รองแชมป์เกม Freefire จากรายการ e-sports World Cup 2025
Please welcome Team RRQ KAZU, the runner-ups from the eSports World Cup 2025. Southeast Asia 2025 Spring Buriram United E-sports.
so much fan
Yeah, really, so much love for Buriram right
yes
now.
actually I think both team
Yeah, like everyone is cheering for both of us.
ใช่ แล้วก็นี่นะคะเรียกได้ว่าเป็นเวลาที่พวกเขาค่ะจะจับมือกันสักเล็กน้อยก่อนที่จะประจำโพสิชันแล้วก็ไปงัดกันในเกม เอาเลย
Alright.
จ้า
I think you guys look at each other really like in love, so let's shake each other hands. Oh,
มองตา
wow.
มองตาก็รู้ใจ มองตาก็รู้ใจ
Oh.
อ้าว
Oi, no.
เดี๋ยว
No pulling other members like that. Alright, I think they have shakes their hands, like meeting each other and prepare for the first game.
ใช่เลยค่ะเพราะต้องบอกก่อนว่า2ทีมนี้เนี่ยคือเจอกันไม่ได้จริงๆเล่นกันแบบนี้หลังไมค์กันตลอดนะคะอ่ะเชื่อว่าตอนนี้ค่ะทั้งคู่พร้อมกันแล้ว พร้อมไหมคะ
Huh?
Ready
Yeah, we're all ready. So let's enjoy the match between RRQ KAZU and Buriram United E-sports. Head to
ไป
Shellcaster.
เจอชาวแคสเตอร์กันเลย
Thank you very much to our hosts Yunsu and Yuki, and also special shout out to my salted caramel macchiato coffee, because we are ready for more Free Fire action at the Ninja Clash Free Fire All-Star Tournament. And some might say this is a rivalry for the Aeons. It's RRQ KAZU against BRU, where the fight started on the stage before we got into the game. But it's Husky and the Gentleman Neptune to bring you guys more Free Fire action as we continue the Swiss stage of this event.
Yeah, definitely the rivalry continues, and it might not be longer than Akatsuki and the Hidden Leaf Village, but this has been a long time running. But the previous season in spring, when Clash Squad is part of it, we didn't see them go against each other. So with this current meta, this will be something different as well, but hopefully they can bring more into the gunfight, similar to what we've seen the other teams has done. Probably not similar to what we've seen from WAG and R7. Stretch it out to 3 rounds, why not? Because we are talking about teams that has been rocking the Southeast Asia scene for the longest time. It might be for Battle Royale, but for Clash Squad, this is their chance. Bring it on.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, for the side of RRQ and BRU, they both have something to prove, especially when you just look back at the track record of these two teams. And it's something that I wouldn't expect myself to say, you know, if it was like 2-3 years ago. But RRQ's track record in the past 9 months have been better than BRU overall. EWC, second place. FFWS Global in Rio, second place. So, you know, BRU, I don't think they're forgotten just yet, but RRQ has definitely fulfilled some of their some of the prophecies, you know, of keeping up and overtaking BRU. But Clash Squad is a different being. Let's see if this one really goes to 3 games.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's different as well as the venue. There's home ground advantage for Buriram United. We heard those cheers right there, and yeah, Yuki and Yungsul did mention that they're cheering for both teams, but most of them are just cheering for Buriram United. It's home ground for them. They have all that energy, but I'm pretty sure RRQ will not be that easily faced despite of all that pressure, because they have been in the pro scene for quite some time, and they have been on stage for so many years that they can, like, the pressure will not really affect them that much. So let's see though, in terms of gameplay as well as the adaptation of the update, because if I'm not mistaken, there's a few teams or specific players from interviews that I heard from these teams that couldn't really keep up with the update that quickly. And we just had that from the 30th of last
Well, different focuses from different members. Some want to win, some want to win in games, some want to win in life. But winning is winning. It is still a bunch of legends on the stage. Whether you are here since the start of Free Fire, since the start of their dominance, or whether you are here after other teams overtake them, you cannot deny the fact that some of these guys have been at the pinnacle of Free Fire at some point in history.
Exactly. I mean, well, if we're going to choose whether to win in games or whether to win in life, why not choose both? Because if you can win those games, definitely with a prize pool that is involved, not just for this tournament, but other tournaments as well, definitely you will be winning in life. So that's just, hopefully that shift in that focus motivates them a little bit more. But I do agree, there's a lot that has been done and that has happened, not only for this tournament, but only for the game, but also between these teams. Thus, we'll see some changes. I would say some teams and players being nerfed and some being buffed up. That is BURIRAM United, who really slowed down in a lot of tournaments, and RRQ KAZU, who is really showing up even from Esports World Cup. But speaking of showing up, we have some fans who are showing up right now, and I think they are doing some challenge wherein they're playing. Hopefully that is a Clash Squad, or I'm not quite sure if it's Clash Squad or Battle Royale, but they're just locked on.
Oh yeah, I mean, they guys show up to the venue to play the game that you like the most. It's a festival. I always see these kind of things, these kind of events, as a celebration. Like it's always so fun to have everyone gather under the same roof. Spreading that energy, supporting your favorite team. I don't really get much chances, I think, to be an audience. Like the work we do, we don't really get it to be an audience often, but the times I do, it's a different feeling to watch a team that you support win or lose. I think for these Free Fire fans, it's only gonna get bigger, right? Like SCA, we are the hub of Free Fire, and there's so much events. Like we've had so many global series here, and then it's not stopping. I'm pretty sure we're gonna keep getting it in SCA.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Southeast Asia really has brought in so much change, the scene change. I would say a format overall for major tournaments that can attribute to more happenings in the other regions as well. And we did talk about some regions being reactivated towards this year, and what more by next year. I can't wait for the roadmap to be shown again, because I'm pretty sure there will be details and plans that would that would excite a lot of the teams as well as the viewers, survivors out there. But speaking of excitement, we have the map order right now of the battle between RRQ as well as BURIRAM United. So it starts off with Kalahari, followed by Bermuda, and then Nextera. We haven't seen Nextera though from the previous map because they ended it on Kalahari, which was the second game. But it will be switched around, and we know how RRQ is. They are rocking Kalahari even in Battle Royale.
Oh yeah, and it's definitely going to be a slight different start and pace, I guess. We talk about Kalahari, it is RRQ's playground. They definitely love being able to play like in these open areas. And funnily enough, like BRU, there was a time where they were very comfortable in Kalahari, but that's definitely not in recent times. You mentioned that the Tatsuya nerfs hit them. They're one of the teams that was hit hardest by the Tatsuya nerf too.
Yeah, I mean, they're hit by the Tatsuya nerf, and then OB50 comes in, and they will be hit hard by M590 when Wasana was just getting a hang of it.
Yep.
It got nerfed. So I don't think it's like Tatsuya and M590 that's being nerfed. I think it's Wasana that's being nerfed at that point. The target specifically was Wasana. Sorry, BURIRAM United. But that's how I see it. And well, hopefully they can make that adjustment. And I would love to see BURIRAM United really get back on it and really show everyone that despite of the meta changes, you can still fight on. You can still win those battles.
Oh yes, I think nothing is impossible. Like if I feel like for at least the next 6 months, if anyone brings up the term impossible, people would just say that, hey, you know what? DRG made the top 6 at EWC. That wasn't impossible, you know. There are so much things have changed. People are getting the hang of the game as well. But I think for BRU, you know, despite all these nerfs, it's definitely, I think this is one of the weakest points, I suppose, you know, it's by order of the meta changes and by the growth of other teams, but by no means eliminates them from the conversation. They still are one of the strongest that we have known, and I think without them setting the benchmark, we wouldn't have powerhouses teams like we have today.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, it goes to the question, I think, from one of the commentary, whether it's the Spring or EWC. It's not because BURIRAM United is slowing down. It's because the other teams are ramping up. That shows BURIRAM United doesn't look that strong anymore, and it is showing. It is showing definitely. EVOS Esports World Cup, they didn't show up that much. Even Team Falcons has been left behind in the championship, and it's EVOS Divine who did it. Second is RRQ. So there are just so much changes that's been done, and hopefully Vietnam as well as other regions will be able to catch up to that, because EWC, we love them from last year, 2024. BE Sports really grabbed that second place and then put themselves in the board on that esports World Cup. But like Vietnam not showing up, there's still a lot more that they need to work on, and everyone needs to work on, because meta after meta, update after update, tournaments after tournaments, you will need to make those quick adjustments. Otherwise, you will just be left behind.
Oh yeah. And look at that. With the cameraman's doing a fantastic job. Just we keep discovering new Easter eggs at the venue every single time.
I love that part though, the one that was last shown. I think that was the drop spot. So you throw your character or a toy with a parachute, and you will need to go in and land in a safe spot. But let's see though. I guess this is where the draft begins. And BURIRAM United, I believe they will be the first one to take a ban, and they take out 8-1-2-4. So no guerrilla battle at this point. Question is, what will be the response? Ignis has been taken out. So they're not really removing the damage of Ignis. It's that potential of blocking the visuals as well as the damage that the Ignis has brought in, that they are taking out at this point.
Oh yeah. And I think, you know,
to be honest. I jump in the game until until I feel sleepy or until I lose a lot of games. And then I go to sleep. Which makes it difficult for the latter because it's difficult to sleep if you lost a lot of games.
Oh yeah, I mean, it is normal, right? Like you always roll the dice between, do I want to go one more because I can't end on a loss, or do I just take the loss, be sad, and go to bed? There's no winning, right? It only ends when you win.
Yeah, definitely. And there you go, D-Long as well as the coach from RRQ. Sorry, I forgot the name, but they are set. They are set right now, and this is a preview of what's going to happen into next season of Southeast Asia Clash Quad. And BURIRAM United right now, home ground advantage. They have reputation. They have the energy coming from the crowd. And RRQ, we know that there's a little bit of pressure. There's still a lot of disappointment, especially coming from Esports World Cup, but hopefully it doesn't carry over right here. It's a different day, a different venue, a different tournament overall, and all they have to do is just be the mastermind and put their minds to the game.
Yeah, I mean they kind of were the first few teams that pioneered the whole run at your face meta. You know, it's all about running at your face and then just outplaying you, and just they skill check you basically. You know, there's one boss that doesn't beat you because the boss has fancy tricks. It's just because he hits you hard. That's pretty much it. Gone are the times of that. Now everyone is almost at the same level. Everyone is a lot more tactical in their approach, and RRQ is the best example of that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they study the opponent, find out their weaknesses, find out their strengths, like actually both strengths and weaknesses, and then work on that. That might not work all the time, but at least the ideation is there, and they can just tweak it and improve it overall. And it is showing up right now, especially on EWC. So that is one thing that we will give props to RRQ KAZU. For BURIRAM United Esports, this is just something else. They might have slowed down. Oh, I love this. Sorry to cut off the trail of thought, but if I would have a chance to take my picture there, I would just do that. Not just a picture, a video of the emote as well, and then just post it in social media.
That's gonna end up being your in-game banner. That's the new profile pic.
Sir.
Yeah, that's insanely cool.
Whoever thought of that part is a genius. I'm just surprised. Probably it's because the game's about to start. That's why no one is taking that spot, that part of the area. But once a break comes in, I'm pretty sure they will be lining up, taking their pictures when they're just taking the opportunity to be in-game literally.
Yeah.
Or in-game IRL, if that makes sense.
IRS. We're using modern terms now. Yes, you have to lock in.
Old guy using modern terms.
Yes.
That is something else.
There was this clip. There was this video where this I think content creator where he basically went to a college to give a speech, right, about language.
Oh yeah.
Right. Have you watched that? I think it was
yeah.
And then he was speaking in Gen G.
Gen Alpha, Gen Alpha, I think.
Yeah, Gen Alpha terms the whole time. It was a great speech. Woo! I love it.
That was. I mean, I didn't understand most of it, but
without the subtitles, no.
Oh, didn't.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure I read the subtitles, but like just listening to it, I didn't understand most of it. But what I was amazed of is someone like that being able to adjust, and he's a linguist if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he's a linguist.
He's a linguist. So it's not just linguist in terms of region, country, whatever. Generation linguist. That's something else. That's something that really blows my mind.
I'm on top of that. I'm also impressed at how all the Gen Alpha students understood every single word. That's how you know there's a generational gap. You know, like language has evolved.
We're millennial. No, you're.
I am.
No.
Here's the thing. I've checked. I've googled this plenty of times. I've had talks with friends and I'm trying to exclude myself from the Gen Z conversation. You know, like I don't want to be in that group. But according to my birth year, I think I fall under Gen Z. Like I'm right at the edge.
All right.
Yeah.
I understand because I fall under millennials, but I consider myself a Gen X.
Yeah, right.
Because of
So we're right on the edge. Like I refuse to accept that I'm a Gen Z. Like I there's too much differences. You know, like I don't subscribe to a lot of the what do you call it? The brain rot, you know, or the ridiculousness that they have. I just happened to be born in an unfortunate year, but also it was the bridge between generations, right? 1997, the 1990s. We get to witness, you know, floppy disk and all, and then the big visor on your monitor before we transition to all the LEDs and, you know, pen drives and yeah. So right in the middle of a generational evolutioning in technology and society.
So what was the floppy disk that you?
The one
There's
that
a
I've
size
seen.
there.
Well, I don't remember the size, but you know, like those square.
The small
floppy
ones,
disks.
right? The smaller ones,
Yes,
right?
yes, like black.
I
black color.
got to the point where the bigger ones, like the thin, bigger ones. So that's like, I'm 80s. I'm an 80s guy.
We used to burn CDs, you know, like mix that together. All right, here we go. Time to hit into game 1 of match number 2. And the best of 3 Kalahari is where we start Council Hall. Here we go. Between RRQ, KAZU, and BRU.
We'll see though. I mean, as we can see, it's quite even in terms of rotation, but Osana and Get High already getting into the thick of things, trying to go against 18 Deer as well as Abai, but no, it's beneath them though. So potential that Ma'al can be caught off guard, and it is them who will be chased right now. 18 Deer isolated from everyone else, and there goes the takedown by Jonah with that triple shuriken. And that's what I'm talking about.
Wow.
The heartbeat monitor right now, and you can see Brim United peak in terms of heartbeat. They are just hungry for those kills.
We ask and we receive. It's an ace, Jonah, with an opener. And I just gotta say, I saw Abai's heart rate drop to 0 for a split second. He didn't just flatline on stage, did he? Oh, thank goodness. Probably a glitch,
I think
a glitch in the interface.
I think that was a little bit of glitch though. If
Yeah,
it
it's
goes
like,
to
wow,
0,
I
so
saw
no
you-
need to worry.
It's like, wow, Jonah takes him out and he drops to 0. I'm like, hold on. What happened? I didn't know it goes
It's
that
a
deep.
glitch.
It's a
But
glitch. for sure.
no, I mean, imagine 100 plus on a heartbeat in BPM. It's something else. Something to be worried about if you're a normal person, but not pros like this, because it's like they're eating up all their calories just by thinking.
Yeah.
Like they're pumping up all those adrenaline right now. Thus, they keep energized and their minds in hyperdrive.
Yeah, well, Moshi at a constant 0, finally, you know, it springs into life. With that knock to the 18 there, Abai is out. Oh my goodness, BRU just steamrolling through RRQ right now.
Double kill.
It up. So far, it has been flawless from BRU.
Yeah, I mean, as expected, BRU really has the firepower as well as the mechanical skills to bring in those fast engagement. And this is what you need in Clash Squad. Rotation-wise, Wasana and Get High connected with that basic therapy. They just swoop in, find the middle spot, find a way to isolate one or two players, and they just bring it on. Especially with Zane being brought in by Wasana, he will not go down that easily. Well, let's see what the response is RRQ right now. They are down 2 points.
The Divine Tree as well to drop. See it on the map, indicated. Asana, 6 assists, trying to look for his first one, electrotherapy with the support. Asana just taking no prisoners right now. Finally gets knocked down by Ao with the trade back. Finally some response from RQ KAZU. We were wondering if they were able to formulate something. They trade a buy for Wasana. 18 Deer ends up losing enough to Get High. Survived with several felt electrotherapy connecting to Jonah, and Jonah gets knocked down by dudes from afar. RRQ KAZU now finally finding some answers.
Yeah, I mean, finding some answers and finding all those higher fire rate and damage
Double
from
kill.
the AC-80. Now, it's a 1v2 situation right now, Ma'al and Duts. And let's see if Duts can nade his way, doesn't have a nade though, but shoot his way into Moshi, and Moshi only has a Kingfisher. So it does work up close and personal, but with Maal on VSK, like one shot can bring him down.
Well, we see Moshi make magic before. That's how they won 2022 in Bangkok. So you cannot forget that when Moshi did a 1v3, I think.
1v3, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Ice grenade out. Good. Instantly takes contact. That's the impact. 22 damage. As long as RRQ doubles up, they can win this. For sure, Moshi. No chance. Good pincer attack from RRQ. And brings themselves to first round in this full gun round. Usually this is where you kind of stabilize yourself. You lose 0-2, you win round 3, and suddenly you're back in a comfortable position. And RRQ was able to preserve 2 of their big guns.
Yeah, 2 of their big guns and 2 AWM as well being brought in. I think Dutz also have an AWM on him, if I'm not mistaken, or probably he just tossed it onto Maal after grabbing it from Moshi. But Get High and the rest, they are down to Mini Uzis and Desert Eagles, and they will need to keep distance. Wasana, though, up close and personal, Mini Uzi on him together with Get High, and there's no target in play. Maal's already in a huge distance between them, and Abai is just waiting for that opening. He can be the bait, though, as 18 Deer can shut them down. But there goes the shots onto Dutz. Not so much of damage, especially with that range, with that distance. But RRQ right now on the push, and Get High might be in trouble.
Oh, good glue wall to block that shot. If Mal connected that, that would have been disastrous. Jonah holding a Deagle in hand. But up against the Mini Uzi, there's no chance unless Jonah lands a headshot. Wasana also Deagle in hand. Here comes the fire, and they actually double out onto Abai, who ends up getting split up from his team. Not really sure what the call was from RRQ, but a fatal mistake that is salvaged by Jules, and then he deal with the Mini Uzi, takes out Jonah. A quick recovery from RRQ KAZU. 2 members down on the ground from BRU, but unfortunately, no confirmation. Get High now gets to recover and retrieve the rest of his teammates. Jules left alone. And this round has gone out of control for RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, that debuff picked up not even a second, and you will be up. Now, let's see if Dutz can still fire against Moshi and Jonah, because Get High is already out. So it is a 1v3 situation. Wasana is still alive, but not really making so much of damage. Let's see if they'll be able to flank against him. Or I guess they could just wait. They could just wait and see what they have to do at this point. But there you have it. Dutz right now managed to go for the confirmation. He's just waiting around and using that jutsu as well to heal him up. So he's still safe. He have the second floor. He can take advantage of his elevation to get in all those shots. And Jonah would be the next target. AC 80 in hand. Greater fire rate as well as damage because of that update. But Moshi, the guy who can potentially take him down, will only have a Deagle in hand, but it would be a good call for them. He's the only one who can have, or who has that accuracy to really take him out. So Akatsuki, BURIRAM United already have 3 points against RRQ KAZU Hidden Leaf Village. Now, what would be the response, though, of this point? Because it would be tough. In terms of economy, they don't have that much, and Kalahari is a map where you need a long range or middle range to long range weapon. And I guess this is something that they need to work on right now, because BURIRAM United is taking it all.
Yeah, absolutely. And RRQ, they do have some of the guns. VSS in hand is one of it. Maal needs to absorb the pressure. Switch it over to 18 Deer. Abai ends up going down.
First blood.
Another poor opening for RRQ KAZU. None of their own doing. It's BRU really just embodying the whole identity that they introduced to us in the olden days. Just running their opponents, outfight them, and now gun them. Wasana with an M1887 on the 18 Deer. Maal gets found out.
Kill.
And this is just precision in terms of breaking RRQ apart. This is a guarantee round 4 for sure.
Yeah, I mean, guarantees it. Dutz right now left once again. And this time, it's not against 3 players. It's against a full squad of BURIRAM United. And he did manage to get a few points earlier, but didn't manage to get that win. into the round, and that shot will be final information that they need to get the position of Dutes, and there you have it. With that shuriken hit, Moshi gets that point, and that will give him 5. The same goes with Get High.
So we hit the refinery. This is supposed to be RRQ's stronghold, but in the Battle Royale sense, sure. In this case, you can hear in the faint background, I believe that's the Akatsuki theme song. Very apt timing with how BRU are representing the organization. Up 4-1. I truly believe in a alternate universe. If both the Hidden Leaf Village and Akatsuki fought at the same force, Akatsuki probably would have won for sure. Let's see though.
Let's see if that is the story that can be reversed at this point. Bardutsu Get High right now, up close and personal. Max 7 for both. 18 Deer in the buy has nothing to do for Get High, and they managed to go in for the takedown. Pickup needs to be done on Dutz though, but he is in a good space to be picked up right now. But on the other side, Wasana managed to take down a buy, and it's now a 3v3, but Dutz still needs to recover.
That the explosive charm takedown, that glue wall melter prevents any sort of a glue wall being placed up there, so it narrows down the angle that BRU needs to watch out for. As they slowly work around in Ma'au, what a shot to intercept Jonah as he makes that rotation. Ends up isolating Wasana. Moshi also playing very far away, and this is what BRU is very used to. Playing 1-for-1 for their own Moshi. Getting spotted out once, trying to jump spot Ma'au, but not really the smartest choice with the limited help he has. And with Wasana getting found out, Moshi left again in his own devices, who have time to heal back up. But 1v3, unless he repeats his Bangkok performance 3 years ago, is going to be pretty tough. Santino Decoy sent out wins against Dutz, but now has no help to work with. Just a gust of the wind is going to be enough. This shot has to be perfect from Moshi, and it's just not possible.
It is not possible right there. 100 plus 115 and heart rate. Pressure is on him, but I don't think they're phased that much. They're still in the lead by 2 points, and let's see if this is something that can calm down RRQ KAZU right now. Again, they are in Kalahari. They have a good potential of winning this game, especially as they are, I would say, great in Battle Royale. But with this win that they just have right now, it gives them all those economy to get all those snipes, and you are seeing 2 AC-80 from Abe as well as Dutz, as well as the AWM and VSK combination from Ma'au, and then 18 Deer with an M1887. That is, I would say, perfect combination for the scene.
It's a high roller buy for sure, and it has to work out. If not, they're going to go into a match point without much to work with. Did the fireball jutsu, chip damage onto Wasana and Get High. It's going to force out a very early medkit, at least for Wasana, so he only has 1 left. And Dude's trying to get reconnaissance on top of the mammoth skeleton. On the spine he goes. Get High actually, Moshi actually tucked in the corner. I think Abai is very aware of that.
I mean, stuff though. What Moshi's position is, he will be able to get those shots, but getting away if in case someone rushes against him, that will be tough. And the blue is also close to him, so if he ends up jumping out, it's just 18 Deer will be waiting him out. It's a good thing that Jonah is quite close, but AC-80 on him, not very good in the CQC area, and there you go. Moshi is the first one who goes down because of his position as well as the weapon that RRQ has in play.
Yeah, Abai with the aggression. Wasana getting punished. 18 Deer, just an easy shot to the chest of the Deagle. That's already pulled down. Pretty easily done by RRQ KAZU. It should be a done deal. Jonah really doesn't stand any chance. So the buy works out. And RRQ, they keep all those weapons heading into round 8. We're looking at a potential equalizer for sure.
Not much that Jonah can do at this point. There goes the rush. And everything that they have to do right now is just put Jonah on to his knees, and they can get that point. Now, we are down to Santa Catarina, and it's only 1 point difference between them. Now, I love that we still have 3 snipers from RRQ, because this is where you want it. That opening that BURIRAM United has right now in terms of their position gives them like less chance to survive, especially when RRQ gets position on those snipes. So they can just move to the left, get close to the ship as much as possible, and then move to the second or third floor. But they're on the other side, so second floor, and then just deal with them in a CQC.
BRU instantly taking control of the wreckage too. It's all about taking the space, but it does put themselves at risk, right? You're beelining towards these points of interest. Wasana thankfully didn't need to use any medkits thanks to the electrotherapy. But keeping track of where RQ movements are is going to be pivotal, and they were able to find good. That first blood now is going to be looking to be translated. Sadly, Jonah goes down, so no translation comes through just yet. Wasana around the corner, forced the heal back up, so Jonah gets sacrificed. Not really much return that BRU could have gotten from that. In fact, RRQ now gains more control with Ma'al on that high ground.
Yeah, I mean, Ma'al is prime position. Elevation could have been, can be taken by Moshi, but Abe is trying to stop them from doing so. And then 18 Deer up close and personal, like he does have an M1887 as well as an like AC80 on him. So just to secure that for Dutz later on. So they are just taking 2 steps ahead if in case they win, but also taking advantage of their position just to make sure that they don't lose out.
I haven't seen a flying Raijin Jutsu so far. I was wondering if you see the application that you pointed out early on during the pre-show, which would be interesting. Get high getting shot. Santino decoy throw now, and that was pretty obvious. Moshi takes it and actually runs down Ma'al. So a surprise attack from Moshi. Still needs to win a 1v2 though. Third time in this ground, and he's put in a clutch situation and just could not do it. Good attempt, but valiant.
Valiant effort right now, and it leads RRQ to tie it up. Now, both of them are 1 point close to match point, 2 point close to closing this round. But there's not much of pressure, because despite of economy, they're already late in the game that they will have as much to be able to get those weaponry in, but not so much in utilities. So question though is, even RRQ saving up like nades, ice grenades is not being pulled in. So I guess they don't want to risk it. They want to have some extra just in case they don't win out this fight. But Dutch with a follow-up onto that fire jutsu goes in for knockdown against Wasana, but a quick pickup has been done and responded and taken down a bay.
And 18 did was able to convert that out of one fireball jutsu from Abai. Holy cow, RRQ KAZU. 3 rounds in a row. And 1 round away from closing out Kalahari. What a turn of events.
Oh, definitely. I mean, RRQ has taken the clutch kid and he is clutching it once again. This is what 18 Deer has to offer in this game. In spite of all the pressure, he is still on fire. Given the right weaponry, and M1887X is something that he uses so well. He's even the one of the most calmer, but not as calm as Dudes though, in terms of heartbeat.
Wow, rocking 16 assists in 10 rounds. This guy is something else. Back to Santa Catarina. BRU's approach last round was to take the inside. Abai. Oh my goodness. He sees Moshi. Gets the drop on him. Moshi able to wall himself back off. Santino decoy. Abai has to make a choice. Moshi trying to outplay him. Actually was able to duck away. Abai forced to take a fall. But still, they end up taking Jonah out. Wasana in danger. 18 is the trade. All things considered, BRU able to scrape by, but Wasana getting knocked down by Abai. He is still on the chase. Abai is relentless. Moshi takes the decoy and puts himself in a very precarious position.
Oh, that start from that flank really pops off for RRQ, and Dakota has been popped off. Toots has idea where Get High is, but he's recovering. He's not in the field of range right now. Nabai is just going in for a chase. It is him who uses that Mag 7 to take Get High down. Only Moshi remains though, but it's tough because you will be taken down that quickly if you're in range of the sights of Moshi, the snipers. It's a 1v2 situation. As long as he has this elevation, he will be able to go for that elimination.
And in this information, he has no idea what Abai is. Probably Dude's last seen down the wreckage on the other side, but Abai is going to try and creep out onto Moshi again. Look at that. He is crossed out. Abai is going to make contact. Moshi caught off guard again. And RRQ KAZU takes the first match 6-4.
Yeah, similar to what we've seen earlier. I mean, a good start, but a finisher will be taken by the opponent. And RRQ really is becoming a mastermind at this point. They study their opponent positioning as well as what BURIRAM United is going to take in certain situation. Turns it around and use it against them, especially that final moment in Santa Catarina. That, like, Moshi's position being spotted as early triggered that final moment, triggered their win overall.
BRU, it's not often we see this, but they were definitely left scratching their heads after round 5. Around 5 or 6, because it definitely felt like a lot of things were not in their control, right? Like that fireball jutsu in round 9 where they caught BRU off guard, and RRQ just making smarter calls that BRU were not prepared for.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we call them mastermind. They only need a few rounds of adjustment, and then they make those adjustments work, steamroll. And when we call, you did mention about how smart you have to be in terms of economy. That's what they did. After that first win that they have in, what is it, round 5, round 6, they just managed to use that to their advantage. Doesn't risk so much in using up like all of it in throwables and utilities. They are just making sure that they have what it takes if in case they lose a round, but they didn't, and they managed to grab 1 point in the series.
Yeah, putting RRQ in a very comfortable position as we are heading into Bermuda next, and that is also a map that both teams are very familiar with, right? In the Battle Royale sense, they both were in the top 4 of top scorers, at least in EWC, of course, with BRU being in front. But this CQC, it hasn't turned out the way that BRU wanted it to. They get out to a strong start, you know, they were making a fool out of RRQ KAZU, but once those big guns comes out, once RRQ starts making adjustments, suddenly you see the script being flipped around. BRU left wondering, how do we deal with RRQ? Especially Ma'al, who clocked in, what, almost 20 assists by the end of the first match.
Yeah, I mean, damage overall, I think he will be the MVP of that game. But let's not take it away from 18 Deer. The clutch that he did there saved them a lot. Like it could have been extended a little bit more, because BURIRAM United is already making that approach, making that rotation to ensure that they can secure 1 more round and save up on economy. But no, it is just 18 Deer who managed to clear it out in, was it Shrines, or what is that area of the map in Shrines. But either way, both teams has great potential, but only RRQ is showing up a little bit stronger in that round.
Yeah, and they definitely have you know, shown that promise, right? Like, again, this is a rivalry that spans, you know, seasons, years, and now I can understand why they try to take out one of the RRQ members on stage just now. You know, nice try from BRU. Gotta somehow find the Achilles heels, but in the fair game, RRQ continues to dominate over BRU.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's one thing that we are seeing right now. I'm not quite sure if this is, I don't know, pressure because of the fans, but again, we talk about this. Both these teams did mention generations. Well, I was thinking Naruto.
Yeah.
But let's head over and listen to RRQ's video intro.
Di pikiran gue dia lawan yang terberat. Ya mungkin BURIRAM lah, karena apa ya? Ya kita pede aja sih lawan mereka. Ya kita nggak punya kelebihan, nggak punya kekuatan, tapi kita percaya pasti kita bisa menang. Favorit gue di map kelas squad Bermuda karena lebih hafal aja kompon-komponnya dan kayaknya lebih gampang sih.
อยู่แรงสูงๆมันจะโดนสไนฝั่งตรงข้ามตัดได้นะครับฝั่งตรงข้ามเขาชอบมาอยู่ตรงเนี้ยตรงที่ผมมาเนี่ยเขาดูม้าเขานะเขาชอบตัดตรงคอนเนี้ยถ้าขึ้นไปผมแนะนำว่าต้องปักไอบอลด้วยถ้าเราจะขึ้นไปยืนในดับอ่ะต้องปักไอบอลตรงเนี้ยตรงบันไดที่ผมเล็งอยู่ปักไว้เลย
There you have it from the wise words of BRU players themselves, and of course, a showcase of even they have oopsie moments behind the scenes. But what matters is the task at hand. They're now currently behind in terms of the series score. They do need to win this to even have a chance to bring us to a game 3, and if not, then they are gonna join MOVISTAR R7 in the 0-1 bracket. Maybe we'll get that matchup that we've been looking for. You know, MOVISTAR R7 against BRU. You know, they smack talk the crews a little bit. Maybe BRU will field the crews, and that would be a storyline in of its own.
Let's see though. Let's see. But there's one a weird part now because BURIRAM Wasana just shown his tips and speed rush in Bermuda, and that would be the next map. If RRQ KAZU was watching that or has watched that video, then they would know the position that Wasana will be taking. So that is a huge risk though, but for those of you survivors out there watching, I definitely learned a lot. And that is one thing that I would want to try. But what surprises me for Wasana's gameplay, because he was moving so much and shooting so fast that I didn't expect him to just be using 2 thumbs in a game. I was expecting him like 4-finger claw gameplay, but no. I mean, these are pros and they're quick with their thumbs.
At least it proves that you don't need to play with the 4-finger grip all the time. I know I struggle with that. I don't know how I don't have the finger flexibility, if that's even the thing. I've tried like 3-finger grip, but that's pretty much it. Like anything beyond 3 fingers, I just don't have the dexterity for it. So mad respect to all these pro players to be able to pull it off. But heading into Bermuda, both teams like it a lot. I think Bermuda a bit more than RRQ. So if anything, they should feel comfortable, especially when a lot of the areas that we're going to be playing on Bermuda are areas that BRU usually get respect from other teams in Battle Royale.
Oh, definitely. I mean, this is something that they would really be excited to see and play on. But we'll have to see, though, if BURIRAM United has a plan to fight back. They did lose the first match in the series and in Kalahari. Probably it's because RRQ really does know that place. But in Bermuda, we are talking about like race to 6.
Yeah.
So 11 matches, and let me count real quick. I think we have 11 areas in the Bermuda map as well. So they can, like, if they want to stretch it all along to 11, we have all of those areas that they will be playing, from Shipyard, from Observatory, Katulistiwa, Bimasakti, Riverside, that Nurek Dam, Peak. Especially if it's on Peak, that will be the most favorable for BURIRAM United, because that's their drop spot. They know the area like the back of their hands.
Yeah, it's not just Peak. Clock Tower also used to be their headquarters.
Oh
yeah. The stronghold. So yeah,
before the Malaysians got it.
Before the Malaysians got it, you know, before BRU decides it's just not worth it, and they headed to Peak, and even then it was a bit of a headache to deal with, right? Like once they got Peak, they never looked back, and teams have tried. Like MOVISTAR R7 was one of the few teams that were like, well, they take Peak, let's take Peak, and then we know how that went. No one has ever wrestled Peak away from BRU.
Yeah, I mean that's tough though, because like if you have BURIRAM United and Bermuda dropping in, I know we're talking about Battle Royale right now, but let's talk about this. If you have BURIRAM United playing Bermuda, they're already in the center of the map, and all they have to do, and we know that they can play snipers. 3 of them can use a sniper, then 1 will just be waiting for a close range weapon. So that would be a lot of elimination, probably not in the beginning, but towards the end of the game. But let's head over to the maps, bans, and the active skill. Banned and pick Ignis, once again being banned by RRQ KAZU. And let's see though what BURIRAM United will be banning at this point.
So we take the Ignis and the Oscar ban this time. It's a bit of a switch up, so no Oscar. Let's see, do they take the Cassie here? So BRU did take Cassie first pick, and then they have the Zane to follow up in second. The A124 gets let through for the first time. So RRQ KAZU, they instantly pick it up. This is a very RRQ pick.
Let's see though. I mean, they don't want 18-0 to use that Oscar. So Sane, once again, it did work for Wasana at this point. So they will still be using that, and then as well as get high on that Cassie. The question is, what will be the response for RRQ KAZU? Would it be different from earlier? Because they already have the A124. So what they would need right now is something that would help them rush towards the opponent. But no, they're using the Iris. Definitely for Maal, but what would be the other one? I'm hoping at Tatsuya, just to back up that A124 still information gameplay, so they don't want to let go of what's working for them.
Yeah. So Zane Cassie once more. You can't. So they do still go for the clue. This last pick, it could. Santino, I guess. Yeah. So it's the same lineup. Same loadout that we saw from Kalahari. They could go for Homer here if you're RRQ KAZU. We've seen them do that. Steffi also left open, but I think Homer makes a lot more sense. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Homer would really help them. So it's a double stun and then information gameplay. They do have the potential in terms of damage with weapon, but not with the skill. So we have Clue. So it's a mix-up for BURIRAM United. It's a mix of a combination of active skill, but let's see if that would work, because it didn't work earlier from the first map. Probably a map advantage would be what BURIRAM United is looking forward to in this game.
If anything, in Bermuda, there's definitely some incentive to go fast. We've seen the areas that, we've seen like what? This is the 5th Bermuda we've seen today already. So we did have 3 Bermudas early on. Actually, no, more than just 5. I think this is like 7th, 8th Bermuda. Either way, 8th Bermuda. Oh, so much Bermuda for one day. We're not even halfway there. But if anything, BRU, they should feel a lot more comfortable. Depending on the opening map though, the opening location. If we are starting off with Peak or Rim, I'm really sure, but we're starting on the shipping rig, and it's different. Oh, Yuki joining the commentary desk.
Yeah. See though, let's see on how it's going to turn up for, because like for BURIRAM United though, and in what they did, it was close. It was like they could make it work. There's just a few adjustments that RRQ KAZU really did to isolate Moshi and Jonah from Get High and Wasana, because they know that Get High and Wasana is already rushing in front, making sure that they're in the middle. And with that, the hunger that Wasana has together with Get High, they anticipated it, and that threw or whatever they're doing to Moshi and Jonah threw the tactics of BURIRAM United off guard.
Even like for RRQ KAZU, right, if they stick to the game plan, right, again, high ground control has been so important. I mean, we say that between WAG and MOVISTAR R7, but we also saw how RRQ takes control of that, right? Being able to flush out like players like Moshi and Get High from those angles. It's just good understanding from Abai, especially, to take on the role of a rusher, but at the same time still able to identify these spots, these POIs that BRU wants to hold. Thai fans, of course, observing this with bated breath. They haven't had the best run in the previous 2 tournaments. Actually, even including preseason, it hasn't really been something that Thailand is extremely proud of. At least there's nothing to celebrate about. No trophies being taken home, and subpar finishes. This could be the turning point.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of assumptions as to why they don't want to show their tactics before any major tournament. But a major tournament did happen, which is Esports World Cup, and they did well in knockout stage, but like it's quite tough really to see them not perform that well as expected. So I don't know. Question remains: is this this downfall or the slow downfall of BURIRAM United because of the other teams really ramping it up, or like they have something in plan, probably not for tournaments before the global finals, so that they can just show up and bring home that trophy?
Yes, 40K on the line again. But some of these guys are already millionaires in their own right. There's never enough money, never enough prize pool. It's pretty much a lot of opportunities. The season just entered its 2nd leg. It's getting heated up as the Red Moon activates once more. We are going to be transported into the realm of Bermuda, back to the origins of Freefire, and RRQ KAZU up 1 point in the series. One more win and they will be off to the 1-0 bracket and fight for the playoff slot later on.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it is happening today as well. For those of you wondering, the 1-0 series will be happening after all the round 1s has been done. But we are going to start right now. BURIRAM United against RRQ. Maal already in the flank, but Jonah will be spotted out and will be receiving a few of those skills. And I guess that threw off their tactics. Wasana is a little bit too close though. But with that, they have received that homer. Now Abe will be rushing in, but that side will be taken by Wasana as quickly as that. So you don't want to get close to Wasana. 2 hits, 2 slashes, and you're down.
That's why we say the zone control is so good, right? Being able to stop Jonah from taking ground, but still, with Abai getting knocked down, this is going to be a good start for the side of
Double
BRU.
kill.
Once
First
more,
blood.
and explosive started round 1.
Yeah, I mean, explosive start. But this is something that they need to be worried about because it's just RRQ studying their approach and are seeing Wasana putting in that Shira as well. So damage delivered as a passive skill, and this is just something that they can be used to mark and find out where the opponents is if you get hit from afar. So the intel is also being shared for the rest of the teams. So this might be an advantage to add up to the information gameplay or to counter the information gameplay that RRQ KAZU has in their active skill.
Start is how they finished. BRU, they got out to a strong start just like match number 1. Seeing if they can extend that lead. They did start out with a 2-0 earlier on. Wasana making contact again. But regardless yet, Moshi finding good instant trade back, get high, leading out. Good conversion, Moshi on the 18 here. RRQ KAZU not doing too well, Ma'ao clean up.
Triple kill.
Moshi with a 3-piece and BRU up 2-0.
Yeah, I mean 2-0 and Moshi is already in a roll together with Wasana, and this is what we want to see. Both Moshi and Wasana just popping off, but I love that both teams are utilizing those the bridge part of this dam, and not just that close quarter area of the compound. But as we get into a different part of the map, this is a good opening for RRQ, especially if they have a long-range weapon. But with that loss, though, with 2 losses already, they might not have that much, but Ma'al does have that VSK.
See, again, pandemonium ensues. Wasana takes initial contact and wins that one now. Very easy. 18 Gear now needs help. Backup is there. 18 Gear living on borrowed time. Does with the backup. Takes out Wasana. Need confirmation, though. 18 Gear needs time to get his health back up. It's the right time for Jude, but unfortunately, Jonah smells that out. And again, this time, adjustments made well by BRU, and they clean up the remnants of RRQ. Ma'ao left to pick up the pieces. Most likely a 3-0 for BRU to start it off.
And that's so much of pieces to pick up, though. He's the only one remaining at this
kill.
point. And there it goes. A drop shot plus an MP5 takedown from Jonah. So it's a 3-0 right now. And BURIRAM United just wants to end this quickly. They don't want to give any opening for RRQ KAZU to go for a comeback, similar to what we've seen earlier. But we'll have to see, though, because we know RRQ, they might try something different, but it only will be triggered if they win a match. Otherwise, BURIRAM United can just go for a 6-0. Then they just have to wait for the final round.
Oh, absolutely. Now they've got a substantial lead for themselves. Of course, if you don't want to let this go, if you are BRU, they have let the ball drop a little bit previously. Up at this point, RRQ struggling to find their footing, and BRU continues with the old ways of aggression, and this time a bit more refined and polished throughout. Jonah making sure that he takes out space, instantly diverts his attention to 18 Gear. In fact, they're a lot more precise in identifying the positions of the RRQ players. Get High and Moshi both find one piece. That should be good enough for Get High to convert it into more. Given no space, no quarry to work with. Ma'ao once more left standing all alone as BRU looks for point number 4.
Point number 4. Moshi, though, has been taken down by Ma'al and will be pushed for the mini Uzi. Not so much of challenge, especially at close range, and they understand that, knowing that Ma'al's the only one remaining. All they have to do is put so much pressure, and they can take them down. But as we look at Get High's replay right here, as well as a final moment, I mean, Get High going for a close range with a BSK is just something else. Both teams are, or BURIRAM United is being proficient in all the weapons available, regardless of which role they are.
That's basically a definition of awakening the sleeping beast. We head to BRU's favorite spot. He's back down to OHQ, Clock Tower. Instant wall up on the second floor by. Doesn't want to take any chances. Wasana with the explosive charm in hand. The fireball jutsu again. Get High. just takes frontal contact. 18 years doesn't want to be there. They haven't covered the window just yet. 18 years somehow finds a knockdown. But at the cost of the rest of RRQ, 5 in a row for BRU. They make it quick and easy.
Quick and easy indeed. They don't want to disappoint the fans who's watching real time. And it's quite tough though, especially with Get High. Mag 7 in hand, he can make those shots, and that was a headshot overall. So, like, despite of like the number of bullets that comes out for Mag 7, if you can make a headshot as quickly as that, you can save up and still follow it up if in case anyone tries to get close. But we are now getting into a potentially last round in this last game in this round, but Abai a little bit too fast and trying to do what BRU is doing to them. Amazing Deer will be following it, but there it goes. Black Flames, but there is Ma'al being taken down 6-0 as quickly as that.
The round just started and it has already ended. Booyah for BRU. See Wasana on the cam, he's like, what just happened? Did we just win? Was it really that easy from the get-go? Could have ended this half an hour ago, but BRU, what a recovery onto Bermuda. We said that both teams are proficient on this map, with BRU being the more dominant one, but 6-0 was definitely not on the cards.
Oh yeah, definitely. 6-0 not in the card. We were expecting, because they did say in the interview that they are also looking for Bermuda at this point. So it's tough. It's tough to see, but I guess this is what's needed for BURIRAM United as well as the fans in the venue to have their hopes up. And it's not just like up, but they're talking about up in the skies because of what BURIRAM United has done.
Yeah, and that is a big morale boost, right? You went from a round where a map where you could have won, or at least a map where you have a chance to win. You kind of get overwhelmed by your enemies. You come into the second map and you sweep them 6-0 in such a dominant fashion. When we head to Nextera, it will be the first time we see Nextera this evening. And that's going to throw everything out the window, because neither teams are the best on Nextera. In fact, the stats pretty much average out on the same playing field. That makes it even more interesting. I believe Graph Labs is one of the locations we get, and you were just telling me the stories earlier on about the RGS on the entirety of BRU. Let's see if they're going to mess with that on Graph Labs.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see that. Like RGS, you would be a jumping homing missile, like a jumping tank, I would say. You're just jumping in, shooting at the target with RGS, and there's not much that you can do. Even a glue wall might not save you at that point. So I would love to see that, especially in Grab Labs, but I don't think the teams will be playing around, especially with what's at risk. Both of them has a round already, has a point already, and they just have to win another one next Terra, and they will be moving into the playoffs.
And I think when you look at the 1-0 pool right now, it's actually looking it doesn't look impossible to beat, right? I mean, it's WAG, it's not to take anything away from WAG. We came with this kind of agreeing that that bracket feels slightly easier, at least for the first matchup. But when you look at this 6-0 score, oh my goodness. I mean, RRQ only got 2 eliminations the entire match, the entire, game 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's just BURIRAM United doing BURIRAM United things at this point. They didn't even get to peak at that point. So they just love Bermuda, and that is what they did. Yes, they had a few mishaps in terms of player being taken down, but they
Score is going to give the fans plenty of confidence. Match MVP is going to be Moshi, 7 eliminations and almost a 3k total damage.
Yeah, I mean, 7 elimination might not be that high though, but we are talking about a player, a sniper, at this point who has limited openings, especially in Clash Quad, but still managed to get all those damage in. And they don't need that much though. They don't need that much. All they had to do is just end quickly. And the reason why it's not that high as well is because there was no recovery from RRQ KAZU. So it's only 6 games that they had to play, and as well as, how much is that? 24 eliminations that they need to work with, divided amongst the 4 players of BRU.
This is not even close in this leaderboard, at least for this game. Clearly, Ma'al and I mean the rest of RRQ got done dirty. You know, if there was only a top 4 spot, we wouldn't even see Ma'al on the list. Again, dominance on BRU. I think there's really nothing much that can be said about match number 2. It's just BRU steamrolling through RRQ with the same approach that they had in match 1, but a lot more refined and a lot more calculated in how they identify the pain points of RRQ.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we'll have to see though if Nextera would be something quite balanced for them, because we did mention that map-wise there is some advantages. Kalahari is favored for RRQ, Bermuda is favored for BURIRAM United, and Nextera, no one, well, it's not no one, but we don't have a clear view of who's going to dominate it in between these 2 teams. So there's huge potential that it can go either way, unless they know that this is a map that will be played in this tournament, so they will have prepared a little bit more.
Yeah, I think that's the fun of it, right? It's full of surprises. Can't wait for the day where we have all 6 maps in rotation for Clash Squad tournament. That would be fun. Right? Maybe the 4th map. Let's try the curveball. Let's put Solara in. It's gonna be pretty fun. I mean, again, this series comes to a 1-1 scoreline. We all wanted the game 3. It would be shocking if we don't have 3 games between these 2 big rivals. So we are gonna give them some time to deliberate on how to play on Nextera, kind of think about the strategy moving forward, especially for RRQ, KAZU, who have always seemed to come so close, but never close enough. And standing in front of them, with BRU standing in front of them, it's not going to get any easier.
Yeah, I mean, it's not getting any easier at that point. But I mean, Nextera would be the next part. And one thing that both teams or RRQ need to be worried about is if they end up whatever match, whatever round it is, in Museum, because that is the drop spot of BURIRAM United, and they know it, they understand it. And even I don't want to go against any team in that map because of some moving parts that throw off that game. So I would love to see them really, I would say, try to play it out and beat BURIRAM United in that specific area of the map in Nextera. There's also Intellect Center, we already pointed out, Grab Labs, Farmtopia, Zipway, Rusttown, Mudside, as well as Deca Square. So those are the potential areas that we are going to see a repeat. Yes, possibly, because we might be expecting the teams to bring it all to 11 rounds.
Oh yeah, I think we go
all the way. Again, this is kind of what we expected from both teams. I remember, like, there was this, what was this video talking smack about RRQ, about them crying, you know, deep cut. Can't wait for them to face off. But for now, we have something that we want you guys to enjoy. It's a quick video piece. So we'll be back in a bit.
เพื่อนแบบเหล่าอินฟูด้วยกันที่ทำช่องฟรีไฟด้วยกันแล้วเราอ่ะก็รู้สึกดีครับแล้ววันนี้มาเชียร์ใครเป็นพิเศษถ้าตามตรงๆก็ไทยนี่แหละคุณล่ะเชียร์สำรวยอเมริกาครับไม่มาสำรวยไม่มาก็เชียร์ทีมไทยทุกคนนั่นแหละครับอันนี้สวยนะอันนี้มาหลายสีนะ
this is สี
is only สีแดง
สีแดง is red
only red
okay
yeah อันนี้ purple yellow and blue
okay it's time for you to scan I think for Smin Kunai it's going to be very easy to recognize because it's only red
คนนี้ด้วยครับขอซีแคทเรียบร้อยครับ go let's go
I need to see the red kunai
yeah oh
okay the red kunai is there yeah the red is wait like is that him
this him
oh it is
oh
what is this kind of technology How can I do that? So magic, like it's technology, but I feel it's so magic. Well, we just witnessed two kunai from our two KOLs.
Show
them. Show them. สวยมาก
สวยมาก
สวยมาก ขอบคุณนะคะ
ขอบคุณครับ
Okay, we'll catch up with you guys later. Bye bye.
I love that, like, you get to draw your own kunai and you will see your kunai flying around just like that. I've seen that before in a science museum where my kids went for a field trip, but I didn't realize that it can be done in a place, in a show match, in a show just like this. So great idea, smart idea to really entertain the fans.
I remember when I first, started watching like the anime itself, Naruto, and I always wonder, like, are they real life ninjas, right? And if you go on Google and, well, not ninjas that can use like ninjutsu and stuff, but people who are stealthy, right? And they have been, I think, studies or documentations of their existence that they are very light feet. You can you won't even trigger pressure plates or something. It's a skill. EVOS fans in the crowd, it's good to know. Is EVOS is going to be taking center station just a little bit after this series. After we get done with this rivalry, and we'll have the Wonder Kid. He got quite a celebration, quite a welcome back to Indonesia. Party when they flew back. 1 year ago, he was standing in the bleachers and making a promise to the rest of Indonesia that he's going to be on that main stage, and then he does it a year later, wins the whole thing, and gets celebrated as a hero. What a storyline this kid has. We're going to see Rasha soon. But for now, the order of business is Nextera between RRQ, KAZU, and BRU, and the mood has completely changed. RRQ, KAZU now needs to lock in.
Yeah, I mean, they need to lock in. They really need to bring it on just to make sure that the first round will be secured onto the playoffs. But either way, I think both teams, and like, you know how it is in terms of brackets, right? You just need to get into the playoffs to have that chance. To have that chance of a reset. So even if they lose one, it's just
LAN event. It's been quite a while since we have a crowd, at least for an official league. I know we had it for spring, for fall last year, even for global we had it in Brazil, and that was something that I don't think any venue could have beaten. The Brazil crowds are different.
It's quite different. I've been in Brazil, but not in a tournament. Not in a tournament, but I know for a fact the nature as well as the spirit, the energy coming from Brazilians are something else. And we've seen that as well, like global finals, even the players themselves, they jump into a different region and you can see the energy, you can see the panache coming from these players, the I would say the wow factor that they have. Might not be all, because they are still some shy players, but they, like, in terms of talent development, they don't need that much. They already developed them before probably jumping in the global scene. They have that energy, that confidence that they can bring to the table.
See how this draft is going to pan out. BRU again, I think getting first dibs on the ban. So the shift made was that BRU banned the Ignis, but this time they switched it up. Santino ban.
So they ban Santino, and then a KAZU will be taken out. So, yep, I guess they have been waiting for this moment, especially for RRQ KAZU. They don't want Get High to give that support dominance for Wasana. But what pick though? I think Zane will be brought in. And then I think the response for RRQ KAZU, especially for Dutz, is they are going to bring in Steffi, and Dutz will just be like utilizing all those. But no, Oscar will be used right now, and I guess this is Jonah. Jonah can use this.
Yeah, I think he can too. But if the coda goes through, I think they probably would give in coda as well. A124. Is the coda gonna come through for RQ KAZU? No, they take the clue instead. This has to be like a coda Homer, coda Sane. I think they're both good choices.
Yeah, coda is Zane. Just take it away. Take that information away from RRQ KAZU. Just to secure that. There you go, the coda. Zane would follow, unless they want to bring in Iris for Moshi, and there you go, Iris for Moshi.
Takes away a lot from RQ KAZU. There's no angle for Steffi too. It's gonna be quite a headache for RQ KAZU. They could go for Homer. Zane doesn't feel too good because you don't have the Cassie to support you. Can't think of any better pick. There are teams that have gone Skylar Homer, but that's too much utility.
Yeah. Let's see though. I mean, they still have Zane, so they're taking it away. Or I don't think BURIRAM United will still take that. And a Chrono. So, all right. Let's see. They have Disabler and then defense for 2. Ignis will be put in play. So, not quite sure who's going to use that Ignis though. I think that will be Get High because Cassie has been taken out for him, so he will just use that so that they can move a little bit quicker. And then Oscar will be used by Wasana so that he can like knock back the opponent. But for RQ KAZU, information, defense, disable, I think is more viable though.
Yeah, but this does help BRU a little bit. You have so much utility to really stop RQ KAZU. Right? Their main line of defense is hopefully the A124 stops the potential rush, but the Chrono Time Turner is the most important thing, which could be nullified if the Iris spots you through the wall, the Coda pings you, Oscar runs you over. Not to mention, the Ignis creates another blind spot that BRU could play with in an already chaotic playstyle where BRU runs at you. They have so much setup to make it happen.
Yeah, definitely agree. I mean, there's potential for both of the picks right now. It's just how they are going to use it into the map. So we have their player Wasana will be using that Oscar. We have Jonah, Dakota, Moshi, and Iris as expected. And because being taken out in the game is Cassie, so they have to bring in Ignis. But on the other side, Chrono, on that Chrono for 18 Deer, and then Abai with that Zane. Maal, definitely the sniper would need that clue, and Dutz, the bomber, will be using that 8124. Their roles are switched. I'm quite sure if they are actual roles will be switched as well.
I could say I think it makes a lot of sense for what we're seeing on BRU's side. This Chrono, it feels like a one-off ticket, right? If that time turner doesn't get enough value, there's going to be such a big window for BRU to just capitalize on it. So for RQ KAZU, as much as I want to say that they should make the first move, they also don't have the best way of doing so. Their hands are pretty much tied right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's the timing of the skills that they'll be using right now. If say RQ KAZU like pulls out all those skills, there's a huge Ignis potential for a counter, and then the rest will just follow through. So that is like what I'm expecting from BURIRAM to do. Just wait it out. RRQ KAZU, I'm pretty sure Chrono doesn't have that, Time Turner doesn't have that rush for 18 Deer, but does have an exit strategy if in case he's stuck in the middle. And that is one of the problems that 18 Deer has encountered from the previous map. So they're just playing for that.
It's hit game number 3. Nexera it is between RRQ KAZU and BURIRAM United E-sports. Coming fresh off a dominating 6-0 victory onto Bermuda. Let's see if RRQ KAZU can reset the mental. We've seen them do it before in the Esports World Cup stage where they had a devastating loss and still were able to pull it together the following round. Albeit didn't end well, but they have the Metal Ignis Firewall being pulled out. So that goal ground is going to be isolated for now. Abai facing down the barrel while multiple BRU members needs to get out of there right now.
Oh, up close and personal, Wasana taking shots on Abai, plus that Ignis, but a triple shuriken will work for him. Get high right now, denied of that Cassie, but still making work. And it is a 1-2 trade. The quick pickup can be done on Abai, and Get High will be taken down. That's right now. Really being strong, especially with the 8-1-2-4, and it's left to Moshi and Wasana.
Yeah, Deuce to the rescue. Could not have found a better timing for that. We see that nade getting thrown out by Wasana. Trying to fish out Ma'ao, couldn't find it. Him and Moshi are separated. Was RRQ making the smart choice, ganging up with Wasana. Moshi, from long range finds 2. And now Moshi has definitely leveled the playing field a little bit. Catches the bite with the side, but
triple kill.
Bite cuts him down in time. Moshi could have made the difference there.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much that you can do. The damage that you can pull out with a a big shuriken is not that high compared to that sight. And even if you take all those shots, you still will need to work with the movement. So sight can hit despite of how quick you can go compared to the shuriken. So that was a no-brainer, I would say, for that final hit.
Pretty unfortunate there. Again, they were outnumbered from the start. BRU. They got a good opening, and RRQ able to clutch it thanks to Dutz's intervention. Conveyor belt taken control by BRU. 18 Deer opening snipe. Catching Jonah, taking a joyride, and that didn't end well. 18 Deer getting confirmation of a second member of BRU, and Ma'an with the secure. It's gonna put RRQ in a more comfortable spot. Moshi even got spotted out. They see Wasana with the cross, and RRQ basically pinging out every single member of BRU at this point.
Now, by right now, Mini Uzi in hand might be able to take down one player with only a few HP. And Moshi right now, Kingfisher trying to fire at nothing. And he will be taken out. Get High, the only one remaining, but there's not so much that you can do with the Desert Eagle. And there goes the VSS takedown by 18 Deer himself. 2-0 as quickly as that. But I'm not quite sure, though, if it's done for BURIRAM United that easily. But it looks like RRQ KAZU is just utilizing everything that they have, especially that 8-1-2-4 to their favor.
If they can get past round number 3, where BRU starts to get a better buy, that would be a great advantage for RRQ. Ideally, of course, you want to preserve all of your weapons. You know, get a 4-0 clean dub. But if possible, just winning out round 3 itself is going to be good enough for RRQ. Here comes the Ignis Wall. Turns out the entirety of the insides of Clock Tower. The explosive charm also on the wall, the container that we saw from Wasana. So that gives BRU control of all the space, but the thing is, do they know that Dutz is wrapping around? Because Moshi just got ambushed by Ma'ao, able to duck away into a corner for now.
Yeah, not for sure what Dutz can do at that point. He will need to go in mid-range, but doesn't have the angle to work with. Moshi right now will be able to recover. Ma'al will fire back, and that prompted Moshi to pull away. And one thing that is working at this point for RRQ really is they are isolating players from BURIRAM United, but they backed away that easily, and Moshi, with almost being taken down, will still survive. Down goes 2 players of RRQ. No recovery. 18 Deer and Dutz will follow, and 18 Deer will be out. That gives 1 for BURIRAM United.
Ace for Wasana too. Single-handedly carrying out RRQ KAZU. But that came down to 18 Deer and Wasana. Wasana with the mini Uzi was able to pull it out of the bag. Heavy damage to the economy. They needed that win by hook or by crook. Graph Labs, the Divine Tree airdrop too. With the Red Moon for this map, for this round. RRQ.
So I doubt
they still have a better like economy this round still. They can win it out and extend it to a 3-1. It will still benefit them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it will be beneficial for them. It's a good, smart move as well to get those VSS, because you will need better accuracy in terms of the mid-long range. But it is not working for a buy as well as Dutz, because a mini Uzi would be, as well as the Deagle, would be the weaponry for side of BURIRAM United, and they just saved up, but still they're playing it to their favor. Get high almost being taken down, and still back up is here, so Wasana can take shots alternately, and even the pinch, and RRQ will be out. It's now tied to 2.
See, Wasana even have the Ignis Firewall too, making life a bit harder. That 1v1 was not fair. He throws out the Firewall mid-air, and suddenly Abai loses track. Of course, final sequence. There's nothing much that can be done by RRQ. It's going to be a 2-2 score. The equalizer has been attained.
Yeah. Not quite sure though. I mean, if Get High does have a Moko might be able to use that Ignis to real spot out the opponents, but I think it's just more of the cover that they can bring in to themselves to move into a certain direction, and that is what they're doing right now. Abai feeling the burn, and there goes Wasana with the mini Uzi. Even the time turner will not save them. Oh! Almost saved them though, especially with A124 being triggered, but the buy needs to be picked up. Same well goes for Wasana and Get High, and BURIRAM United is looking at 3 games back to back to back.
That's not even close. Wow. Left to his own devices again. It has been the case, BRU. Yeah. Formula to taking out RRQ. You start with everyone else. Leave Mao alone. As long as Mao cannot have an impact, you can save him for last. So that's 3 rounds in a row for BRU as they run it back.
And stuff though, I mean, if Maal don't make any adjustments with, I know he can use other weapons, but if don't make adjustment in dealing with a close range, just switching it up in a close range battle, then it would be very troublesome, not only for Clash Squad, but even in Battle Royale. But there's a lot of factors that can change that. But Wasana already receiving a lot of damage early in the game. This might be a chance for RRQ to fire it up. Jonah right now, accuracy plus damage with that Flam Mirage. Abai goes down, Dutz goes down as well. 18 Deer is now bleeding out, and Maal with only a few HP remaining. As quickly as that, they are going down.
And that's the same story, the same situation from the previous round. And this time even tougher for RRQ to swallow. Abai going for the rush, and Jonah cuts off the rest of the offense with a glue wall, forcing the isolation. And then this Ignis Firewall comes out, completely smothers whatever attempt that RRQ wanted to make. That time turner ended up being in the detriment of RRQ. Instead of helping them out, Mao couldn't provide any support from where he was. Not even an advantageous position to begin with on that low ground. So the way they picked the fight and the way it turned out was bound to fail for RRQ. 4 rounds in a row for BRU.
Yeah, 4 rounds in a row. And this is not the first time that we are seeing this. They can bring it to a 6. Now, position-wise, Wasana is out in the open because of losing that Kazi He's just going all alone, but Get High is still giving him that support. Now, Jonah will be stuck in here dealing with a buy and 18 Deer, and Jonah, only a few HP, but here comes Get High, Flat Barrage, plus that M1887, and 18 Deer is down. Jonah would be taken down as well, but there goes the rush from Wasana, plus that M590, and there goes 2 more for RRQ. Only 2 remains at this point.
Ma'ao needs to get the shot, but Moshi is very aware of where the potential sniper of RRQ might be. He's going to send Wasana in to do some reconnaissance. Ma'ao needs to know this. Staying outside the fence as well. Here comes the utility. Dudes gives the signal. Ma'ao unfortunately cannot move. He has to be perched out there. And look at the diversion from BRU. They make a detour to take out Dudes instead. The support of Moshi from long range. Dudes now feels the pinch, but was able to still get rid of Get High. Moshi, what a snipe from the low ground to get rid of Ma'ao.
What they did right there is they know that Baal would be on the other side, and that is what they want to deal with last. So focusing on Duts would be great, and since information has been relayed where Maal is, Moshi can also just wait them out. So just pull out Maal as he supports Duts because of the split that they've done, and they just finish one after the other.
Circle also not too friendly to RRQ too, making, kind of threatening them every now and then. With your back to face, again, this idea from RRQ, it's not really working out anymore.
All right, let's see though what would be working out for them. 18 Deer and Abai on the flank. Might be meeting up with Jonah, but pulls the glue wall, probably spotting Moshi on the other side. And there you go. Maal for a takedown. No help will be coming on Moshi's way. And 18 Deer and Abai will just be blocking off any approach being done by Jonah if in case they try to target Maal. So smart move from them, but the Duts has been taken down as well over equalizer. The only question is who's going down next?
From off screen too, you see the wall off on the stairs. Masana from going out, but he's gonna commit that dual melter. Wants to really get some presence in. Blocks a couple of shots. He's fishing for members of RRQ. KAZU. Wasana deep in enemy territory. Still finds Maal. Clears him out from the high ground. Firewall onto the low ground. Abai being flushed out. 18 is going to be following, and there's nothing much left for RRQ. KAZU. BRU runs it back 6 rounds in a row and proceeds to the 1-0 bracket.
Proceeds to the 1-0 bracket, and well, quite a similar story from what we've seen earlier. They just gave a head start to RRQ KAZU with 2 points. But well, there you have it. BURIRAM United proceeds to 1-0 bracket. That will be happening later on. The question is, who will be their opponent? Because we still have 2 series to go before we find out.
BURIRAM has narrowed down the pool to just 3 other teams. Of course, they have WAG that's waiting for them. There's all hugs. You know, they gave Ma'ao an incredibly hard time. But at the end of the day, they have been in this spot for God knows how many tournaments. Right? It's all smiles and sportsmanship. RRQ bested in this best of 3 by BRU, and I wouldn't pick a better team to lose to. Right? If it's BRU, I'll take the L gracefully, but RRQ have a lot of thinking that they need to do, because to make it to playoffs, they gotta win 2 best of 3s tomorrow, and it's not gonna be easy.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough though, especially as who is in line. So depending on who will be going against them, let's take in the list. So first is R7, MOVISTAR R7, and if you get a pick like EVOS against EVOS against FLUXO, I think EVOS would be potentially has a great potential of moving to 1-0. So FLUXO will be one of the challengers against RRQ KAZU, and this is the like a tougher call between Lost and Team Falcons, because Lost great in CQCs, but Team Falcons have accolade in being champions in Clash Squad. So either way, it would still be tough for anyone in that mix.
Yeah, and the fact that one of them is guaranteed to be in the 0-1 bracket after today is a scary thought for sure. But for RQ, when they get more time to think about it, right? The journey is longer, but at least there's time to prep. You know, they get to watch the remaining 2 best of 3s, and then we still have the winners bracket, and we still have a show match coming up. Plenty of actions still happening in Thailand. It's well, again, just we're not even halfway through the day. So for those, if you feel like you're missing out, there's plenty more to come at Central World. Plenty of boosts. We've been fed a lot of the Easter eggs also with everything that has been set up and going on. So do drop by the venue to enjoy the festivity and celebrate with your favorite pro players and pro teams, KOLs, and Yunsu and Yuki. When they're off duty, they probably will be wandering around, so do look for them as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot of fans out there. There's a lot. Not only teams that is playing right now, but we also got a glimpse of Sming earlier, or Saming earlier on that kunai drawing that they had. So again, it's not just those who are playing. Even other teams in Thailand will be at the scene. So this is your chance, opportunity really to meet those fans. For those in the chat, for those watching on YouTube, well, you have us. You have us to keep you entertained, and hopefully you are entertained, because so much of a battle, so much of a greatness being shown right now, and we're just in round 1 of the Swiss stage.
Yeah, we're gonna be here all night, so don't worry if you guys want a history lesson. We have plenty of time to go through the biographies of all of these players. For now, again, it's the moment for BRU. We saw them got off to a slightly slower start. RRQ had the momentum, and then BRU clapped back 6 rounds straight, 6-0 on Bermuda, and then they made a 6-round comeback on Nextera. For now, let's talk to the winners. We are going to talk to them, but not now. It's going to take a look at what they have shown us first. Overall, I think BRU has just shown phenomenal resilience and recovery.
This is one thing that I love, especially in the movement against BURIRAM United, when RRQ is getting the win in Kalahari. But the moment that they got away from the map, favoring RRQ, it was just BURIRAM United overall. So it's quite tough though, because we are expecting a huge fight coming from RRQ, especially in the final moments. But well, it is what it is right now, and there's a few more of adjustment. You did mention a lot of thinking will be done by RRQ after this game, but in a bit we are going to hear the mindset as well from the interview that we have between Yuki and Yunsu together with BURIRAM United. So that's where we're going to see where how they're treating this game, because despite of the prize pool, despite of the prestige, this is still a show match, Husky.
Yeah, it's still a show match, right? They're here for the funs and giggles. They're here to have a good time and just meet up with friends from other regions, right? I think it's not easy to put aside that rivalry when you are on the stage, but when they're off stage, see it's just all smiles between the players. And even though one of them walks away defeated, they still know it's not end of the run. RRQ has made bigger comebacks than this, but again, the journey is going to be a bit longer for BRU. The journey just began. You still need one more win to make it to playoffs, but if anything, even winning this entire show match itself is going to restore some faith to the BRU fans.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they have been, I would say, slowing down in a lot of instances. But speaking of slowdown, we are going to go for a quick break. When we return, we are going to have another interview, or probably a next match up for you. So don't go away. We'll be right back.
Is going to bring it home. Only one remains.
มากันอีกรอบแล้วค่ะหลังจากพักเบรกกันไปให้หายเหนื่อยนะคะสำหรับการเชียร์ตัวแทนจากประเทศไทยแล้วก็ทางอินโดนีเซียนั่นเองค่ะแต่ว่าต่อไปค่ะจะเป็นการแข่งขันกันอย่างที่บอกกันไประหว่าง EVOS DY และทีม FLUXO ค่ะ
It was a very intense match between BURIRAM and RRQ, and you know who won, right?
ใช่
Yeah, and now we are going to witness. I think this is my most favorite one. Is like
Why?
EVOS Divine versus FLUXO because like
okay.
FLUXO, they are really strong in Brazil.
Yeah.
Before EVOS Divine, they were the champion of EWC 2025. So watching two kings play against each other makes me feel like I'm going to stay wide awake because like the match is kind of long, so everyone must be kind of tired. But I believe that this match will rock you guys up.
โอเคค่ะทุกคนเพราะฉะนั้นนะคะขอเสียงต้อนรับนะคะ EVOS DY แชมป์จากเกม Freefire ในรายการ eSports World Cup ปี 2025 ค่ะ
Yep, and let's welcome the EVOS Divine, the champion from the eSports World Cup 2025.
และแน่นอนค่ะทุกคนคะขอเสียงต้อนรับเพื่อนๆจากบราซิลกันหน่อยและนี่คือทีม FLUXO รองแชมป์จากรายการ Freefire World Series บราซิล 2025 ค่ะ
The runner-ups from the Free Fire World Series Brazil 2025, Team FLUXO!
คู่แข่งทั้งสองทีมจับมือกันก่อนที่จะเข้าโพสิชันในการแข่งขันค่ะ
Alright, the waiting time is over. You guys come over, wide awake, shake each other's hands, and get prepared for your first match.
Look at that Look at that
Yeah.
ดูการจับมือเมื่อกี้นี่คือ energy มาแบบเอาแน่โดนแน่ไฟแน่เกมนี้จะต้องมันแบบสุดๆเลยค่ะ
Well, to be honest, like I think they really want to just like open the game and then just jump into the game and play against with each other. But like from your guessing, who will be winning of this match?
Oh, it's hard because Indonesian team always be my favorite, but maybe this time I will cheer to FLUXO.
Okay, if you FLUXO, then I will be EVOS.
Okay, girls. So can't wait.
Alright,
Let's get back to the shoutcaster.
yep. Everyone, welcome to the Shoutcasters.
ไปเลย
Thank you very much, Yoonsul and Yuki. Well, Yuki cheering on FLUXO at this point, and Yoonsul taking the safe route. She did mention that like they have been a great potential for EVOS to be able to win this game. But I would love to see what adjustment FLUXO has done, because like Bobs did mention, they are excited to be part of Clash Squad. They don't have this in their region, their country, so it might have been tough, but I'm pretty sure they have some training that has been done to prepare for this.
Yeah, I think the most important thing is, when we know that FLUXO's mindset is very refined, very positive, right? Even when we see them take losses, and sure, losses, they do hurt. You look at EWC, they go into the last round and realize they don't have a chance to win the whole thing. But even on the cameras, they saw smiles and giggles. They're ready to still give it their all. And I think that's the hallmark of a great team, a team that has won 2 world championships back to back with the same roster, well, almost the same roster. And Boss, being one of the greatest captains in the Brazilian league, continues to deliver, and hope he, manages expectations for the teams coming into this, facing off against the literal EWC champions. It's not going to be an easy Clash Squad series, but I'm looking forward to some potential upsets.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, upsets that we might have seen from the spring season Clash Squad, because we know, similar to what we've seen in RRQ, Russia has been keeping distance, especially in position, going in for a very long flank. And as a sniper, that is what you need. But distance between him and the rest of the teams are quite that huge that there's no follow-up that can be done to help him. So hopefully that has been corrected already, just to make sure that they can win this fight against FLUXO. And it's tough as well. MT7 is their good snipers, so this is a good chance that we will see a battle between the snipers. Yes, the Wonder Kid is there, but MT7 is also bringing wonders in terms of that fight.
Yeah, and the one critique that I think FLUXO has been receiving, not just from the devs, but also I think for a lot of supporters, was the way that they play Battle Royale, right? Very slow and calculated. But now when we throw them into Clash Squad, you're forced to fight, you're forced to go fast. I wonder how that's going to turn out for FLUXO, because I think this is a very uncomfortable environment for them. When they play loosely, when they play freely, we know that they can fight. We saw that at the closing rounds of EWC. But what happens when they're constantly thrust into that position like that? I think this is where we get to see and discover alongside FLUXO if this is going to be something that they themselves have not realized within them.
Yeah, exactly. That is something that they will really have to work with, and I'm pretty sure they know that. They understand that that's what they need. That's their weakness in terms of Clash Squad, and we've seen them from first time I saw them doing those drills before a match. I'm pretty sure they have something planned. They are confident that they can bring it on right now, but confidence is just one part. It's more of how can you make those adjustments, because yes, they can play it slow, especially with what I pointed out and what Russia has been doing in Clash Squad, but they need to also switch it up to a quick pace if needed. Not just for this game, but if they get into the playoffs or probably the 1-0 matches, because we've seen how some teams move quickly. Budam United is one. Another is Loss. They are very good in CQCs, and Team Falcons if in case they are in that part. So WAG, though, we've seen some similarities between them and FLUXO. So I guess that's even for them, but for the other teams, that will be tough.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tough. I think for FLUXO, they have had a very rough start of the year, right? They haven't won anything so far, and again, they came off of quite a struggle at the recent EWC. But we look at the caliber of the players, we know that they have a great shot caller in Bobs. They have MT7, who came in and instantly made a name for himself, right? Just able to kind of change the way that FLUXO was perceived. But I think right now, for the team itself, FLUXO with with Prox now in the roster, the latest addition, GU still being around, I really want to see if they have learned anything from EWC. Have they really switched out their playstyle and kind of adapted to the current meta, which demands you to be a lot more decisive in these fights?
Yeah, I mean, it's only a few weeks since EWC, and it's only a few days since the update. So, and I guess this is one of the teams that really are struggling in terms of adapting after each change, each update meta. And we're not talking about Battle Royale as well. They are runner-up in their region. They are champions from the previous global finals, but Clash Squad is a different story. It's a different chapter, similar to the chapter 2 that we have in Ninja War. So we'll have to see. This is a chance for them to really prove it to us, to remove all those doubts. Otherwise, if they come to a loss, how quick can they adapt later on would be the question. That's one thing that they need to answer right now.
Yeah. Let's see what they have to say to each other in this upcoming video piece. Enjoy.
Naruto itu dari kecil dia dikucilkan di Konoha. Jadi pas dia sampai dewasa dia bisa jadi pahlawan buat desa Konoha itu. Tim Falcon, karena dia berturut-turut jadi juara di turnamen Clash Squad.
Falcon, karena kemarin Falcon sempat juara lah di Spring CS. Jadi menurutku dia, aku pengen lah ngalahin dia. I think I'm good because I'm good is so bad in FF Spring. Yeah, he's so bad. He cannot play. I think he should practice. Karena I'm good menurutku sampah banget di
There we have it from the Wonder Kid himself. Rose to fame in public lobbies. They showed in a few matches. Gets signed by EVOS while he was 13 years old. 3 years later, wins EWC, becomes public enemy #1, the most sought after investment in the entire world. His rise to fame has been second to none, but he's handling the pressure and the fame pretty well. Let's see if he can continue that with EVOS in this show match. I think they have a lot more to prove than just enjoy the show match.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is really a wonder kid because of how well he composed himself. Again, the fame, it's not just because he's a wonder kid, he's like won the championship, but 7 million followers later, he's still a kid that you want to be, or that we hope, we as like elders would like to hope other survivors would be humble, but still has strength, still has like all of those that can be offered by a pro player. So this kid is something else, and hopefully we see more of like more survivors become this kid, also jump into the pro scene, see them like evolve differently, and a great storyline indeed, not only for Russia but for EVOS Divine overall.
I think it's a maturity that at such a young age that's very rare in a young kid, right? When you have that much power, that much influence over everyone else, and you are finding success. I think that maturity is something that usually comes late, that comes lagging behind, and that's what a lot of young superstars struggle with. He's the kid that most parents compared me to. You know, how am I supposed to be a wonder kid? It's not a fair playing ground, but every once in a blue moon we get a prodigy like Russia, and able to take on the Grace as well. It's not like him becoming a champion, you know, in the community tournaments. He literally went but also the MVP of the entire finals. I think that is something remarkable that we'll probably never see again in the future 3 to 5 years.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough though, it's tough. But let's see though if this is something that can really motivate FLUXO to bring it on, because there's a lot of like they also have their own accolades, but similar to what we mentioned in BURIRAM United, they are faltering in some aspect. But map order right now, we are going to start off with a finisher in the previous series, which is Nextera, and we head into Bermuda, and then followed by Kalahari. So this is this excites me a lot, because Nextera is a map wherein, similar to what we've seen earlier, doesn't favor them that much. But hello guys.
All the co-streamers on site. That's so fun.
That's one thing as well. Like, that excites me for this. It's not just for the fans, but even the KOLs are like set to have fun, not because they need to, but because they are literally just having fun.
Yeah, come on, Garena. When is our turn? Get us there, please. Please, just once. I'm not complaining, you know. We still get to enjoy it, but it'd be nice to be there in person, maybe in the future down the road. But yeah, I think, you know, for I think this particular case for FLUXO, I think most pressure is probably off the shoulders. I feel like EVOS probably has a lot more to prove, at least from the public perspective. Yeah. Now co-streamers having tons of fun. I mean, it's so cool, right? Everyone has their own setup. You get to report on what's happening. You get to enjoy, get a fun time, have fun, get paid, party, play the game, meet people from around the globe, have fans come up to you.
Exactly. I mean, and that's one thing that I'm loving, especially in this setup, especially in Free Fire has to offer right now. The number of like potentially meeting fans from all over the world is just something else. And even for us, to be honest, even for us, the opportunity that was given to us by Free Fire, the Garena Free Fire, is in a different level. It's a different level. I could compare compare it with other experiences, and this is why, like, despite of my age, I'm still loving a young person's job and game. I would say.
I agree. Like, I've mentioned to our bosses a couple of times that this is something I've never experienced before, and they laugh me off. They say that I'm lying, but I'm not lying when I say that Free Fire has definitely, you know, been something else. What was this, 5 years and counting? I think since 2020, since the first MCP major up till now. This has been a long journey, but it's nothing like I've ever experienced before, right? It's open doors for not just me, but the rest of us. We went to 2 EWC together. We've been to multiple global finals, online and offline. There's more to come. We watched these kids grow up. Like, I remember I watched, first time I saw Russia was in a show match, and now he's an EWC champion. Like, I don't have kids, but I feel like I'm watching my own kid grow up.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we have right here. I mean, especially me, I'm on the 40s, 41 to be exact, and I'm seeing the growth of these kids. Literally, like, including you. You're my kids, because you're around the same age as some of the players out here, and I'm loving the evolution of everyone. The game itself, the player base, the team base, and even the introduction of the others. You did mention about like some unexpected, like Dragons, just moving up, Red Hawks being part of EWC, a lot of fans out there, like some of the tournament scene that I would say rested for a year or a couple of years is now coming back, and it just brings more excitement into the game, into the scene itself. Not just esports though, into the entirety of Free Fire scene.
Yeah, that's why I think we were nominated for the best mobile game at one point. I think we won it at one point. It's again, it's quite an achievement overall when you look back down history. I would say that for those who've truly been around for a long time, let's just kick it back to like 2019 or 2020. Here's a pop quiz for people in the chat. How many hairstyles has Moshi gone through? I think that itself is a good enough indicator that we've been around for a long time, because this guy has been experimenting a lot. I mean, right now his hairstyle is a lot more, normal, more conventional. But there were times
Ops or probably Butsin, and then GU would be either Oscar or Tatsuya, and Clue would be MC7. He needs that.
Yeah, 100%. This is more of a FLUXO that I wish to see, right? A FLUXO that's willing to take initiative. Homer last pick for EVOS Divine. Again, more info, some utility to delay potential push. I was thinking if they want to kind of throw a curveball and go for that Ignis instead, create those blind spots and, you know, really throw a wrench into FLUXO's full-on aggression. But I can work with this, right? Like that Tatsuya, if it pays off, we have this Oscar as a primary layer. I can see it working out for FLUXO if they can get the ball rolling. But you're also contending with Rasha, who is one of the few sniper players that I can confidently say not only stand amongst the greats, but also in a way where he can play long range and also CQC when he's needed. He is one of those one of a kinds. And when I say one of a kind, the first time we saw someone like that was Moshi, and that was back in what, 2021, 2022?
Some glimpse of it in 23, but yeah, I mean that was a prime of Moshi in that earlier year. So I do agree with you, especially that's one thing that they learned as well. But as you can see, Zane would be Bops, Oscar would be Butsin, GU would be Tatsuya, and MT7, as called it, would be Clue. Now I'm wondering, Ray would be the ones using that Santino, and then Abax with that Steffi, Coach Shield with the Homer, and then especially Rasia on that Iris. So I was thinking he will be sticking with that Santino, similar to what we've seen in this spring season, but I guess this is more viable for them. And we're talking about Nextera though. So not so much of elevation, but a good chance will to give out that information for the rest to work with.
Not only that, we also have Ray playing instead of Aim God, right? That explains why Aim God was kind of in a coaching staff position. We didn't see Ray play at EWC, even though he is an active member of the squad. So it's good to see that he gets some play time on his own. Technically for FLUXO, they're not facing against the full force of the EWC champs. Still 75% of it, and that itself is going to be a daunting task. But again, good to see Ray back in action. Was there... not Ray, Abax, sorry, back in action. He was there last year when they finished second at EWC, and this year, of course, having to sit on the sidelines and watch Rasha take the spot. Definitely is a different feeling, but it was a much needed change, and now with Abax back on the field, let's see how this practice behind the scenes has paid off for him.
Yeah, and I thought Aim God will be sitting this out because I think it's from the interview that was mentioned by Rasia that like performance is not that well. It has been dying down, or it's like just because of that moment. Like it's different moments, especially in EWC and other tournaments. So hopefully it doesn't trickle to that when it comes to Battle Royale. But good point indeed. We want to see what Abax has to offer in, well, not just in Clash Squad, not just in this Ninja Clash, but also in the other tournaments. But we'll have to wait a little bit more. We are focusing on this battle between them and FLUXO, and I want to see how this is going to turn up. Because at some point, the Oscar Tatsuya tandem between GU and Butsin, yes, it would work, but they're the ones who took out Cassie. So, like, the potential of Bops using that was already taken out. And well, I guess since they're their first ban, they don't want to give it out to EVOS Divine as well. So it's smart, but they could have used it to their advantage because of how well they can utilize it for rotations.
Yeah. Not only that, I think it's also when we look back at the the lineup, when Abax wasn't playing and Aim God was in, he was sort of the mental support. He was the one that keeps the team in check, right? When they were at a all-time high, he makes sure that they don't overheat, and we saw glimpses of that, moments of snippets of that back at EWC. And now you wonder who is going to be the shot call, right? Is Abax taking over the reign, or will Rasha be given the mantle and try it out? Coach must continue to have fun at the venue. Multiple language. If anyone is interested, you could check out the localized language: Thai, Vietnamese, Brazilian, well, not Brazilian, Portuguese, I mean, on the BR broadcast, Vietnamese as well. One last high